for his mother, which pathetic cry swelled into a shriek of terror as a rebel stepped back on the boy's sliced belly. That rebel then died with a pistol bullet in his brain, hurled back in a spray of bright blood to slide down beside the boatswain's mate. "God save Ireland," Harper muttered. "Is the gun loaded?" Sharpe slapped the carronade, then ducked as a stray musket bullet passed over his head. "Looks like it." Sharpe found another spike, which he used to lever the gun's trail round, so that the carronade faced straight down the Espiritu Santo's length to menace the quarterdeck, where Ardiles was assembling a group of seamen. Those seamen were undoubtedly intended to be the counterattack, which would finish off Cochrane's assault. Sharpe hammered a coin out from under the carronade's breech, thus raising the muzzle so that the dreadful weapon was pointing straight at the quarterdeck. The carronade was a pot of a gun, not a long, elegant and accurate cannon, but a squat cauldron to be charged with powder and metal scraps that flayed out like buckshot. A carronade's range was short, but inside that brief range it was foully lethal. The whole ship quivered as another broadside slammed from the frigate's gun deck to shatter the heavy timbers of the whaler. Most of Cochrane's men were off the whaler now and crammed onto the Spaniard's deck, where they were hemmed in by bloody pikes and bayonets. Ardiles, preparing his reserves to slam into the left flank of the invaders, was making things worse for Cochrane by destroying his only chance of escape, by pounding the whaler into matchwood. Smoke was sifting from the open hold of the Mary Starbuck. Presumably some of the wadding from one of the Espiritu Santo's cannon had set fire to a splintered timber inside the attacking ship. Harper cocked the flintlock that was soldered onto the carronade's touch-hole. Naval guns didn't use linstocks, for the spluttering sparks of an open match were too dangerous on board a wooden ship crammed with gunpowder. Instead, just like a musket, the gun was fired by a spring-tensioned flint that was released by a lanyard. "Are you ready?" Sharpe gripped the lanyard and scuttled to one side of the gun to escape its recoil. "Get down!" Harper shouted. Ardiles' men on the quarterdeck had at last seen the threat of the forecastle carronade, and a dozen muskets were levelled. Sharpe dropped just as the volley fired. The sound of a musket volley so achingly familiar crackled about the ship as the balls whipsawed overhead. Sharpe answered the volley by yanking the carronade's lanyard. The world hammered apart in thunder, in an explosion so close and hot and violent that Sharpe thought he was surely dead, as the frigate shivered and dust spurted out of the cracks between her deck planks. Sharpe's second and more realistic thought was that the barrel of the carronade had burst, but then he saw that the gun, recoiling on its huge carriage, was undamaged. The explosion had been aboard the Mary Starbuck. A store of gunpowder in the whaler's hull had ignited and ripped the boat apart in a moment's blinding horror, tearing her deck into shards and exploding the wounded into the sea. Now what remained of the whaler was ablaze. The dark red flames leapt voraciously from her oil-soaked planks to flare as high as the Espiritu Santo's topmasts. "Mary, Mother of God!" Harper said in awe, not at the incandescent whaler, but rather because the Espiritu Santo's mainmast was toppling. The explosion had ripped out the frigate's chainplates, and now the great mast swayed. Some men, recovering their wits from the concussion of the explosion, shouted in warning, while others, from both sides of the fight, were desperately slashing at the remaining grapnels, so that the roaring blaze on the whaler would not leap across to destroy the frigate. Beyond that chaos, Sharpe could see a red horror on the poop and quarterdecks, where the blast of his carronade had taken a terrible toll among Ardiles' men. A rebel officer shouted a piercing warning. The swaying mainmast splintered and cracked. Canvas billowed down onto the deck and into the sea. The collapsing mast dragged in its wake the fore topmast, and a nightmarish tangle of yards, halyards, lines, and sails. "Come on, Patrick!" Sharpe cocked the pistol and jumped down from the forecastle. A Spanish sailor, groggy from the explosion, tried to stand in Sharpe's way, so he thumped the man on the side of his head with the pistol's heavy barrel. A Spanish army officer lunged at Sharpe with a long, narrow sword. Sharpe turned, straightened his right arm, and pulled the trigger. The officer seemed to be snatched backwards with a halo of exploding blood about his face. Smoke from the burning whaler whirled thick and black and choking across the deck. Sharpe hurled the pistol away and snatched up a fallen cutlass. "Cochrane!" he shouted. "Cochrane!" A mass of Cochrane's men were swarming towards the frigate's stern. The explosion and the subsequent fall of the mast had torn the heart out of the frigate's defenders, though a stubborn rearguard, under an unwounded Ardiles, gathered for a last stand on the quarterdeck. To Sharpe's left was a tall man with red hair who carried a long and heavy-bladed sword. "To me! To me!" The red-haired man was wearing a green naval coat with 2 gold epaulets, and was the man the rebels were looking to for orders and inspiration. The man had to be Lord Cochrane. Then Sharpe turned away as a swarm of Spanish fighters came streaming up from the gun deck below. These new attackers were the frigate's gun crews, who, their target destroyed, had come to recapture their main deck. Sharpe fought hand to hand, without room to swing a blade, only to stab it forward in short, hard strokes. He was close enough to see the fear in the eyes of the men he killed, or to smell the garlic and tobacco on their breath. He knew some of the men, but he felt no compunction about their killing. He had declared his allegiance to Ardiles, and Ardiles could have no complaint that Sharpe had changed sides without warning. Nor could Sharpe complain if, this fight lost, he was hanged from whatever yardarm was left to the Spanish frigate, which made it important not to lose, but instead to beat the Spaniards back in blood and terror. Harper climbed the fallen trunk of the mainmast. He carried a boarding pike that he swung in a huge and terrifying arc. One of the Irish crew members, having decided to change sides, was fighting alongside Harper. Both men were screaming in Gaelic, inviting their enemies to come and be killed. A musket crashed near Sharpe, who flinched aside from its flame. He ripped the cutlass blade up to throw back an enemy. The cutlass was a clumsy weapon, but sea fighting was hardly a fine art. It was more like a gutter brawl, and Sharpe had grown up with such fighting. He slipped, fell hard on his right knee, then clawed himself up to ram the blade forward again. Blood whipped across a fallen sail. A sailor trapped beneath a fallen yard shrieked as a wave surge shifted the timber balk across his crushed ribs. Balin, his face and hands still bandaged, lay dead in the portside scuppers that ran with the blood from his crushed skull. A group of rebels had found room to use their pikes. They lunged forward, hooking men with a crooked blade on the pike's reverse, then pulling their victims out of the Espiritu Santo's ranks, so that another pikeman, using the weapon's broad axe-head, could slash down hard. The pikemen were driving the frigate's gun crews back to the poop deck, where a rearguard waited with Ardiles and Lieutenant Otero. The ship lurched on the swell, staggering Sharpe sideways. A bleeding man screamed and fell into the sea. It seemed that the Espiritu Santo must have taken on water, for she didn't come fully upright, but stayed listed to starboard. A volley of musket fire from Ardiles' group on the quarterdeck punched a hole in the rebels' ranks. But Cochrane, seeing the danger, had led a rampaging attack up to the poop deck, and now his men clawed and scrabbled up the last companionway to attack Ardiles and his men on the quarterdeck. Royalist captain faced rebel admiral. Their 2 swords clashed and scraped. More rebels were running past their leader, swarming up to the quarterdeck, where a final fanatic group of Spaniards, including most of the army officers, stood to protect their royal ensign. A few despairing men still fought on the main deck. Sharpe kicked a man in the ankle, then hammered down the cutlass hilt as the man fell. 2 men slashed at him, but Sharpe stepped back from their clumsy blades, then sliced his own forward. A rebel joined him, stabbing forward with a bayonet, and suddenly the portside steps to the poop deck were open. Sharpe ran up. Above him, on the quarterdeck, Ardiles was pressed back by the man Sharpe supposed was Cochrane. Ardiles was no mean swordsman, but he was no match for the red-haired rebel, who was taller, heavier, and quicker. Ardiles lunged, missed, retreated, and was toppled over the railing by a sudden thrust of his opponent's sword. The Spanish captain fell onto the poop deck at Sharpe's feet. Sharpe stooped and took his sword. "You," Ardiles said bleakly. "I'm sorry," Sharpe said. "Who the hell are you?" the red-haired man asked from above Sharpe. "Our friend. Are you Cochrane?" "I am friend, indeed I am." Cochrane sketched a salute with his sword, then turned to lead the attack on the desperate group that waited to defend their flag. On the poop and main decks, the victorious rebels disarmed Spaniards, but about the great gaudy ensign a terrible battle still waged. Pistols flared, muskets crashed smoke. A rebel squirmed in awful pain in the scuppers. Other rebels, trying to fire down at the stubborn stone guard, climbed the mizzen rigging, But Lieutenant Sotiro, seeing the danger, ordered a group of the frigate's marines to fire upwards. One of the rebels screamed as a bullet thudded into his belly. For a second he hung from the ratlines, his blood spraying bright across the driver's sail. Then he fell to crash down into the sea. Another rebel, losing his nerve, leapt after his dying colleague. The horror was not all visited on the attackers. One of the Espiritu Santo's midshipmen, no more than 11 years old, was clutching his groin, from which blood seeped to spread along a seam between two scrub planks of the quarterdeck. The boy was weeping, and on his face was a look of utter astonishment. The Mary Starbuck, her fire roaring like a blast furnace, had drifted away from the frigate. The sea between the two ships was littered with wreckage and dead and drowning men. Lieutenant Sotiro ordered a final quixotic charge, perhaps hoping to kill Lord Cochrane, but his men would not obey. A rebel officer shouted at the stern guard to surrender. Sharpe, the handle of his cutlass slippery with blood, climbed to thicken the ranks of the rebels, who now made a threatening semicircle about the frigate's last defenders. "Surrender, sir!" Lord Cochrane called. "You've done well. I salute you. Now I beg you, no more killing." Lieutenant Sotiro crossed himself, then bitterly threw down his sword. There was a clatter of falling guns and blades as his men followed his example. An army officer, disgusted, hurled his own sword overboard so he wouldn't have to surrender it to rebels. A ship's boy wept, not because he was wounded, but because of the shame of losing the fight. A rebel slashed at the ensign's halyard, and the bright flag of Spain fluttered down. "Where are the pumps?" Cochrane shouted in urgent and execrable Spanish. It seemed an odd way to celebrate victory, but then the frigate lurched, and Sharpe, to his horror, realized the Espiritu Santo, just like the burning Mary Starbuck, was sinking. "The pumps!" Cochrane shouted. "This way!" Sharpe jumped down to the poop, then down to the waist. From there he slithered down a rope to the gun deck, where the main pumps were situated. He saw that the explosion of the Mary Starbuck had made a terrible slaughter on the gun deck. Until the moment the whaler blew up, the frigate's gunners had been firing point-blank through open hatches into the wooden hull that had been grinding against the Spanish warship. But the explosion had speared flame and debris through the open gun hatches to fan slaughter through the low-beamed deck. Two of the frigate's guns had been blown clean off their carriages. One dismounted gun was lying atop a dying, screaming man. Cochrane killed the man with an efficient slice of his sword, then shouted at his men to start the pumps working. "Chippy! Find me the Chippy!" Cochrane roared. The carpenter was fetched and ordered to discover the extent of the damage to the frigate's hull, then to start immediate repairs. The wounded Spanish gunners moaned. The frigate was already listing so far over that Roundshot was rolling across her deck. "Can't talk now, bloody boat's sinking," Cochrane said to Sharpe. "We'll all be dead if we don't watch it. Pump, you bastards, pump! Beat the prisoners to work, pump! Well done, Jurgi, well fought, Liam. But start pumping, or we'll all be sucking the devil's tits before this day's done." Cochrane, ducking under the gun deck's beams, scattered praise and humour among his victorious men. He set the rear pump working and peered down into the orlop deck where the women and children cowered. "Not flooded yet, good. Maybe there's hope. Christ, but that bugger should never have exploded. Are you Spanish?" This last question was addressed to Sharpe, shouted as Cochrane climbed nimbly back up to the bloody and wreckage-strewn main deck. "English! Are you now?" Cochrane brushed ineffectively at the powder stains on his green uniform coat. "I suppose I've got to take a proper surrender from that poor bastard of a captain. Rotten luck for him. He fought well. Ardiles, isn't it?" "Yes," Sharpe said. "He's a good man." Then he took a pace backwards as Captain Ardiles, his face stricken, walked with fragile dignity towards Lord Cochrane. The Spanish captain had retrieved his sword, but only so that he could offer it in surrender to his victor. Ardiles held the sword hilt forward, the gesture of surrender, but he could not bring himself to speak the proper words. Cochrane touched the hilt, his gesture of acceptance, then pushed the weapon back to Ardiles. "Keep it, Captain. Your men fought well, damn well." His Spanish was enthusiastic, but clumsy. "I also need your help if we're to save the ship. I've sent a carpenter down to the bilge, but your man will know the timbers better than him. The pumps are going. That damned explosion must have sprung some of the timbers. Would you fetch the ladies up? They'll not be harmed, I give you my word. And where's the gold?" "There is no gold," Ardiles said very stiffly. Cochrane, who'd been speaking and moving with a frenetic energy, now stopped still as a statue and stared open-mouthed at Ardiles. Then, a second later, looked quizzically at Sharpe, who confirmed the bad news with a nod. "Good damn," Cochrane said, though without any real bitterness. "No gold! You mean I've just blunted a sword for nothing?" He gave a great billow of laughter that turned into a whoop of alarm as the Espiritu Santo gave another creaking jolt to starboard. A cutlass slid down the canted deck to crash into the scuppers. "Help me!" Cochrane said to Ardiles, and suddenly the two men disappeared, lost in technical discussion, while beneath Sharpe's feet the pumps clattered to pulse puny jets of water over the side. End of Side 9. Side 10. Somehow they stopped the ship from sinking, though it took the best part of that day to do it. Cochrane's men salvaged the mainsail that had fallen overboard when the mainmast fell, and from it cut great squares of canvas. They sewed the squares together to make a huge pad that was then dragged under the ship by means of cables, which were first looped under the frigate's bows, then dragged back under her hull, till the huge pad of material was fothered up against the sprung timbers. The explosion on board the whaler had driven in a section of the frigate's hull, but once the canvas fodder was in place, the pumps at last could begin to win the battle. Behind them, on an ocean scattered with the flotsam of battle, the Mary Starbuck gave a last hiss of steam as she sank. On board the captured Espiritu Santo, the wounded were treated. The surgeon worked on deck, tossing the amputated limbs overboard. A step behind the surgeon was the Espiritu Santo's chaplain, who gave the final unction to dying seamen. To those who were dying in too much pain, the chaplain gave a quietus with a narrow blade. Once dead, the shriven sailors were sewn into hammocks weighted with round shot. The last stitch, by custom, was forced through the corpse's nose to make certain he was truly dead. None of the corpses twitched in protest. Instead, after a muttered prayer, they were all slid down to the sea's bed. "What a resurrection it'll be on the Day of Judgment!" Cochrane, his emergency work done, had asked Sharpe and Harpe to join him on the frigate's quarterdeck, from where they watched the miserable procession of dead splashing over the side. "Just think of Judgment Day," Cochrane said exuberantly, "when the sea gives up its dead and all those sailormen pop out of the waves and start hollering for a tot of rum and a heavenly whore." His lordship had protuberant eyes, a strong nose, full lips, and an excited, energetic manner. "Christ!" he hit Sharpe on the back. "But that was a close thing. They're the best fighters I've ever seen on a Spanish ship." "Ardiles' great ambition was to fight you," Sharpe explained. "He trained his men for years. All he wanted to do was to fight and beat you." "Poor bastard! I sneak up on him like a rat, and he was dreaming of an honest broadside-to-broadside battle, eh?" Cochrane seemed genuinely sympathetic. "But a broadside-pounding match was exactly what I wanted to avoid. I thought that sneaking up like a rat would do less damage to the ship. Now look at it. No mainmast and half a bottom blown away." He sounded remarkably cheerful despite the appalling damage. "You don't give me the honour of your name, sir," he said to Sharpe, whereas the truth was that he hadn't given Sharpe a moment of time to make any kind of introduction. "Lieutenant Colonel Richard Sharpe." Sharpe decided to go full fig with his introduction. "And this is my particular friend, Regimental Sergeant Major Patrick Harper." Cochrane stared at both men with a moment's disbelief, that vanished as he decided Sharpe must be telling the truth. "Are you, by God?" Cochrane, flatteringly, had evidently heard of the rifleman. "You are?" "Yes, my lord, I am." "And I'm Tommy, or Cochrane. I'm not, my lord. I was once a Knight Commander of the Order of the Bath, till the buggers couldn't stand my company, so they tossed me out. I also had the honour of being held prisoner in the Fleet Prison, and I was once a Member of Parliament, and let me tell you, Sharpe, that the company in prison is a damn sight more rewarding than that available in His Fat Majesty's House of Commons.
which is packed full of fasting lawyers. I also once had the honour of being a rear admiral in His Fat Majesty's Navy, but they didn't like my opinions any more than the Order of the Bath liked my company, so they threw me out the Navy too. So now I have the signal honour to be Supreme Admiral, Great Lord, and Chief Troublemaker of the Navy of the Independent Republic of Chile. He gave Sharpe and Harper an elaborate bow. But about the Mary Starbuck, I bought her off a couple of Nantucket Yankees with the very last cash I possessed. I thought I'd get my money back by capturing the Holy Spirit. Awful damn name for a ship. Why do the Dagos choose such names? They might as well call a ship Angel Fat. They should give their boats real names like Revenge or Arse-Kicker or Victory. Are you really Richard Sharpe? I surely am, Sharpe confessed. Well, just what the hell are the two of you doing on this ship? We were thrown out of Chile by a man called Batista. Oh, well done, Cochrane said happily. First class, well done. You must be on the side of the angels, or that piece of half-digested gristle doesn't like you. But what about that snivelling tard, Blair? Didn't he try to protect you? He seemed to be on Batista's side. Blair's a greedy bastard, Cochrane observed gloomily. If we ever get off this ship alive, you should look him up and give him a damn good thrashing. His lordship's gloom seemed justified, for despite the fothering and the pumping, the condition of the damaged frigate seemed to be suddenly worsening. The wind was rising and the seas were steeper, conditions that made the damaged hull pound even harder into the waves. The fodder's shifting, Cochrane guessed. He had turned the Espiritu Santo northwards, and the captured frigate was running before the wind and current. Yet even so her progress was painfully slow because of the damaged hull and because of the amount of wreckage that still trailed overboard. Cochrane's sailing master, an elderly and lugubrious Scot called Fraser, threw a trailing log overboard. The log was attached to a long piece of twine which was knotted at regular intervals. Fraser let the twine run through his hands and counted the knots as they whipped past his fingers, timing them all the while on a big pocket watch. He finally snapped the watch shut and began hauling the log back. 3 knots, my lord, that's all. Christ, help us, Cochrane said. He frowned at the sea, then at the rigging. We'll speed up as we get the damage cleared. 8 days, say. 10, the sailing master said doubtfully. Maybe 12, but well, probably never, my lord, because she's taking water like a colander. 5 guineas say we'll make it in 8 days, Cochrane said cheerfully. 8 days to what? Sharpe asked. Well, to Valdivia, of course, Cochrane exclaimed. Valdivia? Sharpe was astonished that Cochrane was trying to reach an enemy haven. You mean there isn't a harbour closer than that? Oh, there are hundreds of closer harbours, Cochrane said blithely. Thousands of harbours, millions! They're some of the best natural harbours in the world on this coast, Sharpe, and they're all closer than Valdivia. The damn coast is thick with harbours. There are more harbours here than a man could wish for in 1,000 storms. Isn't that so, Fraser? Aye, it is, my lord. Then why go to an enemy harbour? Sharpe asked. To capture it, of course. Why else? Cochrane looked at Sharpe as though the rifleman was mad. We've got a ship, we've got men, we've got weapons, so what the hell else should we be doing? But the ship's sinking. Then the bloody ship might as well do something useful before it vanishes. Cochrane, delighted with having surprised Sharpe, whooped with laughter. Enjoy yourself, Sharpe! If we take Valdivia, all Chile is ours. We're launched for death or victory. We're sailing for glory, and may the devil take the hindmost. He rattled off the old clichés of the French wars in a mocking tone, but there was a genuine enthusiasm on his face as he spoke. Here was a man, Sharpe thought, who had never tired of battle, but revelled in it, and perhaps only felt truly alive when the powder was stinking and the swords were clashing. We're sailing for glory! Cochrane whooped again, and Sharpe knew he was under the command of a genial maniac, who planned to capture a whole country with nothing but a broken ship and a wounded crew. Sharpe had met Spain's devil, and his name was Cochrane. Chapter 6. The wind rose next day. It shrieked in the broken rigging so that the torn shrouds and halyards streamed horizontally ahead of the labouring frigate as she thumped in slow agony through the big green seas. Both rebel and royalist seamen manned the pumps continually, and even the officers took their turns at the blistering handles. Sharpe and Harper, restored to grace as passengers, nevertheless worked the sodden handles for 3 muscle-torturing hours during the night. Besides the women and children, only Cochrane and Captain Ardiles were spared the agony of the endless pumps. Ardiles, suffering the pangs of defeat, had closeted himself in his old cabin, but Cochrane, with a generosity that seemed typical of a man, had surrendered to his beaten opponent. In the grey morning, when the wind was whistling to blow the wave-tops ragged, Lord Cochrane edged the broken frigate nearer to land, so that at times a dark sliver on the eastern horizon betrayed high ground. He hadn't wanted to close the coast, for fear that the captured Espiritu Santo might be seen by a Spanish pinnace or fishing boat that could warn Valdivia of his approach. But now he sacrificed that caution for the security of land. "If the worst comes to the worst," he explained, "then perhaps we might be able to beach this wreck in the channels, though God knows if we'd survive them." "Channels?" Sharpe asked. Cochrane showed Sharpe a chart which revealed that the Chilean coast, so far as it was known, was a nightmare tangle of islands and hidden seaways. "There are thousands of natural harbours if you can get into the channels," Cochrane explained, "but the channel entrances are as wicked as any in the world, as dreadful as the western coast of Scotland. There are cliffs on this coast that are as tall as mountains, and God only knows what's waiting inside the channels. This is unexplored country. The old maps said that monsters live there. Maybe they do, but no one's ever explored this coast, except the savages, of course, and they don't count. Still, maybe the old Higgins will find us fast." "Is she close?" "Christ only knows where she is, though she's supposed to rendezvous with us off Valdivia. I've left a good man in charge of her, so perhaps he'll have the wits to come south and look for us if we're late, and if he does, and finds us sinking, then he can take us off." He stared obliquely at the chart which he had draped over the Espiritu Santo's shot-torn binnacle. "It's a devil of a long way to Valdivia," he said under his breath. Sharpe heard a sigh of despair in Cochrane's voice. "You're not serious about Valdivia, are you?" Sharpe asked. "Well, of course I am." "You're going to attack with this broken ship?" "Less than the old Higgins." "Oh, for God's sake," Sharpe protested. "Valdivia Harbour is more fortresses than London." "Hey, I know. The English fort, Fort St. Carlos, Fort de Marcos, Coral Castle, Fort Chocomayo, Fort Niebla, the Manzanera Island batteries and the key guns." Cochrane rattled off the list of fortifications with an irritating insouciance, as though such defences were flimsy obstacles that were bound to fall before his reputation. "Say 2,000 defenders and all, maybe more." "Then why, for God's sake?" Sharpe gestured at the exhausted men who stared dull-eyed at the threatening seas which roared up astern of the damaged frigate, hissed down her flanks, then rushed ahead in great gouts of wind-blown chaos. "I have to attack Valdivia, Sharpe, because my lords and masters of the independent Chilean government, whom God preserve, have ordered me to attack Valdivia." Cochrane suddenly sounded glum, but offered Sharpe a rueful grin. "I know that doesn't make sense, at least not till you understand that the government owes me a pile of money that they desperately don't want to pay me." "Well, that still doesn't make sense," Sharpe said. Cochrane frowned. "Try it this way. The government promised me hard cash for every Spanish ship I captured. I've taken 16 so far, and the buggers don't want to honour the contract. They don't even want to pay my crews their ordinary wages, let alone the prize money. So, instead of paying up, they've ordered me to attack Valdivia. Now do you understand?" "They want you to be killed." Sharpe could only suppose that with Cochrane's death, the debt due to him would be cancelled. "They probably wouldn't overmuch object to my death," Cochrane confessed, "except that it might encourage the damned Spaniards. So, I suspect that the reasoning behind their order is slightly more subtle. They don't want to pay me, so they've issued me with an impossible order. Now, if I refuse to obey the order, they'll send me packing for disobedience, and refuse to give me my cash as a punishment for that disobedience. But if, on the other hand, I dutifully attack and fail, then they'll accuse me of incompetence and punish me by confiscating the money they owe me. Either way, they win and I'm royally buggered. Unless, of course..." Cochrane paused, and an impudent, wonderful grin crossed his face. "Unless you win," Sharpe continued the thought. "Oh, aye, that's the joy of it!" Cochrane slapped the rail of the quarterdeck. "My God, Sharpe, but that would be something to win!" He paused, frowning. "Why was there no gold on this boat?" "Because its presence was merely a rumour to lure you into making an attack." "Ha! Well, damn well worked, too!" Cochrane barked with laughter. "Well, think of it, Sharpe. If the gold isn't here, then it has to be in Valdevere. But this is as greedy as any Presbyterian. He's been thieving for years, and now he's Captain General. There's been nothing to stop his mischief. Imagine it, Sharpe. The man has chests of money, pots of gold, rooms full of silver. Not a piddling little pile of coins, but enough treasure to make a man drool." Cochrane laughed in relish of such plunder, and Sharpe saw in the Scottish nobleman a wonderful relic of an older, more glorious and more sordid age. Cochrane was a fighting sailor of the Elizabethan breed, a Drake or a Raleigh or a Hawkins, and he'd fight like the devil the Spanish thought he was, for gold, glory, or just plain excitement. "Oh, no wonder they turfed you out of Parliament," Sharpe said. Cochrane bowed, acknowledging the compliment, but then qualified his acknowledgment. "I went into the Commons to achieve something, and it was a cruel shame I failed." "And what did you want to achieve?" "Liberty, of course." The answer was swift, but followed immediately by a deprecating smile. "I accept that land is no such thing." "Well, there isn't." "You can't have freedom and lawyers, Sharpe, and I've discovered that lawyers are as ubiquitous to human society as rats are to a ship." Cochrane paused as the frigate thumped her bluff bows into a wave trough. The ship seemed to take a long time to recover from the downward plunge, but gradually, painfully, the bows rose again. "You build a new ship," Cochrane went on. "You smoke out its bilges, you put rat poison down, you know the ship's clean when you launch it, but your first night out, you hear the scratch of claws, and you know the little bastards are there. And short of sinking the ship, I'll stay there forever." He scowled savagely. "That's why I came out here. I dreamt it would be possible to make a new country that was truly free, a country without lawyers. And look what happened. We captured the capital, we drove the Spaniards to Valdevere, and is Santiago filled with happy people celebrating their liberty? No. It's filled with goddamn lawyers making new laws." Sharpe recalled Napoleon's similar scorn of lawyers. Were soldiers and lawyers natural enemies, he wondered? Perhaps lawyers were the makers of peace, which was why warriors feared them. "Surely," he said carefully, "you can't have peace without laws." "Lawyers don't want peace," Cochrane responded fiercely. "All they want is to make money enforcing the law. That's what lawyers do. They make laws that no one needs. They make money disagreeing with each other what the damn law means. And the more they disagree, the more money they make. But still they go on making laws. And they make them ever more complicated so that they can get paid for arguing ever more intricately with one another. You call that peace? Oh, I grant you they're clever buggers, but God, how I hate lawyers!" Cochrane shouted the despairing cry to the cold, ship-breaking wind. "In all history," he went on, "can you name one great deed or one noble achievement ever done by a lawyer? Can you think of any single thing that any lawyer has ever done to increase human happiness by so much as a smile? Can you think of even one lawyer who could stand with the heroes, who could stand with the great and the daring and the saintly and the imaginative and the wondrous and the good? Of course not. Can a rat fly with eagles?" Cochrane had talked himself into a bitter mood. "It's the lawyers, of course, who refused to honour the contract the government made with me. It's the lawyers who ordered me to capture Valdevere, knowing full well that it can't be done. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try." He paused again and looked down at the chart. "Except I doubt this broken ship will ever sail as far as Valdevere. Perhaps I'll have to console myself by capturing Puerto Cachiro instead." Sharpe felt his heart give a small leap of hope. "Well, that's where I want to go," he said. "Why in God's name would you want to go to a shit-stinking hole like Puerto Cachiro?" Cochrane asked. "Because Blas Vivar is buried there," Sharpe said. Cochrane stared at Sharpe with a sudden and astonishing incredulity. "He's what?" "Blas Vivar is buried in the garrison church of Puerto Cachiro." Cochrane seemed flabbergasted. He opened his mouth to speak, but for once could find nothing to say. "I've seen his grave," Sharpe explained. "That's why I was in Chile, you see." "You crossed the world to see a grave?" "I was a friend of Vivar, and we came here to take his body home to Spain." "Good God Almighty," Cochrane said, then turned to look up at the foremast, where a group of his men were retrieving the halyards that had been severed when the mainmast fell. "Oh, well," he said in a suddenly uninterested voice, "I suppose they had to bury the poor fellow somewhere." It was Sharpe's turn to be puzzled. Cochrane's first reaction to Don Blas's burial had been an intrigued astonishment, but now his lordship was feigning an utter carelessness. And suddenly, standing on the same quarterdeck where Captain Ardiles had told him the story, Sharpe remembered how Blas Vivar had been carried north in the Espiritu Santo for a secret rendezvous with Lord Cochrane. A story that had seemed utterly fantastic when Sharpe had first heard it, but which now seemed to make more sense. "I was told that Don Blas once tried to meet you, but was prevented by bad weather. Is that true?" he asked Cochrane. Cochrane paused for an instant, then shook his head. "That's nonsense. Why would a man like Vivar want to meet me?" Sharpe persisted, despite his lordship's glib denial. "Ardiles told me the ship carried Vivar north, but that a storm kept him from the rendezvous." Cochrane scorned the tale with a hoot of laughter. "You've been at the Wayne, Sharpe. Why the hell would Vivar want to meet me? He was the only decent soldier Madrid ever sent here, and he didn't want to talk to the likes of me. He wanted to kill me. Good God, man, we were enemies. Would Wellington have hobnobbed with Napoleon? There's a hound back with a fox." Cochrane paused as the frigate wallowed in a trough between two huge waves, then held his breath as she laboured up the slope to where the wind was blowing the crest wild. The pumps clattered below decks to spurt their feeble jets of splashing water overboard. "You said you were a friend of Blas Vivar?" Cochrane asked, when he was sure that the frigate had endured. "It was a long time ago," Sharpe said. "We met during the Corunna campaign." "Did you now?" Cochrane responded blithely, as though he didn't really care one way or another how Sharpe and Vivar had met. Yet despite the assumed carelessness, Sharpe detected something strangely alert in the tall, red-haired man's demeanour. "I heard something very odd about Vivar," Cochrane went on, though with a studied tone of indifference. "Something about his having an elder brother who fought for the French?" He did, yes." Sharpe wondered from where Cochrane had dragged up that ancient story, a story so old that Sharpe himself had half forgotten about it. "The brother was a passionate supporter of Napoleon, so naturally wanted a French victory in Spain. Don Blas killed him." "And the brother had the same name as Don Blas?" Cochrane asked with an interest which, however he tried to disguise it, struck Sharpe as increasingly acute. "I can't remember what the brother was called," Sharpe said. Then he realized exactly how such a confusion might have arisen. Don Blas inherited his brother's title, so in that sense they shared the same name, yes. "The brother was the Count of Moromoto?" Cochrane asked eagerly. "Yes." "And the brother had no children," Cochrane continued the explanation, "so Blas Vivar inherited the title. Is that how it happened?" Sharpe nodded. "Exactly." "Ah," Cochrane said, as though something which had been puzzling him for a long time abruptly made good sense. But then he deliberately tried to pretend that the new sense didn't matter, by dismissing it with a flippant comment. "Oh, it's a Ramwalde." "Is it?" Sharpe asked. But Cochrane had abruptly lost interest in the coincidence of Blas Vivar and his brother sharing a title, and had started to pace his quarterdeck. He touched his hat to one of the two Spanish wives. The other, who had abruptly been translated into a widow the previous day, was in her cabin where her maid was trying to staunch her mistress's grief with unripe Chilean wine, while her husband, a wax thread stitched through his nose, was mouldering at the bottom of the Pacific. Cochrane suddenly stopped his pacing and turned on Sharpe. "Did you sail on the ship from Valdivia?" "No, from Puerto Cochero." "So how did you get from Valdivia to Puerto Cochero? By road?" Sharpe nodded. "Yes." "Aha!" Cochrane's enthusiasm was back. "Is it a road on which troops can march?" "Well, they can march," Sharpe said dubiously, "but they'll never drag cannon all that way, and 2 companies of infantry could hold an army at bay for a week." "Oh, you think so, do you?" Cochrane's enthusiasm faded as quickly as it had erupted. Cochrane had clearly been fantasizing about a land attack on Valdivia, but such an attack would be an impossibility without a corps of good infantry and several batteries of artillery. And even then, Sharpe wouldn't have wagered on its success. Siege warfare was the cruelest variety of battle, and the most deadly for the attacker. "Surely," Sharpe asked, "surely O'Higgins can't blame you if you fail to capture Valdivia?" "Bernardo knows which way his breeches button," Cochrane allowed. "But you have to understand that he's been seduced by the vision of becoming a respectable, responsible, sensible, reliable, boring, dull, and pious national leader. By which I mean that he listens to the bloody lawyers. They've told him he mustn't risk his own reputation by attacking Valdevere, and persuaded him that it's better for me to do the dirty work. Naturally, they haven't given me any extra soldiers, because I just might succeed if they had. I'm just supposed to work a miracle." He glowered unhappily, then folded up the chart. "No doubt we'll all be at the sea's bottom before the week's out," he said gloomily. "Valdevere or Puerto Cachiro. We probably won't reach either." The frigate creaked and rolled, and the pumps spewed their feeble splashes of water over the side. The motion of the stricken Espiritu Santo seemed ever more sluggish and ever more threatening. Sharpe, glancing up at the skies which glowered with clouds run ragged by the endless wind, sensed the hopelessness of the struggle. But even when there was no hope, men had to keep on fighting. And so they did, northwards, towards the great citadels of Spain. They pumped. By God, how they pumped! The leather pump hoses snaking down into the Espiritu Santo's bilges thrashed and spurted with the efforts of the men on the big oak handles. A man's spell at the handles was cut to just 15 minutes, not because that was the extent of anyone's endurance, but rather because that was as long as any man could pump at full exertion. And if the pumps slackened by so much as an ounce a minute, Cochrane swore the ship would be lost. Cochrane took turns himself now. He stripped to his waist and attacked the pump as though it was a lawyer whose head he'd pounded in with the big handles. Up and down, grunting and snarling, and the water spilt and slurped feebly over the side, and still the frigate seemed to settle lower in the water and wallow ever more sluggishly. The carpenters sounded the bilges again, and reported that the hull timbers had been rotten. The frigate had been the pride of the Spanish Navy, yet some of her protective copper must have been lost at sea, and the teredos and gribbleworms had attacked her bottom starboard timbers. The wood had been turned into riddled pulp, which, compressed by the explosion of the Mary Starbuck, had shattered into rotted fragments. "No one noticed the one damage?" Cochrane asked, but no one had, for it had been concealed in the darkest, deepest, foulest, rankest depths of the ship, and so the sea had flooded in, and now the battled survivors must pump for their lives. The men who were not pumping formed a bucket chain, desperately scooping water out of the dark, flooding bilges. The carronades were jettisoned, then the long-chasing 9-pounders, and finally all the other guns on board the frigate were thrown overboard, save only the 2 stern chasers, which, mounted in Ardita's quarters, were left untouched out of respect for the grieving Spanish captain. Yet still the Espiritu Santo continued to take on water, and to settle ever lower into the cold sea. Cochrane surreptitiously ordered the frigate's longboats to be provisioned with water casks and barrels of salt pork. "There's enough space to save half the ship's people," Cochrane admitted to Sharpe, "but only half. The rest of us will drown." The rats, sensing the disaster that was going to overtake the ship, had long abandoned the bilges to run about the gun deck and to cause screams from the women and children in the passengers' quarters. On their 5th day, when the ship seemed sure to founder, so low was she riding, Cochrane ordered another fother-made. But this he ordered big enough to straddle half the starboard hull. The tired, wet, hungry men heaved the great cloth pad into place. It took hours, but not long after the job was finished, the carpenters sounded the ship's well and claimed the pumps were maybe holding their own, and a tired cheer went up at such grudging good news. Some of the men were all in favour of running ashore and risking the channel entrances in hope of finding a safe haven, but Cochrane stubbornly insisted on keeping his northward course. On the 6th day, they sighted a great black cliff off to the east, but Cochrane wore ship and stood back out to sea. The squalls crashed about the frigate, streaming from the scuppers that had at last been scarred of their blood. Cochrane's ebullience was gone, frayed by weariness and hunger. Everyone was hungry. The Espiritu Santo's food had been kept in the bilge, and when it flooded, the seawater destroyed what a legion of rats had been unable to consume. The bread and flour had been reduced to a soggy paste inside their barrels. There was plenty of strongly salted meat, but finding it in the dark, slopping water that still churned about the bilges was increasingly hard. The pigs, chickens, and sheep that had been put aboard to provide fresh meat in the mid-Atlantic were slaughtered, their squeals and blood thick in the wet air. More men died. The sailcloth shroud of one man tore when he was jettisoned overboard, and the round shot that should have dragged his body to the seabed fell free. The corpse in its grey bag floated behind the ship as a reminder of just how slowly the Espiritu Santo was sailing. She was limping north, travelling scarce faster than a half-shrouded body. At dusk the corpse was still there, its face bobbing up and down from the green waves in mocking obeisance. But then, in a churning horror of foam and savagery, a great black and white beast with fangs like saw blades erupted out of the deep to carry the corpse away. Sharpe, who didn't see the attack, was inclined to dismiss the story as another monstrous invention, but Cochrane confirmed it. "That was a killer whale," he told Sharpe with a shudder. "Nasty things." Some of Cochrane's men swore the whale's coming was an evil omen, and as the day waned it seemed they must be right, for the ship had begun to settle again, ever deeper. The pumps and buckets were losing the battle. Still they fought, none harder than Cochrane's band of seasoned fighters. They were a strange piratical mixture of Criollos, Mestizos, Spaniards, Irish, Scots, Englishmen, Americans, and even a handful of Frenchmen. They reminded Sharpe yet again of Napoleon's observation about the world being filled with troubled men, accustomed to war, who only waited for a leader to bring them together to assault the citadels of respectable property. Cochrane's seamen, good fighters all, were as savage as their master. "They fight for money," Cochrane told Sharpe. "A few, are here to free their country, but the rest would fight for whichever side paid the largest wages, which is another reason I need to capture Valdivia. I need its treasury to pay my rascals." Yet, next dawn, under a grey, sad sky from which a thin, spiteful rain leached like poison, the frigate was lower in the water than it had been all week. The carpenters suggested that more planks had sprung, and suggested heading for land. Cochrane gloomily agreed. But then, just as he'd given up hope, a strange sail was seen to northwards. "God help us now," an Irish sailor said to Harper. "Why's that?" Harper, seeing the sail, anticipated a rescue. "Because if that's a Spanish ship, then we're all dead men. They don't have a broadside, nor do we, so they'll either stand off and pound us down into lumpy gravy, or else take us all prisoner, and there'll be no mercy shown to us in Valdivia. I'll have a priest bellowing in our ears, while the firing squad sends us all to Abraham's bosom. That's if they don't just hang us from their yardarms first, to save the cost of the powder and balls. Jesus, but I should have stayed in Paris, so I should." Cochrane ran to the foremast and climbed to the cross-trees, where he settled himself with a telescope. There was a long, agonizing wait. Then his lordship sent a cheer rippling down the deck. "That's the O'Higgins, my boys! That's the O'Higgins!" The relief was as palpable as if a flight of rescuing angels had descended from heaven. Cochrane's flagship had come south to search for his admiral, and the men on Espiritu Santo were saved. To fight again. Captain Ardiles, with the Espiritu Santo's crew and passengers, was ferried across to the Chilean flagship. The transfers were made in longboats that crashed hard against the Espiritu Santo's side as the prisoners climbed down precarious scrambling nets. The women and children, terrified of the nets, were lowered into the longboats with ropes. For every prisoner or passenger carried to the O'Higgins, a seaman came back. The O'Higgins also sent food, water, and 2 portable pumps that were lowered into the Espiritu Santo's bilges. Fresh, strong arms took over the pumping, and suddenly the tired and leaking ship was filled with a new life and hope. Cochrane, so closely snatched from shipwreck, was ebullient again. He welcomed the reinforcements aboard the Espiritu Santo, hurrahed as their new pumps began spewing water overboard, and insisted on sending obscenely cheerful messages to his own flagship. When he became bored with that occupation, he paced the quarterdeck with a bottle of wine in one hand and a cigar in the other. "You never told me, Sharpe," he hospitably offered a drink from the bottle, "just why Batista threw you out of Chile. Surely not because you wanted to filch Vivar's corpse." "It was because I was carrying a message for a rebel." "Who?" "A man called Charles. Do you know him?" "Of course I know him. He's my friend. My God, he's the only man in Santiago I can really trust." "Well, what did the message say?" "I don't know. It was in code." Cochrane's face had gone pale. "So, who was it from?" He asked the question in a voice that suggested he was afraid of hearing the answer. "Napoleon." "Oh, dear God." Cochrane paused. "Batista has the message now." "Yes." Cochrane swore. "How in hell's name did you become Boney's messenger?" "He tricked me into carrying it," Sharpe explained as best he could, though the explanation sounded lame. Cochrane, who had seemed appalled when he first heard of the intercepted message, now appeared more interested in the Emperor. "How was he asked eagerly. "He was bored," Sharpe said, "bored and fat. But alert, energetic, quick." The one-word questions were fierce. "No, he looked terrible." "Ill?" Cochrane asked. "He's out of condition. He's fat and pale." "But he made sense to you?" Cochrane asked urgently. "His brain is still working. He's not a lunatic." "Oh, Christ, no, he made perfect sense." Cochrane paused, drawing on his cigar. "You liked him?" "Yes, I did." "Funny, isn't it? You fight a man most of your life and end up liking the bugger." "You met him?" Sharpe asked. Cochrane shook his head. "I wanted to. I was on my way here. I wanted to call at St. Helena, but the winds were wrong and we were already late." Cochrane had crossed to the rail where he stopped to gaze at the O'Higgins. She was a handsome ship, a 50-gun battleship that had once sailed in the Spanish Navy and had been renamed by her captors. Her solidity looked wonderfully reassuring compared to the fragility of the half-sinking Espiritu Santo. "I should have killed Bonaparte," Cochrane said suddenly. "I should have stood him against the wall and shot him." "But you surprise me," Sharpe said. "I do?" Cochrane blew a plume of cigar smoke towards his flagship. "Why?" "You don't seem a vengeful man, that's why." "I don't want vengeance." Cochrane paused, his eyes resting again on the O'Higgins, which rocked her tall masts against the darkening sky. "I feel sorry for Bonaparte. He's only a young man. It's unfair to lock up a man like that. He set the world on fire, and now he's rotting away. I would have been kinder to have killed him. I should have given him a last salute, a flourish of trumpets, a blaze of glory, and a bullet in his heart. That's how I'd like to go. I don't want to make old bones." He drank from his bottle. "How old is Bonaparte?" 50, Sharpe said. Just 7 years older than himself, he thought. "I'm 45, Cochrane said. "And I can't imagine being cooped up on an island forever. My God, Bonaparte could fight 100 battles yet." "Well, that's exactly why they've cooped him up," Sharpe said. "Well, I can't help feeling for the man, that's all. And you say he's unwell, but not badly ill. He suffers from nothing that a day's freedom and the smell of a battlefield wouldn't cure." "Splendid! Splendid!" Cochrane said delightedly. Sharpe frowned. "What I don't understand is why Napoleon would be writing in code to your friend Charles." "You don't?" Cochrane asked, as if such a lack of understanding was extraordinary. "Well, it's simple, really. Charles is a curious fellow, always writing to famous people to seek their versions of history. He doubtless asked the Emperor about Austerlitz or Waterloo or whatever. Nothing to it, Sharpe, nothing at all." "And he wrote in code?" Sharpe asked in disbelief. "But how the hell would I know? You must ask Charles or the Emperor, not me." Cochrane dismissed the matter testily, then leant over the gunwale to shout a rude greeting at the last longboats to bring men from the O'Higgins. Those last reinforcements were a group of Chilean Marines under the command of Major Miller, a portly Englishman who, resplendent in a blue uniform coat, had a tarred moustache with upturned tips. "Proud to meet you, Sharpe, proud indeed." Miller clicked his heels in formal greeting. I was with the Buffs at Oporto. You'll doubtless recall that great day. I was wounded there, recovered for Albuera, and what a bastard of a fight that was. Got wounded again, was patched up for that bloody business in the Roncesvalles Pass, got shot again, and was invalided out of the service with a gammy leg. So now I'm fighting for Cochrane. The money's better if we ever get paid, and I haven't been shot once. This old ship's a bit buggered, isn't she?" The Espiritu Santo was indeed buggered, so much so that, despite the influx of fresh muscle and the extra pumps, Cochrane reluctantly accepted that the captured frigate could never sail as far as Valdivia without repairs. "It'll have to be Puerto Crociero," he told Major Miller, who bristled with confidence at the news, and alleged that capturing the small harbour would entail less work and smaller risk than a night spent in a Santiago whorehouse. "Oh, my chaps will make sure work of Puerto Crociero, mark my words, Sharpe. These are villains." Miller's villains numbered exactly 50, of whom only 45 actually carried weapons. The remaining 5 Marines were musicians, 2 drummers and 3 flautists. "I used to have a bagpiper," Miller said wistfully. "Splendid fellow. He couldn't play to save his life, but the noise he made was simply magnificent. Bloody Dago shot him in a nasty little fight when we captured one of their frigates. One squelcher at iron cord, and that was the end of the poor bugger. Shame. I shot the bagpipes, too. I tried to mend them, but they were beyond hope. We buried them, of course, all military honours. Sharpe diffidently wondered whether abandoning 10% of his muskets to music was wise, but Miller dismissed Sharpe's implied objections. Music's the key to victory, Sharpe. Always has been and always will be. One thing I noted in the Frog Wars was our chaps always won when we had music. Stirs up the blood, makes a chap think he's invincible. No, my dear fellow, my 45 chaps fight like tigers, so long as the music's chirruping. But if a flute stops to take a breath, they wilt into milksops. If I could find the instruments, I'd have half the bastards playing music and only half fighting. Nothing would stop me then. I'd march from here to Toronto and kill everything in between. Miller looked extraordinarily pleased at such a prospect. So, my dear fellow, you've been to Puerto Cochera, have you? Much in the way of defences there? Sharpe had already described the defences to Lord Cochrane, but now, and as soberly as he could, he described the formidable fortress that dominated Puerto Cochero's harbour. From the landward side, Sharpe averred it was impregnable. The seaward defences were probably more attainable, but only if the cannon on the wide fire steps could be dismounted or otherwise destroyed. How many guns? Miller asked. I saw 12. There must be others, but I didn't see them. Calibre? 36-pounders. They've also got the capacity to heat shot. Miller sniffed, as if to suggest that such defences were negligible. But Sharpe noted that the belligerent major seemed somewhat crestfallen. And so he should have been, for a dozen 36-pounder cannon were a considerable obstacle to any attack. Not only were such guns heavier than anything on board Cochrane's ships, but they were also mounted high on the fortress, and could thus fire down onto the decks of the two frigates. Such huge round shot, slamming into the decks and crashing on through the hull to thump through a boat's bilges, could sink a ship in minutes. Indeed, the fragile Espiritu Santo would hardly need one such heavy shot to send her to the bottom. Worse still, the 36-pound iron shots could be heated to a red heat. Then, if such a ball lodged in a ship's timber, a fire could start in seconds. And Sharpe had already seen in the Mary Starbuck just how vulnerable wooden ships were to fire. From the moment the two ships entered the outer harbour until the moment they touched against the quay, they would be under a constant hammering fire. Captain General Batista was a man of limited military imagination, but his one certainty was that artillery won wars, and by trying to sail the Espiritu Santo and the O'Higgins into Puerto Cochero's harbour, Cochrane was playing right into Batista's unimaginative trap. The red-hot 36-pound cannonballs, with whatever other guns the defenders could bring to bear, would pound the two warships into embers of bloody matchwood long before they reached the quay. And even if by some miracle one of the ships did limp through the hail of round shot and managed to land an attacking force on the quay, there'd still be plenty of Spanish infantry ready to defend the steep, open stairway with musket fire and bayonets. Miller's two drummers and three flautists would be helpless against such flailing and punishing fire. Yet Cochrane insisted it could be done. "Trust me, Sharpe, trust me." "I've told you, my lord, you're doing precisely what the Spaniards want you to do. Trust me, trust me." The Spanish fortress guns were not the only obstacles to Cochrane's blithe optimism. Even the tide pattern suggested the attack could not succeed. The waterlogged Espiritu Santo, which Cochrane insisted would be the assault ship, could only get alongside the fortress quay at the very top of the high tide. If the attack was just 1 hour late, the water would have dropped far enough to prevent the frigate reaching the quayside. That narrow tidal opportunity dictated that the attack would have to be mounted at dawn, and the approach to the harbour made in a misty half-darkness, for the next morning's suitable high tide fell just as the sun would be rising. Sharpe, not given easily to despair, suspected the whole assault was doomed. Yet Cochrane still insisted it could be done. "That would be more sensible to use the O'Higgins to carry the assault troops, of course," Cochrane allowed. "She's got guns and is undamaged. But if anything went wrong, I'd lose her, so I might as well stay in the Espiritu Santo. Of course, Sharpe, if you're scared of the proceedings, then I'll quite understand if you'd rather watch from the deck of the O'Higgins." Sharpe was almost tempted to accept the offer. This was not his fight, and he had no particular taste for Cochrane's elaborate suicide mission, but he was unwilling to admit to Cochrane or to Major Miller that he was frightened, and besides, he had business of his own in Puerto Cochero, and a grudge against the man who had expelled him, so he did have a reason to fight, even if the fight was hopeless. "I'll stay with the ship," he said. "Even though you think it's suicide?" Cochrane teased Sharpe. "I wish I could think otherwise," Sharpe said. "You forget," Cochrane said, "what the Spaniards say of me. I'm the devil. I work black magic, and in tomorrow's dawn, Sharpe, you'll see just how devilish I can be." His lordship laughed, while his ship, pumps clattering, limped towards battle. End of Side 10. Side 11. Chapter 7. Major Miller possessed a large watch that was made, he touchingly claimed, of East Indian gold. Yet it was a gold stranger than any Sharpe had ever seen, for the outside of the watch case was rusted orange, and its insides tarnished black. The watch itself was famously erratic, causing Miller to be forever shaking it, or tapping it, or even dropping it experimentally on what he described as the softer portions of the deck. Once it was ticking, however, he declared the watch to be the most accurate and reliable of all timepieces. "1 hour to high tide," he now confidently declared, then held the watch to his ear before adding, somewhat ominously, "Or maybe less." Sharpe hoped it was more, much more, for the stricken Espiritu Santo still seemed a long way from the rocky headland which protected Puerto Crucero's harbour, and if the frigate was to be successfully sailed right alongside the fortress quay, then the manoeuvre would need to be completed by the last moments of the rising tide. There would be sufficient water to make a landing possible for a whole hour after the high tide, but both Cochrane and his sailing master doubted that the attack could succeed after the tide had turned. The captured frigate's hull was so fouled by damage and by fothering, and her upper works poorly rigged, that the ship would probably be pushed backwards by the opposition of even the most feeble ebbing current. "But we'll make it!" Major Miller was imbued with an unconquerable optimism. "Tommy is too clever to make silly mistakes with the tide." Tommy was Lord Cochrane, and Miller's hero. Miller shook the watch dubiously, then, realizing that his gesture might suggest to an onlooker that the precious timepiece was not working to its vaunted perfection, he stuffed it back into a pocket of his waistcoat. "You and Mr. Harper will do me the honour of attacking in our company? On my soul, Sharpe, but I never thought I'd live to see the day when I'd swing a sword in your company." "And the honour will all be mine," Sharpe said gallantly, then turned as one of the 2 remaining cannon on board the Espiritu Santo banged its flat, hard sound across the water. The success of the attack depended entirely on a ruse devised by Lord Cochrane, but a ruse so brilliantly conceived that Sharpe was convinced it must succeed in deceiving the enemy. The deception was a piece of theatre which had been suggested to his lordship by the Espiritu Santo's woeful condition. The Spanish frigate was, even to the most untutored eye, a ship on the very edge of disaster, a ship battered and sinking, a ship partially dismasted, a ship canted and stricken, a wounded ship that had been outfought and near sunk, a ship at the very end of her life. And if, Lord Cochrane reasoned, such a beaten vessel was to be seen limping into Puerto Crucero's harbour, and if, moreover, the broken vessel was seen to be under attack by the dreaded O'Higgins, then the fort's defenders must assume that the Espiritu Santo was still fighting for Spain, and those defenders, instead of firing at the limping ship, would actually seek to protect her from the pursuing rebel flagship. The O'Higgins, in order to make the illusion complete, had changed her own appearance. The main and mizzen topmasts had been unshipped and slung down to the deck, to make it seem that she had suffered damage, in what Puerto Crichero's defenders must be convinced had been a long-running fight at sea. Old sails had been left draped on the O'Higgins' decks, to suggest that not enough men remained alive to clear her battle damage. Then, to add verisimilitude to the deception, the O'Higgins had been firing at the Espiritu Santo since dawn, but the shots were deliberately sporadic, as though the rebel gunners were tired to the point of despair. Thus, if the ruse succeeded, the watchers in Puerto Crichero would see a shattered Spanish warship fighting her way into the refuge of their harbour, desperately needing the fort's assistance to drive away her battered and wounded pursuer. The ruse, Sharpe didn't doubt, would succeed in bringing the Espiritu Santo safe to the defender's quay, but it would not guarantee that Cochrane's handful of men would then succeed in climbing from that quay to capture the towering citadel. Cochrane's devilment had, if the tide permitted, guaranteed success for the first part of the assault, but Sharpe didn't know what magic would then take over to waft Miller's Marines up the steep stone stairs. Not that Major Miller had any doubts. "I just hope," he declared again and again to Sharpe, "that General Batista is still in the fortress. It would give me great pleasure to capture him. My God, Sharpe, but I'll teach him to insult an Englishman." Miller, who seemed to forget sometimes that he officially fought for the Chilean Republic now, touched the stiff, tarred tips of his moustache. "How many defenders are there in the fort, do you think?" Miller suddenly asked. It seemed a little late to be asking such a question. 300, Sharpe guessed, but having been inside the citadel, he was fairly sure of his guess. He estimated that the Spanish had 3 understrength companies of infantry, say 200 men, supported by 60 or 70 gunners and a group of cooks, clerks, and quartermaster's staff. 300, Sharpe said again, but more firmly. "And we have 100 in the attacking party," Miller said, not with despair, but rather with a kind of pride that the imminent victory would be gained by such an outnumbered band. Half the attackers were Miller's Marines, the other half Cochrane's seamen, a vagabond band of fearsome men carrying butcher's weapons and double-shotted muskets. Ahead of the Espiritu Santo now, the sun was rising above the far mountains, so that the world's edge seemed to be a jagged black silhouette lined with fire. Torn clouds of gold and scarlet flew above the sun's ascent. In the nearer valleys, still hugged by darkness, a mist silvered the threatening shadows. A shimmer of smoke showed above the black headland to betray where Puerto Crichero's kitchen fires were lit. Above that headland was the grim outline of the waiting fortress high on its crag. Closer yet was a handful of fishing boats, which, terrified of stray shots from the pair of fighting warships, were trying to reach the safety of the harbour. The gunfire crashed again as the O'Higgins turned to fire a pretend broadside. Some of the Chilean flagship's guns were properly loaded with round-shot, for Cochrane insisted that the sound of a blank gun was utterly different to the full-throated explosion of a barrel charged with lethal round-shot. Besides, the huge splashes of water exploding close to the Espiritu Santo as the round-shot ploughed into the sea only added to the verisimilitude of Cochrane's deception. That deception was furthered by the huge shot-torn banner of Spain that he'd ordered hoisted at the Espiritu Santo's stern. "They'll have seen us by now," Miller declared in a voice so loud and confident that Sharpe knew the jaunty marine was nervous. Men's voices always seemed louder in the moments before battle, the moments when they had nothing to say, but spoke anyway, just to prove that fear was not making their hearts flabby and bellies sour. "They'll have heard us an hour ago," Sharpe said. He imagined the defenders high on the fortress ramparts, staring through long brass telescopes at the sea battle. He imagined, too, the iron round-shot being heated in the roaring furnaces beneath the bastions. The 36-pounders were probably already loaded, perhaps double-shotted with coal missiles, but their second and third salvos could leave traces of smoke as the red-hot shot seared above the cold morning sea. "Hide yourselves, gentlemen, hide yourselves!" Lord Cochrane, gripping the quarterdeck rail above Sharpe's head, spoke softly, yet Sharpe could hear the excitement in the rebel admiral's voice. Cochrane, Sharpe thought, was febrile with anticipation. If Cochrane was nervous, it didn't show, and somehow his confidence communicated itself to the attack force, which now dutifully concealed itself deep in the shadows under the break of the poop. They would stay under the concealing quarterdeck until the frigate actually touched the stone of the fortress quay. Then, screaming their battle cry, they'd erupt onto the astonished defenders. by which time, if Cochrane was right, the Espiritu Santo would be too close to the citadel for the gunners in their high batteries to be able to depress their cannons' barrels. It was possible, Cochrane allowed, that there might be cannons on the quay, cannons which could wreak a terrible slaughter from the moment the Spanish ensign was dropped and the Chilean run up. So the first of Cochrane's men ashore were under orders to assault any such close and inconvenient guns. Major Miller, following hard on the heels of those first desperate men, would then lead his marines in their attack up the rock-built stairs that led initially to the big 36-pounders on their wide bastion, and afterwards into the very heart of the citadel. "Not long now, boys, not long now," Cochrane called softly. The wind felt cold. Sharpe shivered. He was thinking of that long open stairway that ran so steeply up the wind-fretted crag. It would only take one company of Spanish infantry to hold those stairs through all eternity. He looked sideways at Harper and saw a strained look on his friend's broad face. Harper, catching Sharpe's glance, grimaced, as if to suggest that he realized how mad they were to be taking a part in this foolery. One of Miller's two drummers gave his instrument an experimental tap. A man coughed horribly, then spat relievedly. Behind the waiting men in the Espiritu Santo's lavish stern cabins, the long-barreled 9-pounders fired. Sharpe imagined the splash of the skipping shots as they whipped past the pursuing O'Higgins. Footsteps sounded loud on the quarterdeck above. Sharpe and Miller, peering out from under the poop, saw that the frigate had passed the outer headland and was now limping towards the fort that lay only a half-mile away. The American brigantine, with her flamboyantly huge ensign, still lay at her twin anchors in the outer roadstead. "Heads down, my lads!" Cochrane called from the quarterdeck. Besides Cochrane himself, only a dozen men were on deck, all of them Spanish speakers. One of those men was waiting with the furled rebel ensign, because under the rules of war, not a shot could be fired against the enemy till the Espiritu Santo displayed her true colours. The fort's defenders, doubtless recognizing the Espiritu Santo as one of their own ships, would be watching the O'Higgins now, measuring their distance, waiting for her hull to clear the headland, and thus expose herself to their dreadful fire. Sailors were lining the rails of the American brigantine, drawn there by the great percussive explosions of gunfire that had startled this Chilean dawn. Gulls screamed in the frigate's broken rigging. Sharpe could smell shellfish and seaweed. He could also smell the smoke from the cooking fires in the fishing hovels beyond the beach, and he thought how different the land smelt from the sea. Then he obsessively drew the sword he'd borrowed from Lord Cochrane, an inch free from its scabbard, to make sure that the blade was not stuck. In battle he'd known men killed because their swords had rusted into their scabbards. The pumps clattered on the lower deck to spurt discoloured bilge water into the silvery grey harbour. One of Miller's flautists blew 3 fast and plaintive notes, as if checking that his instrument still worked. "Not yet, boys," Miller said, "not yet. And when we do attack, boys, I want to hear Heart of Oak." He beat time to a tune heard only in his head, then explained to Sharpe that 2 of his flautists were Chilean, and therefore unfamiliar with patriotic British songs. "But I taught him, Sharpe, on my soul I taught him." Unable to restrain himself, the Major burst into song. "Come cheer up, my lads, 'tis to glory we steer, to add something more to this wonderful year. To honour we call you, nor press you like slaves, for who are so free as the sons of the waves? Heart of oak are our ships, heart of oak are our men, we always are ready, steady, boys, Stop that bloody caterwauling down below!" came a bellow from the quarterdeck. 1,000 apologies, my lord." Miller was mortified to have earned a reproof from his beloved Cochrane. "Save your dreadful music for the enemy, Miller." Cochrane was clearly amused by Miller's singing. "Whatever you say, my lord, and I'm much obliged for your lordship's advice." "And cheer up, lads!" Cochrane called down to all the hidden men who were nervously waiting for the attack to begin. "There are whores with tits of purest gold ashore. One more hour and we'll all be drunk, rich, and Rogered witless." Major Miller smiled confidingly at Sharpe. "Great man, our Tommy, a great man. A hero, Sharpe, like yourself, cut from the old cloth, poured from an antique mould, sprung from ancient seed, clean hewn from solid oak." Miller, moved by this elaborate encomium, sniffed. "He may be a Scotsman, but at heart there's English oak there, Sharpe, pure English oak. I'm proud to know him, I am, proud indeed." Miller looked as if he needed to cuff a tear from his eye, but his emotional outpouring of loyalty was cut short by an appalling crash of gunfire from the castle ramparts. Heavy round shots screamed overhead, slashing above the Espiritu Santo's truncated masts to blast fountains of water close to the pursuing O'Higgins. The Chilean flagship immediately answered with a deafening full broadside. "God save Ireland," Harper said, "but I never thought to be in a battle again." The Chilean shots cracked against the castle crag, splintering shards of stone, but otherwise doing no damage. Other guns were firing now, lighter guns, cracking their missiles down from the citadel's highest ramparts. Sharpe imagined the round shots smashing through the O'Higgins' hull timbers. God help them, he thought. God help them. So far, at least, the deception had worked, and no Spanish guns were firing at the Espiritu Santo. All the dreadful gunnery was aimed at the O'Higgins. A strange voice called in a lull between the gunshots, and Sharpe, with an apprehensive leap of his heart, realized that the voice must have been calling from somewhere ashore. They were close. So close. A wisp of mist drifted across the wreckage, which Cochrane had artistically strewn on the Espiritu Santo's main deck. The voice called again, and this time a man shouted in answer from the frigate's bows, explaining that the Espiritu Santo had been in a running fight with the devil Cochrane these last 6 days, and that the frigate was filled with wounded, but, praise God and St. James, they'd slaughtered and wounded scores of their enemies, and might even have killed that devil Cochrane with their gunnery. Another terrible crash of gunfire was followed by a horribly familiar rending sound, as the great cannonballs ripped the sky apart. Sharpe, looking up through the Espiritu Santo's tattered rigging, saw the smoke trails of heated shot. "God help the O'Higgins," he said softly. "God help us all," Harper responded. A Marine crossed himself. Miller was singing again, though under his breath for fear of offending Cochrane. The men at the pumps faltered for a second, then began their desperate pumping again. Footsteps paced, slow and comforting, on the quarterdeck above. "Not long now, lads," Cochrane's voice called softly. "Think of the waiting horse. Think of the gold. Think of the plunder we'll take. Not long now." The man on the frigate's beakhead was calling more news ashore. "Captain Ardiles was dead," he said, "and the first lieutenant dying." "We have women and children on board," he called ashore. 20 paces, no more," Cochrane warned his attackers. "I pray there's water under our keel," Miller said in sudden fear. "God, give us water!" And Sharpe had a sudden image of the frigate stranded 15 paces from land and being pulverized by cannon fire. 15 paces, stay hidden now," Cochrane said. A Marine nervously scraped a sharpening stone down his fixed bayonet. Another felt the edge of his cutlass with his thumb. Sharpe had seen the man do the same thing at least a dozen times in the last minute. Miller took a huge deep breath, then spat onto the snakeskin handle of his sword. A gust of wind reflected off the citadel's crag to flog the edge of a sail and spray dew thick as rain down onto the frigate's deck. "Ensign!" Cochrane called sharply. "Hoist our colours!" The Spanish flag rippled down to be replaced immediately with the new Chilean flag. At the very same moment, there was a crash as the frigate's starboard quarter slammed into the quay. "Come on!" Cochrane roared. "Come on!" The assault force was still staggering from the impact of the frigate's crashing arrival against the quay, but now they pushed themselves upright and, screaming like devils, scrambled into the dawn's wan light. Cochrane was already poised on the ship's rail. The frigate had struck the quay and was now rebounding. The gap was 2 paces, 3, then Cochrane leapt. Other men were jumping ashore with berthing lines. "Come on, lads! Music!" Miller's sword was high in the air. A seaman had slung a prow ashore to act as a gangplank. A few men jostled to use it, but most men simply leapt to the quay from the frigate's starboard rail. A flute screeched. A drummer safe ashore gave a ripple of sound. A man screamed as he missed his footing and fell into the water. A cannon fired from the quay's far end, and a ball flashed harmlessly across the quarterdeck, bounced and ripped out a section of the port gunwale. Sharpe was at the rail now. Christ, but the gap looked huge, and beneath him was a churning mass of dirty white water. But men were shouting at him to make way, and so he jumped. The first men ashore were screaming defiance as they ran towards the small battery at the quay's end, where the gunners were desperately trying to slew their guns round to face the sudden enemy. Cannon smoke was blowing across the harbour. The O'Higgins had cleverly taken shelter behind the American brigantine, and the Spanish gunners, fearful of bombarding a neutral ship and unable to depress their heavy cannon sufficiently to fire down onto the Espiritu Santo, had temporarily ceased fire. Harper jumped and sprawled on the quay beside Sharpe. He picked himself up and ran towards the stone stairs. Major Miller was already on the steps, climbing as fast as his short legs would carry him. Behind him a mass of men flooded onto the stairway. Fear gave the attack a desperate impetus. A last cannon fired from the quay battery, and Sharpe saw one of Miller's marines torn bloody by the bull's terrible strike. Then a musket banged from the citadel, high above, and the bull flattened itself on the quay. The quay battery was finished. Its gunners were either bayoneted, shot, or had jumped into the water. Lord Cochrane, that task successfully completed, was running to the stairs, trying to catch up with Miller's frantic assault. Sharpe ran with Cochrane, easily outpacing the fat Harper, who was struggling behind. "Jesus Christ, but this is wonderful! Oh, God, but this is wonderful! What joy this is!" Cochrane was talking to himself, lost in a heaven of weltering blood and banging gunfire. "Christ, but what a way to live! Isn't this wonderful? Poor my soul, what a morning!" His lordship elbowed his way through Miller's rear ranks so he could lead the attack. The stairs led first to the terrace, where the Indian, Ferdinand, had been murdered by the big 36-pounder gun. 3 of those guns fired as Sharpe neared the terrace, and their muzzle flashes seemed to fill the whole sky with one searing and percussive explosion. The gunners had not fired at any particular target, but had merely emptied their barrels before abandoning the huge weapons. Major Miller and his marines were on the bastion now, but the Spanish gunners were in full flight, leaping off the battery's far wall to scramble away across the bare rock slope. The iron door of the shot-heating furnace had been left open, so that the air above the brick structure shimmered with a dreadful heat. "Leave them be!" Cochrane roared at the handful of marines who seemed intent on chasing the gunners. "Miller, up the stairs, follow me!" The main battery was captured, but the citadel itself was still in Spanish hands, and the hardest part of the attack was yet to be completed. Cochrane, knowing that he had to exploit the surprise he'd achieved, was leading a madcap charge up the wider flight of stairs that led into the very heart of the fortress. Once those stairs were climbed, the fort must inevitably fall. But Cochrane knew only too well that he needed to reach the summit before the Spaniards recovered from the shock of the attack. The staircase was foully steep, and offered an attacker no shelter, so that a handful of determined defenders could hold the stairs for eternity. "Follow! Follow! Follow!" Cochrane, knowing he had only seconds to capture the citadel, roared the word. "Cochrane!" His men responded, but faintly, for they were out of breath. They'd spent too long on board ship, and their legs seemed weak. The assault was slowing down as burning muscles and cramp took their toll. Then, appallingly, a rank of muskets crashed and flamed from high above the breathless attackers. One of Miller's marines toppled backwards, his mouth full of blood. A seaman screamed, then cartwheeled down the steps to carry 2 more men away in his helpless tumble. Sharpe saw musket smoke spurting out of the arched windows from where he watched Ferdinand's grisly death. Then he saw a mighty billow of smoke erupt from the arch at the top of the stairway, and he knew that the Spanish had succeeded in posting a company of infantry at the top of the rock-cut stairs. And if those infantrymen were only half good, then the Spanish must win. The infantry was good enough. Their first 2 volleys were followed by another within just 15 seconds. 2 more marines fell backwards. A dozen men had collapsed on the steps. Some were dead, some wounded. A drummer was screaming in pain, his hand fluttering on the drumskin to make a grotesque, dying music. Cochrane's gamble, that had depended on reaching the top of the stairs before the Spanish defenders barred the archway, had failed. "Fire!" Miller shouted, and his men hammered a feeble volley at the musket smoke. But the volley was almost immediately answered by another cracking smack of musket fire. The balls sliced and lashed past Sharpe's ears. A corporal was vomiting blood and slipping back down the slope. Miller fired a useless pistol at the defenders, then screamed defiance, but the Spaniards had the best of this fight. Not only were there more of them, but they had the advantage of the high ground. They were well trained, too. The company was rotating its ranks. As soon as the front rank had poured its musketry down into the rebel attack, it stepped back to be replaced by the second rank, which, its guns reloaded and ready, added its fire, before the third rank stepped forward. They were firing like British infantry had used to fire. They'd established a murderous rhythm of volleys that would keep firing till the attackers were reduced to twitching, bloody carcasses on the steps. It was volley fire like this which had defeated Napoleon at Waterloo, and which now was throwing back Cochrane at Puerto Crechero. "Down!" Cochrane shouted. "Get down!" The man had the devil's own luck, for despite being in the front rank, he was unscathed, but his assault was in horrid confusion. Sharpe had a pistol that he fired at one of the arched windows that lay high to his right. He saw a chip of stone fly off the window ledge. Harper dropped beside Sharpe. "Christ save Ireland!" Harper panted. "For this is desperate." He levelled his borrowed musket and fired up into the smoke. "I told the wife I'd be doing nothing dangerous. Not a thing I told her, except the sea voyage, and that never worries her, because she's a great believer in St. Brendan's protection, so she is." All this while Harper was reloading the musket with a skill that betrayed his years of soldiering. "Jesus, but the money that woman wastes on candles! Christ! I could have let my way to the shithole of Hell and back with all the bloody candles she'd given to the holy saints. But I wish she'd lit a bloody candle to keep me safe in a fight." He aimed up the steps in the general direction of the smoke cloud and pulled the trigger. "God help us." He began reloading. "I mean, there's no way out of here, is there? A bloody boat will be hard aground in a minute to see." Sharpe saw a man leaning out of a window to fire at the attackers cowering on the steps. He aimed the reloaded pistol and fired, and saw a spurt of blood vivid in the grey morning as the man toppled down the crag's face. "Got one," he said happily. "Good for you." Harper raised himself and fired over the prone bodies of the Marines higher up the steps. A volley smacked down, blasting a chip of stone from the stair beside Sharpe. "This can't last!" Sharpe shouted at Harper. He needed to shout, for the musketry was almost continuous now, suggesting that the Spaniards had concentrated even more muskets at the top of the steps. For the defenders, this was like shooting rats in a barrel. They'd be grinning as they fired, knowing that this day they were defeating the dreaded Lord Cochrane, and that all Spain would rejoice when that news reached home. Another volley banged, and the dead bodies which made a protective breastwork for Sharpe and Harper twitched under the flail of lead. "On, my good boys, on!" Miller called, but no one obeyed, for there could be no chance of surviving an uphill attack into that rending, flickering, crashing and unending fire. Any man who tried to climb the stairs would be cut down in seconds, thrown back to the quay that was already piled with the blood-spattered dead who had rolled down the steps. "Stay down!" Cochrane countermanded Miller's hopeless order. "Stay low! It's all going to be well. I've a trick or two yet, boys!" "Jesus, but he needs a bloody trick now," Harper said, then raised the musket blindly over the parapet of the dead bodies to pull its trigger. "God save Ireland, but we're dead men unless he can get us out of here." Miller shouted at his musicians to play louder, as though their feeble and ragged music could somehow turn back the surging tide of disaster. Some of Miller's experienced Marines, realizing how hopeless was their plight, began to edge backwards. There had been a chance of capturing the fortress, even a good chance, but only if the surprise attack had reached the head of the staircase before the defenders had rallied. But the attackers had failed by yards, and now the Spaniards were grinding Cochrane's men into blood and bones. More attackers began slipping down the steps. They were looking for possible escape routes round the harbour's edge. "Stay there!" Cochrane shouted. "It's all right, lads. Stay where you are. Wait for it. I promise everything will be well. Heads down now. Heads down. Keep your—" Cochrane's voice was swamped as the whole world suddenly exploded in noise and stone fragments. "Christ!" Harper screeched as the citadel's foundation seemed to shudder with the impact of gunfire. The O'Higgins, now that the citadel's main 36-pound battery had been silenced, had sailed out from the unwitting protection offered by the American ship, and had anchored with her starboard broadside facing the fortress. She had just fired that full broadside at the defenders bunched at the top of the broad flight of stairs. The volley of cannon fire had been shockingly dangerous to the attackers, but magnificent shooting all the same. At a range of almost half a mile, the flagship's guns were firing just feet over the heads of Cochrane's attackers. At least one cannonball fell short, for Sharpe saw a Marine virtually disintegrate just 5 steps above him. At one moment the man was aiming his musket, the next there was just a gory mess on the stairs and a crack of murderous intensity as the ball ricocheted on up towards the Spaniards. "Heads down!" Cochrane called again, and once again the broadside thundered from the Chilean warship. Stone shards struck from the battlements sang viciously over Sharpe's head. This, he remembered from the tales of survivors, was precisely how Wellington had captured San Sebastian. That great fortress, the last French bastion in Spain, had resisted every British attack, until at the very last moment of the very last assault, when the helpless attackers were dying in the great breach, as the French garrison poured a murderous fire into the red-coated ranks, Wellington had ordered his siege guns to fire just above the attackers' heads. The unexpected cannonade, catching the French defenders out of their entrenchments and exposed behind the breach's makeshift barricades, had turned the glorious French victory into a butcher's nightmare. The huge round shot had destroyed the French defenders, blowing them ragged, and a British defeat had turned into sudden triumph. Now Cochrane was trying the exact same trick. "Heads down!" Cochrane called again. He had clearly anticipated that the defenders might block the head of the stairs, and had thus arranged with the O'Higgins for this drastic solution that had caught the Spaniards bunched at the stairhead. "One more broadside, lads, then we'll fillet the bastards!" The third broadside slammed into the citadel above Sharpe. The defenders' musket fire, that a moment before had been so overwhelming, had now vanished, blown into whimpering carnage by the shocking violence of the naval gunnery. "Charge!" Cochrane was shouting, even as the brutal echo of the third broadside reverberated around the harbour. "Now charge!" They charged. They were men who wanted to revenge a near defeat, and the sound of their vengeance as they scrambled up the shot-mangled steps was blood-curdling. Somewhere ahead of Sharpe, steel scraped on steel, and a man screamed. The top of the stairs was a slaughter-yard of broken stone, blood, and mangled flesh. A Spanish drummer boy, scarce 10 years old, was curled at the side of the archway, his hands contracting into claws as he died. Sharpe, reaching the stair's head, found himself shrouded in a fog of dust and smoke. Screams sounded ahead of him. Then a Spanish soldier, his face a mask of blood, came charging from Sharpe's right. The man lunged his bayonet at Sharpe, who, with a practiced reflex, stepped back, tripped the man, then hacked down once with the sword. The borrowed blade seemed horribly light, and seemed to do so little damage. Harper, a pace behind Sharpe, killed the man with a thrust of his bayonet. A volley of muskets sounded through the smoke, but no bullets came near Sharpe or Harper, suggesting that the volley was a rebel salvo fired at the retreating defenders. "This way!" Miller's voice shouted. His remaining drummer was beating the charge, while the flautists were playing an almost recognizable version of Heart of Oak. The Marines ran to the left, charging down a stone tunnel that led to the parade ground. Sharpe and Harper went the other way. They pushed through a half-open door, stepped over the mangled body of a Spanish soldier, and found themselves in the great audience hall where Batista had so effortlessly humiliated Sharpe just days before. Now, in the smoky dust which hung in slanting beams of morning sunlight, they found the hall deserted of all but the dead. Sharpe stepped over a fallen bench and edged past the headless Spanish officer. One of the O'Higgins cannonballs had struck the huge iron chandelier, which, grotesquely bent and ripped from its chains, was now canted against the far wall. The defenders, who had been firing down from the great arched windows, had fled, leaving a litter of torn cartridge papers behind them. A dozen cannonballs lay on the stone floor. The places where they'd struck the wall opposite the big arched windows were marked by plate-sized craters. One of the round shot must have taken off the head of the Spanish officer, for the hall's dusty floor was decorated with a monstrous fan of freshly sprayed blood. Sharpe pushed open a door at the hall's far end to emerge onto the big parade ground. The Spaniards, in sheer terror, were abandoning the citadel's defences, running towards the gate at the far side of the citadel. A nearby battery of 9-pounder cannons was deserted, the gunner's linstock still smoking, the dirty sponge water in the bucket still rippling. Sharpe sheathed his sword and walked to the ramparts that had been smeared black with powder stains from the 9-pounder's discharge, and leant over the citadel's high edge to draw in a great breath of clean, cold air. Somewhere in the fortress a dog howled and a child screamed. "One of ours?" Harper said. "What's one of ours?" Sharpe asked. "A gun." Harper slapped the hot breech of the closest 9-pounder cannon, and Sharpe saw there the cipher of King George III. The gun was presumably one of the thousands that the British government had given to the Spanish during the French wars. Sharpe touched the raised cipher, and suddenly felt homesick, not for England and King George, but for Lucille, and for her kitchen in Normandy, and for the smell of dried herbs hanging from the beams, and for the rime of frost in the orchard, and cat ice in the dairy yard, and for the sound of his children's laughter. Then, like a warm rush, the knowledge flooded through Sharpe that his job in Chile was done, that there were no obstacles now to his taking Vivar's body, except the minor obstacle of finding a ship to carry the corpse home to Europe, and Sharpe supposed Cochrane would help him over that difficulty. Beneath Sharpe, her job well done, the Espiritu Santo was hard aground beside the wharf, and beginning to list as she took ground on the falling tide. Skeins of cannon smoke thinned and drifted across the outer harbour, where longboats, crammed with reinforcements from the O'Higgins, were being rowed ashore. The sailors on the American brigantine were cheering the passing boats, because, so far as they were concerned, Cochrane's rebels fought for liberty. Cochrane's rebels thought they were fighting for Cochrane, for whores and for gold, while the Spaniards, their cause lost, were fleeing. Sharpe and Harper, walking unmolested around the citadel's inner ramparts, watched scores of defeated soldiers running pell-mell down the hairpin bends of the approach road. A few, presumably officers, had horses, and were galloping towards the high road which led north to Valdivia. Some townsfolk, astonished by what this dawn had brought, stared in astonishment as the citadel's defeated garrison fled.
"God, but they broke fast,"
Harper said in wonderment. "Oh, they did," Sharpe agreed. He had seen soldiers run before, but never so easily as this. At Waterloo the French had run, but only after they'd fought all day with snarling courage. Yet these Spanish defenders, after firing a handful of volleys, had simply collapsed. Sharpe, given the citadel to defend, would have sheltered his men as soon as the frigate fired her first broadside, then counterattacked the moment the cannonade lifted. But the Spanish defences and the morale of the garrison had proved as brittle as eggshells. The royal forces had been on the very edge of victory, but no one on the Spanish side had realized it, or had known how to capitalize on it. "They have rotted away," Sharpe said, in the tone of a man suddenly understanding a truth. "Or maybe all the Spaniards here are rotten." He was suddenly assailed by a fantastic vision of Cochrane, with his diminishing band of heroes capturing fortress after fortress, and more Spaniards running pell-mell for safety, until at the end there was nowhere to run, and Chile would be united under its rebel government. A cheer turned Sharpe round. From the top ramparts of the citadel's main tower, above the great audience chamber, a marine tossed a roll of plundered cloth that cascaded and rippled to hang like a monstrous banner from the battlements. Another marine cut the halyard which held the Spanish flag. "So, what now?" Harper asked. "Oh, we dig up Blas Vivant and take him home." Sharpe was wiping the blade of Cochrane's spare sword clean. It was a good sword, nicely balanced and with a wickedly sharp edge, but it lacked the ugly killing weight of his old heavy cavalry blade. "Do you think that bugger Batista may still be here?" Harper was watching a small group of Spanish officers walk under guard from the large tower towards the barrack rooms. "Batista would have buggered off days ago." Sharpe scrubbed at the sticky blood with the corner of his coat, then grinned because he could almost hear Lucille's exasperated complaint. For he suddenly realized that this coat was none other than his good, dark green kerseymere, that Lucille liked so much, and which was such a trouble to clean. "Uh-oh, I'm going to be in the doghouse when I get home," he told Harper, "for fighting in my best coat. Ah, women don't understand these things, nor do they." Somewhere in the citadel, a child cried. Sharpe supposed that most of the men in the Spanish garrison would have taken themselves wives, and now those women would be finding new protectors. Major Miller, his tarred moustache looking more perky than ever, was protecting two such girls, one on each arm. "Did you enjoy yourself?" he called up to Sharpe. "I did, thank you." "I can offer you a fruit of victory, perhaps?" Miller gestured at the girls. "Keep them, Major." Sharpe smiled, then turned to stare from the rampart far across the hills to where the ragged Andean peaks tore at the sky. The smoke of volcanoes was a brown smear in the new morning sunlight. "Thank God," he said quietly. "What for?" Harper asked. "Because it's over, Patrick." Sharpe was still overwhelmed by the sense of relief. "Honor is even. Cochrane rescued us from the Espiritu Santo, and we've helped him capture this place. And we don't need to do anything more. We can go home. It's a pity to have lost my sword, but I'll not be needing it again, not in this life. I don't give a bugger about the next. As for Louisa's money, well, she wanted it spent on finding her husband, and we found him. So, it's over. We've fought our last fight." Harper smiled. "Maybe we have at that." Sharpe turned and looked down at the garrison church where Vivant lay buried. He saw rebels carrying gold out of the church, and he guessed that they'd ripped apart the ornate altar screen. A cheer from the tower suggested that yet more treasure had been discovered. "If you want to join in," Sharpe invited Harper. "I'm all right, so I am. Just glad to be in one piece." The Irishman yawned hugely. "Oh, but I'm tired, so I am. We can sleep today. All day." Sharpe pushed himself away from the wall. "But first, we've got to lift a gravestone." Because they'd come to journey's end, to the grave of a friend, and this time there was no one to stop them retrieving Vivar's body from its cold tomb. The citadel had fallen, Cochrane was victorious, and Sharpe could go home. End of side 11. Side 12. Chapter 8. The paving slab which bore Blas Vivar's initials had been replaced, but the stoneworker's tools were still in the side chapel, and with Harper's help, Sharpe inserted the crowbar beside the big sandstone slab. "Ready?" Sharpe asked. "Heave!" Nothing happened. "Bloody hell!" Harper said. Behind them, in the nave of the church, a man screamed. The O'Higgins surgeon, a maudlin Irishman named Macaulay, had ordered the wounded of both sides to be brought into the church, where on a trestle table he sliced at mangled flesh and sawed at shattered bones. A Dominican monk, who had been a surgeon in the citadel's sick bay, was helping the Irish doctor, as were two orderlies from the Chilean flagship. "I hate listening to surgeons working," Harper said, then gave Vivar's gravestone a kick. "Bugger doesn't want to move." The big Irishman spat on both hands, gripped the crowbar firmly, and with his feet solidly planted either side of the slab, heaved back until the veins stood out on his forehead and sweat dripped down his cheeks. Yet all he succeeded in doing was bending the crowbar's shaft. "Jesus Christ!" he swore as he let go of the crowbar. "They cemented the bugger in place, haven't they?" He went to the side chapel and came back with a sledgehammer. "Stand back!" Sharpe sensibly stepped back as the Irishman swung, then drove the head of the sledgehammer hard down onto the gravestone. The noise of the impact was like the strike of a cannonball, cracking the gravestone clean across. Harper swung the hammer again and again, grunting as he crazed the obstinate stone into a score of jagged-edged chunks. He finally dropped the hammer when the stone was reduced to rubble. "Oh, that's taught the bugger a lesson." Lord Cochrane, who come into the church while Harper was feverishly annihilating the stone, now took out his watch, snapped open its lid, and showed the face to Sharpe. 13 minutes and 43 seconds. "My lord?" Sharpe inquired politely. 13 minutes and 43 seconds. See? Has everyone gone mad round here? Sharpe asked. 13 minutes and 43 seconds is precisely how long it took us to capture the citadel. This watch measures elapsed time, you see? You press this trigger to start it, and this to stop it. I pressed the trigger as our bows touched the wharf, and stopped it when the last defender abandoned the ramparts. In fact, I was a bit late, so it probably took less time, but even 13 minutes and 43 seconds is rather good for the capture of a citadel this size, don't you think? His lordship, who was in an excitedly triumphant mood, snapped the watch lid shut. I must thank you, both of you. He graciously bowed to both Sharpe and Harper. We didn't do anything, Sharpe said modestly. Not a great deal, Harper mended Sharpe's modesty. Oh, numbers count for so much, his lordship said happily. If our attack were just 30 men, then there would have been no hope of victory. But I discovered that in this kind of war, success is gained by small increments. Besides, your presence was worth more than you think. Half of my men fought in the French wars, and they know full well who you are, both of you. And they feel more confident when they know that famous soldiers such as yourselves are fighting beside them. Sharpe tried to brush the compliment aside, but Cochrane would have none of his coyness. I feel precisely the same about my presence in a scrap. They fight better when I'm in command, because they believe in me, and because they believe in my luck. And Mr. Sharpe's always been lucky in a fight, Harper added. There you are, Cochrane beamed. Napoleon always claimed he'd rather have lucky soldiers than clever ones, though I pride myself on being both. Sharpe laughed at his lordship's immodesty. Why didn't you tell us you'd arranged to have the O'Higgins fire just over our heads if the attack faltered? Because if men know you've got an ace hidden up your sleeve, they expect you to play it whether it's needed or not. I didn't want to run the risk of using the broadside unless I really had to. But if the men had known the broadside might be used, I would have held back in the knowledge that the gunners would do some of the hard work for them. That was a brilliant stroke, Sharpe said. How truly you speak, my dear Sharpe. Cochrane at last seemed to notice the destruction wrought by Harper's sledgehammer. What are you doing, Mr. Harper? Blas Vivar, Harper explained. He's under here. We're digging him up. Only since we were last here, the boggers have cemented him in place. The devil they have! Cochrane peered at the mess Harper had made of the slab, as though expecting to see Vivar's decayed flesh. Do you know why people are buried close to altars? He asked Sharpe airily. No, Sharpe answered in the tone of a man who didn't much care about the answer. Because very large numbers of Catholic churches have relics of saints secreted within their altars, of course. Cochrane smiled, as if he'd done Sharpe a great favour by revealing the answer. The Dominican surgeon, his white gown streaked and spattered with bright new blood, had come to the altar to protest to Lord Cochrane about the spoilage being wrought by Harper. But Cochrane turned on the man and brusquely told him to shut up. And why, Cochrane continued blithely to Sharpe, why do you think the relics in the altar are important to the dead? I really don't know, Sharpe said. Because, my dear Sharpe, of what will happen on the day of judgment. Harper had fetched a spade with which he chipped away the fragments of limestone. They have used bloody cement, he said in exasperation. God damn the buggers! Why do they do that? Well, it's just shingle when we tried to pull them out before. They use cement, Cochrane said, because they don't want you to dig them up. The day of judgment? Sharpe, interested at last, asked Cochrane. His lordship, who had been examining the mangled remains of the altar screen, turned round. Because, my dear Sharpe, common sense tells our papist brethren that at the sound of the last trump, when the dead rise incorruptible, the saints will rise faster than us mere sinners. The rate of resurrection, so the doctrine claims, will depend on the holiness of the man or woman being raised from the dead, and naturally the saints will rise fast and travel fastest to heaven. Thus the wise papist, leaving nothing to chance, is buried close to the altar, because it contains a saint's relic, which, on the day of judgment, will go speedily to heaven, creating a draught of wind, which will catch up those close to the altar and drag them up to heaven with it. He'll be dragged up in a bloody barrowload of cement and shingle if he tries to fly out of this bloody grave, Harper grumbled. Cochrane, who seemed to Sharpe to be taking an inordinate interest in the exhumation, peered down at the mangled grave. Why don't I have some prisoners do the digging for you? Harper tossed the spade down in acceptance of the offer, and Cochrane, having shouted for some prisoners to be fetched, stirred the cemented shingle with his toe. Why on earth do you want to take Vivar's body back to Spain? Because that's where his widow wants him, Sharpe said. Ah, a woman's whim. I hope my wife wouldn't wish the same. I can't imagine being sloped home in a glass of brandy like poor Nelson. I suppose if one must face eternity, then one might as well slip into it drunk. Cochrane, who'd been pacing about the church choir, suddenly stopped, placed one foot dramatically ahead of the other, clasped the left hand across his breast, and declaimed in a mighty voice that momentarily stilled even the moaning of the wounded. Not a drum was heard, not a funeral note. As his course to the rampart we hurried. His lordship applauded his own rendering of the lines. Who wrote that? An Irishman! Macaulay shouted from the nave of the church. Was it now? Cochrane inquired sceptically, then whirled on Sharpe. You know the poem, Sharpe? No, my lord. You don't? Cochrane sounded astonished, then again assumed his declamatory pose. But he lay like a warrior taking his rest, with his martial cloak around him. Now the verses, you understand, refer to the burial of Sir John Moore. Did you know Moore? I met him, Sharpe said laconically, recalling a hurried conversation on a snow-bright hillside in Galicia. French dragoons had been leading their horses down an icy road on the far side of a wide valley towards a shivering green-jacket rearguard, and Lieutenant General Sir John Moore, shaking with the cold, had courteously inquired of Lieutenant Richard Sharpe whether the enemy horsemen had been more bothersome than usual that morning. That distracted conversation, Sharpe now remembered, must have been held only days before he'd met Major Blas Vivar of the Cazadores. So you remember that Moore was buried on the battlefield of Corunna? Cochrane continued, and without any nonsense of being carried home to his ever-loving wife. Soldiers normally lie where they fall, so why would this wife want General Vivar taken home? Why did she not leave him in peace? Because the family has a particular connection with the cathedral in Santiago de Compostela. Sharpe offered the best explanation he could. Ah, there are more powerful relics in a cathedral, you see. Cochrane sounded gloomy. In Spain he'll be buried next to St. James himself, not some snivelling little Chilean holy man. He'll be in heaven before the rest of us will have had a chance to pick our resurrected noses, or scratch our resurrected asses. You won't need a wind to carry you, my lord, the Irish doctor called. You'll just roll downhill to perdition with the rest of us miserable bastards. You note the respect in which I'm held. Cochrane, who clearly relished the comradeship, smiled at Sharpe, then changed into his lamentable Spanish to order the newly arrived prisoners to start digging. Major Suarez, the Spanish officer who had been so cordial to Sharpe when he'd first arrived at Puerto Crechero, and who had suffered the misfortune of being captured by Cochrane's men, had insisted on accompanying the 3 prisoners to protest about their being employed for manual labour, but he calmed down when he recognized Sharpe, and when he saw that the digging was hardly of a martial nature. He calmed down even more when Cochrane, ever courteous, invited him to share in the breakfast he'd ordered to be brought to the church. Most of your fellow officers escaped capture by running away, Cochrane observed, so I can only congratulate you on having the courage to stay and fight. Alas, senor, I was asleep, Suarez confessed, then crossed himself as he looked at Vivar's grave. You were here, senor, when the Captain General was buried? Cochrane asked politely. Suarez nodded. It was at night, very late. Cochrane could not resist the invitation. We buried him darkly at dead of night, besides without bayonets turning. How dead was the night? Cochrane asked Suarez suddenly in Spanish, and when the Major just gaped at him, Cochrane condescended to make the question more intelligible. What time was Blas Vivar buried? Past midnight. Suarez gazed at the grave, which was now deepening perceptibly. Father Joseph said the Mass, and whoever was still awake attended. Sharpe, remembering his conversation with Blair, the British consul in Valdivia, frowned. I thought a lot of people were invited here for the funeral. No, senor. That was for a requiem mass a week later, but Captain General Vivar was buried by then. Who filled the grave with cement? Sharpe asked. The Captain General ordered it done after you had left the fortress. I don't know why. Suarez hunched back onto the stone bench that edged the choir. Above him a marble slab recalled the exemplary life of a colonel's wife, who, with all her children, had drowned off Puerto Crechero in 1711. Beside that slab was another commemorating her husband, who had been killed by the heathen savages in 1713. The garrison church was full of such memorials, reminders of how long the Spanish had ruled this harsh coast. Cochrane watched the cement being chipped out of the hole, then turned accusingly on the mild Major Suarez. So what do they say about Vivar's death? I'm sorry, senor, I don't understand. Well, did the rebels kill him or Batista? Suarez licked his lips. I don't know, senor. He reddened, suggesting that gossip in the citadel pointed to Batista's guilt, but Suarez's continuing fear of the man was quite sufficient to impose tact on him. All I do know, he tried to divert Cochrane with another morsel of gossip, is that there was much consternation when Captain General Vivar's body could not be found. I heard that Madrid was asking questions. Many of us were sent to search for the body. I and my company were sent twice to the valley, but... Suarez shrugged to show that his men twice failed to find Vivar's corpse. So, who did find it? Sharpe asked. One of General Batista's men from Valdivia, senor. A captain called Martinez. Oh, that greasy bastard, Sharpe said feelingly. The general was much relieved when the body was discovered, Suarez added. No wonder, Cochrane laughed raucously. Bloody callous to lose the Supremo's body. This is a church. The Dominican surgeon, goaded by Cochrane's laughter, snapped the reproof in English. Macaulay, Cochrane called to his own surgeon. If yon Ponce Barba speaks out of turn again, you will fill up a tart head with your bluntest scalpel and feed him to the crabs, you hear me? I hear you, my lord. God damn holy bastards. Cochrane spat the insult towards the monk, then let his temper be triggered by irritation. You know who crucified our Lord? This was shouted at the Dominican. Bloody priests and bloody lawyers, that's who. Not the soldiers. The soldiers were just obeying orders, because that's what soldiers are paid to do. But who gave the orders? Priests and lawyers, that's who. And you're still making your mess on God's earth. Jesus Christ, but I should avenge my Saviour by slicing your auntsy head off your useless body, you foul pox son of a whore. Macaulay was plainly enjoying the tirade. The Dominican, whose party had stirred up the whirlwind, tried to ignore it. Suarez looked scared, while Harper, who had no love of priests, laughed aloud. Christ on his cross! Cochrane's anger was ebbing. I'd rather rust in hell with a battalion of damned soldiers than sit nectar in heaven alongside a thieving lawyer or a poison-filled priest. You sound like Napoleon, Sharpe said. Cochrane's head snapped up as though Sharpe had struck him, except the Scotsman's face betrayed nothing but pleasure. If only I was indeed like him, he said warmly, then strode to the deepening grave where one of the soldiers had evidently reached the coffin, for the nauseating stench that had so repelled Sharpe and Harper when they'd excavated the grave before now filled the church choir again. The Spanish soldier who'd broken through the grave's crust turned away retching. Suarez was gasping for breath, and only Cochrane seemed unmoved. Get on with it, he snapped at the prisoners. The 3 Spanish prisoners could not finish the job. Terror, superstition, or just the rank stink of the decaying body was making them shudder uncontrollably. Cochrane, impatient of such niceties and oblivious of the foul stench, leapt into the excavation, and with vigorous sweeps of the shovel cleared the coffin of its last layer of coagulated shingle. Sharpe steeled himself to endure the nauseous odour, and to stand at the edge of the grave to look at the simple wooden casket that served as Blas Vivar's coffin. The lid of the casket, made from some yellow timber, had cracked, and the wood itself had been badly stained by the cement. But some words which had been inscribed on the box in black paint were still visible. Blas Vivar, the simple epitaph read. Requiescat in pace. Shall I open it? Cochrane, who seemed more intent than Sharpe on finding Vivar's body, volunteered. I'll do it. Sharpe took one of the discarded spades and rammed its blade under the thin yellow planks. The grave was so shallow that he had no trouble in levering up the lid by wrenching out the horseshoe nails which had held the crude coffin together. Cochrane helped by pulling the planks free, then tossing them onto the piles of broken concrete. The smell grew worse, filling the church with its nauseous bite. Macaulay, unable to suppress his interest, had temporarily abandoned the patient to come and gape into the open coffin. Vivar was draped in a shroud of blue cloth that looked like matted velvet. Sharpe worked the edge of the spade under the cloth, and, dreading the fresh wave of smells he would provoke, jerked it upwards. For a second or two the material clung to the rotting flesh beneath, then it pulled free to billow a fresh gust of effluvial stench into the church. Sharpe swept the cloth aside and let it fall, with the spade beside the grave. Oh, Christ almighty! Macaulay made the sign of the cross on his blood-soaked chest. Oh, good God! Sharpe whispered. Major Suarez could not speak, but just sank to his knees. Mary, Mother of God! Harper crossed himself, then looked with horror at Sharpe. Few and short were the prayers we said. Lord Cochrane reverted to poetry. And we spoke not a word of sorrow, but we steadfastly gazed on the face that was dead, and we bitterly thought of the morrow. And then his lordship began to laugh, and his laugh swelled to fill the whole church, for in the coffin, that had been partly weighted with stones, was the foully rotted corpse of a dog, a yellow dog, a wormy and half-liquefied dog that had been buried by an altar, so that on Judgment Day it would fly to its creator with the speed of a saint's resurrection. Oh, woof, woof, Cochrane said. Woof, woof! And Sharpe wondered just what in hell's name he was supposed to do next. Oh, wonder Batista didn't want us to get up the grave, Harper said. Jesus, why did he bury a dog? Because Madrid was pestering him to find Don Blas, Sharpe guessed. Because Louise's inquiries were more effective than she knew. Because he knew that if he didn't find a body, then the questions would get more persistent and the inquiries more urgent. But a dog? Harper asked. Jesus, it isn't as if he couldn't find a dead man. I'd tell a penny in this damn country. Batista hated Vivar, so maybe using the dog was his idea of a joke. Besides, he didn't think anyone would open the coffin, and why should they? Because by the time he needed to produce a body, Don Blas had been dead 3 months. So all Batista needed to do was produce a coffin that stank, and he sent off his trusted Marquinez to concoct the wretched thing. And it worked, at least till we turned up. Sharpe said the words bitterly, a despairing cry to the cold wind that whipped up from the mysterious Chilean southlands. He and Harper were walking round the citadel's ramparts, over which, just moments before, the decomposed remains of the yellow dog had been tossed away. "So maybe the bastard faked that message in Boney's picture, just have a reason to throw us out," Harper said. "But Donna Luisa would have sent another request for the body. The thing wouldn't have ended with us, nor would it. And Batista would have provided her with a body, or rather a skeleton so rotted down that no one could ever tell who it had been, but he would have needed time to prepare it. He'd probably have had a lavish coffin made with a silver plate on it, and he'd have found an unrecognizably decayed body to put inside, dressed in a gilded uniform, and he couldn't arrange all that with us sniffing round Puerto Cachero." Harper stopped at an embrasure and stared at the far mountains. "So, where is Blas Vivar?" "Still out there." Sharpe nodded at the broken countryside to the north, at the retreating ridges and dark valleys, where he knew he must now search for a friend's body. He didn't want to make the search. He'd been so sure that he would find the body under the garrison church's flagstones, and now he faced yet more time in this country that was so bitterly far from everything he loved. "We'll need 2 horses, but unless, of course, you've had enough." "Are you sure we need to stay?" Harper asked unhappily. Sharpe's face was equally miserable. "Well, we haven't found Vivar, so I don't think I can go home yet." Harper shook his head. "I will not find him. You've heard what Major Suarez said. He's looked twice and found nothing. Christ, Batista probably had 1,000 men looking." "I know, but I can't go back to Louisa and tell her I couldn't be bothered to search the place where Don Blas died. We have to take a look, Patrick. I do, anyway." Sharpe added the last 3 words hurriedly. "I'll stay," Harper said robustly. "Jesus, if I get home, I'll only have the bloody children screaming and the wife telling me I should drink less." Sharpe smiled. "So she does think you're too fat?" "She's a woman. What the hell does she know?" Harper tried to pull in his gut and failed. "Well, you're thinner than you were," Sharpe said truthfully. Harper patted his belly. "She won't know me when I get home. I'm dwindling. I'll be a wraith if I'm alive at all." 2 weeks. Sharpe heard the gloom in his friend's voice, and tried to alleviate it with a promise. "We'll stay 2 weeks more, and if we can't find Don Blas in a fortnight, then we'll give up the search, I promise. Just 2 weeks." It was a promise that looked increasingly fragile as the days passed. Sharpe needed to search the valley where Don Blas had disappeared, but refugees from the countryside spoke of horrors that made travel unsafe. The Spaniards, retreating towards the guns of Valdivia, were pillaging farms and settlements, while the savages, scenting their enemy's weakness, were hunting down the refugees from Puerto Crichero's defeated garrison. The whole province was churning with bitterness, and Cochrane insisted that Sharpe and Harper couldn't risk travelling through the murderous chaos. "The damned Indians don't know your English. They see a white skin and suddenly you're the evening's main dish. White meat served with thick sauce. Come to think of it, that's probably what happened to your friend Vivar. He was turned into a fricassee in 3 belches." "Are the savages cannibals?" Sharpe asked. "God knows, I can't make head or tail of them." Cochrane grumbled. He wanted Sharpe to forget Vivar, and instead enroll for the assault on Valdivia. "Half the bloody Spanish army searched that valley," Cochrane protested, "and they found nothing. Why do you think you can do better?" "Because I'm not the Spanish army." The 2 men were standing on the highest seaward rampart of the captured fortress. Above them the flag of the Chilean Republic snapped in the cold southern wind, while beneath them, in the inner harbour, the Espiritu Santo lay grounded on a sandy shoal that was only flooded at the very highest tides. A stout line had been attached to the Espiritu Santo's mainmast, then run ashore to where a team of draft horses, helped by 50 men, had taken the strain, pulling the frigate over, so that now she lay careened on her port side and with her wounded flank facing the sky. Carpenters from the town and from Cochrane's flagship were busy patching the damage done by the exploding Mary Starbuck. The Espiritu Santo was now called the Kitty, named in honour of Cochrane's wife. Her old crew had been divided. Captain Ardiles, with his officers and those seamen who had not volunteered to join the ranks of the rebels, were locked in the prison wing of the citadel, while the other seamen, about 50 in all, had volunteered to join Cochrane's ranks. Those 50 would all be part of the crew, which would take the Kitty north to attack Valdivia. Among the plunder captured in Puerto Crechero had been a Spanish pinnace with 6 small guns, which Cochrane had sent north with news of his victory. The pinnace, a fast and handy sailor, had orders to avoid all strange sails, but just to reach the closest rebel-held port, and from there to send the news of Puerto Crechero's fall to Santiago. Cochrane had also written to Bernardo O'Higgins, requesting that more men be sent to help him assault Valdivia. If O'Higgins would give him just 1 battalion of troops, Cochrane promised success. "I won't get the battalion," Cochrane gloomily told Sharpe, "but I have to ask." "But they won't give you troops?" Sharpe asked in surprise. "Oh, they'll send a few, a token few, but they won't send enough to guarantee victory. They don't want victory, remember. They either want me to refuse to obey their orders, or to make a hash out of obedience. They want rid of me, but with your help, Sharpe, I'm riding north," Sharpe interrupted, "to look for Don Blas." "Look for him after you've helped me capture Valdivia," Cochrane suggested brightly. "Think of the glory we'll win. By God, Sharpe, men will talk about us forever. Cochrane and Sharpe, conquerors of the Pacific." "It isn't my battle," Sharpe said, "and besides, you're going to lose it." "You didn't believe I'd capture this place?" Cochrane swept a victor's arm around the vista of the citadel's ramparts. "True," Sharpe allowed, "but only because you used a trick to get your attackers in close, and that trick won't work twice." "Maybe it will." Cochrane smiled. For a few seconds the Scotsman was silent, then his desire to reveal his plans overcame his instinct for caution. "You remember telling me about those artillery officers who crossed the Atlantic with you?" Sharpe nodded. He described to Lord Cochrane how Colonel Rees and his officers had sailed ahead of their men, which meant, Cochrane now said, that the 2 slow transports carrying the men and the regiment's guns were probably still lumbering across the Atlantic. "And I'll wager a wee fortune that if I disguise the Kitty and the O'Higgins, I can get right inside Valdivia Harbour by pretending to be those 2 transports." His voice, eager and excited, had been filled with amusement at the thought of again deceiving the Spaniards. "You saw how the garrison collapsed here. You think morale is any better in Valdivia?" "Probably not," Sharpe admitted. "So join me. I'll promise you a share of the prize money. That bastard Batista took almost everything of value out of here, so it must all be in Valdivia, and that includes your money, Sharpe. Are you going to let the bastard just take it?" "I'm going to look for Don Blas," Sharpe said doggedly. "Then go home." "You won't fight for money?" Cochrane sounded astonished. "I'm not going to blame you. I tell myself I fight for more than money, but that's the only thing that these rogues want." He nodded down at his men who were scattered about the citadel. "So for their sakes, I'll fight for money and pay them their wages, and the lawyers in Santiago can whistle up the wind for all I care." The thought of lawyers plunged the mercurial Scotsman into instant unhappiness. "Have you ever seen a lawyer apologize? I haven't, and I don't suppose anyone else has. It must be like watching a snake eat its own vomit. You won't help me force a lawyer to apologize?" "I have to find Blas Vivar." Cochrane sourly finished the sentence. A week after the citadel's capture, the report of atrocities and ambush began to decline. A few refugees were still arriving from the distant parts of the province, and even a handful of the fort's defeated garrison had come back rather than face the vengeful savages. But it seemed to Sharpe that the countryside north of Puerto Crechero was settling back into a wary silence. The savages had gone back to their forests. The settlers were creeping out of hiding to see what was left of their farms, and the Spaniards were licking their wounds in Valdivia. Sharpe decided it was safe to ride north. He assembled what he needed for his journey: guns, blankets, salted fish and dried meat, and earmarked 2 horses captured in the citadel's stables, and 2 good saddles from among the captured booty. He persuaded Major Suarez to describe the valley where Don Blas had ridden into mystery, and Suarez even drew a map, telling Sharpe what parts of the valley had been most thoroughly searched for Blas Vivar's body. Cochrane made one last feeble effort to persuade Sharpe to stay, then wished him luck. "When will you leave?" "At dawn," Sharpe said. But then, as night fell red across the ocean to touch the sentinel's weapons with a scarlet sheen, everything changed again. Because Don Blas was not dead after all, but living. His name was Marcos. Just Marcos. He was a thin young man with the face of a starveling and the eyes of a cutthroat. He'd been an infantryman in the Puerto Crechero garrison, one of the men who'd poured such a disciplined fire at Cochrane's attack, but who, after the citadel's fall, had fled northwards, only to be driven back by his fear of rampaging Indians. Major Miller had interrogated Marcos, and Miller now fetched Marcos to Sharpe. They spoke around a brazier on Puerto Crechero's ramparts, and Marcos, in the strangely accented Spanish of the native Chileans, told his story of how Don Blas Vivar, Count of Moromoto, and erstwhile Captain General of Chile, still lived. Marcos told the tale nervously, his eyes flicking from Sharpe to Miller, from Miller to Harper, and then from Harper to Cochrane, who, summoned by Miller, had come to hear Marcos's story. Marcos had been stationed in Valdevia's citadel when Blas Vivar disappeared. He knew some of the cavalrymen who had formed part of the escort which had accompanied Captain General Vivar on his southern tour of inspection. That escort had been commanded by a Captain Larana, who was now Colonel Larana and one of Captain General Batista's closest friends. Marcos accompanied this revelation with a meaningful wink, and then paused to scratch vigorously at his crutch. An interval of silence followed, during which he pursued and caught a particularly troublesome louse that he squashed bloodily between his thumb and fingernail before hitching the rent in his breeches roughly closed. "Hurry now, don't keep the Colonel waiting," Miller barked. Marcos flinched as if he expected to be hit, then reminded Sharpe that Captain General Vivar had been riding on a tour of inspection that was supposed to end at the citadel in Puerto Crechero. "From there, senor, he would go back to Valdivia by ship, but no one came back, neither the Captain General nor Captain Larana, no one, not even the troopers. No one came back till after we heard the Captain General had vanished. Then General Batista arrived from Puerto Crechero, and Captain Larana came with him, but by then he was a colonel and in a new uniform." Marcos clearly felt that the detail of Larana's new uniform was exceedingly telling. He described it in detail, how it had thickly cushioned epaulets from which hung gold chains, and how it had gold-coloured lace on the coat and high boots that were new and shining. "Tell him about the prisoner," Miller interrupted the admiring description of the uniform. Yes." Marcos snatched another bite from his sausage. "General Batista was the senior officer in the province, so he came to take over the Captain General's duties. He came by ship, you understand, and his men came by boat up the river to the citadel in Valdivia. They came by day, and we made an honor guard for the general. But one boat came at night. In it, senor, was a prisoner who had come from Puerto Crechero, a prisoner so secret that no one even knew his name. The prisoner was hurried into the Angel Tower in the citadel. You have to understand, senor, that the Angel Tower is very old, very mysterious. It used to be a terrible prison. They say the ghosts of all the dead cling to its stones. Once a man was put in there, he only came out as a corpse or an angel." Marcos superstitiously crossed himself. "They stopped using the tower as a prison in my grandfather's time, and now no one will step inside for fear of the spirits. But that is where the Captain General's prisoner was taken, and so far as I know, senor, he is still there, or he was when I left." Marcos ended the tale in a rush, then looked eagerly at Miller, as though seeking praise for his telling of it. "And you think Captain General Vivar is that prisoner?" Sharpe asked Marcos. Marcos nodded energetically. "I saw his face, senor. I was on duty at the inner gate, and I brought him past me to the door of the tower. I was ordered to turn around and not look, but I was in a shadow, and they did not see me. It was the Captain General, I swear it." "God save Ireland," Harper said under his breath. Sharpe leant back. "I wish I could believe him," he said in English, to no one in particular. "Of course you can believe him," Cochrane said stoutly. "Who the hell else do you think Batista's got in there, the Virgin Mary?" Marcos greedily bit into a hunk of bread, then looked alarmed as Sharpe leant forward again. "Did you ever see your cavalry friends from the Captain General's escort again?" Sharpe spoke Spanish once more. "Yes, senor." "What do they say happened to General Vivar?" Marcos swallowed a half-chewed lump of bread, scratched his crutch, looked sideways at Miller, then shrugged. "They say that the Captain General disappeared in a valley. There was a road which went down the valley side like this." Marcos made a zigzag motion with his right hand. And that the Captain General ordered them to wait at the top of the road while he went down into the valley, and that was it. So no gunfire? Sharpe asked. No, senor. Sharpe turned to stare at the dark ocean. The sea's roar came from the outer rocks. I don't know if I trust this man. Cochrane responded in Spanish, loud enough for Marcos to hear. If the dog lays, we shall cut off his balls with a blunt razor. Are you telling lies, Marcos? No, senor, I promise. It still doesn't make sense, Sharpe said softly. Oh, why not? Cochrane stood beside him. Why would Vivar ride into the valley without an escort? Because he didn't want anyone to see who he was going to meet, Cochrane suggested. Meaning? Cochrane drew Sharpe away from the others, escorting him down the ramparts. His lordship drew on a cigar, its smoke whirling away in the southern wind. I think he was meeting Batista. This man's story, Cochrane jerked his cigar towards Marcos, confirms other things I've been hearing. Your friend Vivar had learned something about Batista, something that would break Batista's career. He was going to offer Batista a choice, either a public humiliation or a private escape. I believe he went into the valley to meet Batista, not knowing that Batista would take neither choice, but planned a coup d'etat. That's what we're talking about, Sharpe, a coup d'etat, and it worked brilliantly. Then why didn't Batista kill Vivar? Cochrane shrugged. How do I know? Perhaps he was frightened. If everything went wrong and Vivar's supporters rallied and opposed Batista, he could still release Vivar and plead it was all a misunderstanding. That way, whatever other punishment he faced, Batista would not have the iron collar round his neck, eh? Cochrane grimaced in grotesque imitation of a man being garroted. But Don Blas must be dead by now, Sharpe insisted. He'd spoken in Spanish and loud enough for Marcos to hear. Senor? Marcos' frightened face was lit from beneath by the lurid glow of the brazier's coals. I think he was alive 6 weeks ago. That was when I left Valdivia, and I think General Vivar was alive then. How can you tell? Sharpe asked scornfully. The infantryman paused, then spoke low so that his voice scarcely carried along the battlements. I can tell, senor, because the new Captain General likes to visit the Angel Tower. He goes alone after dark. He has a key. The tower has only one door, you understand? And they say there is only one key. And General Batista has that key. I've seen him go there. Sometimes he takes an aide with him, Captain Martinez, but usually he goes alone. Oh, sweet Jesus. Sharpe rested his hands on the parapet and raised his face to the sea wind. The detail of Martinez had convinced him. Dear God, he thought, but let this man be lying, for it would be better for Don Blas if he were dead. What are you thinking? Cochrane asked softly. I'm frightened this man Marcos is telling the truth. Cochrane listened for a few seconds to the sound of the sea, then he spoke gently. He is telling the truth. We're dealing with hatred, with madness, with cruelty on a monumental scale. Vivar and Batista were enemies, that much we know. Vivar would have treated his enemy with honour, but Batista does not deal with honour. I hear Batista likes to see men suffer, so think how much he'd like to watch his greatest enemy suffer. I think he goes to the Angel Tower at night to watch Vivar's misery, to remind Vivar of his defeat, and to see Vivar's humiliation. Oh, Christ, Sharpe said wearily. We know now why Vivar's body was never found, Cochrane said, because plainly there is no body, and never was. Batista had to pretend to make a search, for he dared not let anyone suspect Vivar was alive. But he must have been laughing every time he sent out another search party. And there's something else, Cochrane added with relish, which is, the Angel Tower is in Valdivia. Cochrane chuckled. So perhaps you'd better come with me after all. Oh, shit, Sharpe said, for he'd lost his taste for battle, and could find no relish for the kind of suicidal horror that Cochrane risked at Valdivia. But Valdivia it would have to be, for Sharpe's word was given, and so a last battle must be fought, to pluck a friend from madness. End of side 12. Side 13. Part 3. Vivar. Chapter 9. The embers were gathering. Reinforcements arrived from the northern provinces. There weren't many, and none was officially dispatched by the Republic's government in Santiago, yet still they came. A few owed Lord Cochrane for past favours, but most were adventurers who smelt plunder in Chile. They arrived at Puerto Crechero in small groups, the largest brought back on Cochrane's pinnace, but others came by land, daring the forests and the savages as they skirted the Spanish-held territory to gather at Puerto Crechero. After 2 weeks, the newcomers had added just over 200 volunteers to Cochrane's meagre forces, but Cochrane was convinced that his war would be won by just such small increments. At least half of the newcomers had fought in the European wars, and more than a few recognized Sharpe and hoped he would remember them.
"I was in the breach of Badajoz with you," a Welshman told Sharpe. "Bloody terrible that was, but I'm glad you're here, sir. It means we're going to win again, does it not?"
Sharpe didn't have the heart to tell the Welshman that he believed the attack on Valdivia to be suicidal. Instead, he asked what had brought the man to this backside of the world.
"Money, sir, money. And what else?"
The Welshman was confident that the Royalists, having been defeated in Peru, Chile, and in the wide grasslands beyond the Andes, must have carried the spoils of all that empire back to Valdivia.
"It's their last great stronghold in South America,"
the Welshman said confidently.
"So if we capture it, sir, we'll all be rich. I shall buy a house and a farm in the border country, and I'll find a fat wife, and I shall never want for a thing again. All it takes is money, sir, and all we need for money is this battle. Life is not for the weak or timid, sir, but for the brave."
The Spaniards were making no effort to recapture Puerto Crechero. Instead, they'd pulled all their forces back into the Valdivia region, abandoning a score of towns and outlying forts. Cochrane's volunteers arrived at Puerto Crechero with tales of burning stockades, deserted customs posts, and empty guardhouses.
"Well, maybe," Sharpe suggested, "they're planning a complete withdrawal." "Back to Spain, you mean?"
Cochrane scorned the suggestion.
They're waiting for reinforcements. Madrid won't abandon Chile. They believe God gave them this empire as a reward for slaughtering all those Muslims in the 15th century. And what God gives, kings keep. No, they're not withdrawing, Sharpe. They're just planning more wickedness. They know we're going to attack them, so they're drawing in their horns and getting their guns ready.
He rubbed his hands with glee.
All those guns and men in one place, just waiting to be captured.
That's just what Batista wants, Sharpe warned Cochrane. He believes his guns will pound you into mincemeat. Cochrane spat.
"The man's useless. His guns couldn't kill a starving chicken. Besides, we'll be taking him by surprise."
The surprise depended entirely on the Spaniards being deceived by the two disguised warships. The O'Higgins, brought into the inner harbour, was being disguised with tar, so that her gun ports were indistinguishable from any distance. She looked, by the time Cochrane's men had done with her, as drab and ugly a ship as had ever sailed the ocean. The fine gilt-work at her bows and stern had been ruthlessly stripped away, so that she resembled some unloved transport ship. The Kitty, the erstwhile Espiritu Santo, was being similarly disfigured. She was also being made seaworthy, and Cochrane chivied his carpenters unmercifully, because every day that the Kitty spent careened on the sand shoal was a day lost. A day in which Lord Cochrane worried that the two real Spanish transport ships might reach Valdivia, or a day in which he worried that some Spanish spy might report back to Valdivia just what preparations the rebels were making. Even a half-witted spy, Cochrane grumbled, could have guessed his plans by just looking at the work being done on the two warships. In essence, Cochrane was repeating the trick that had won him Puerto Crechero. That trick had enabled the Scotsman to take his men to the very edge of the defences before their presence was detected. Yet if the Spaniards had been alerted to the trick, and had opened fire on the Espiritu Santo as soon as she'd shown at the harbour mouth, then blood would have poured thick from the frigate's scuppers, and Cochrane would have earned his first defeat. The Spaniards could easily inflict that first defeat in the massive harbour at Valdivia. Valdivia's 6 forts contained far more guns than Puerto Crechero's 1 fortress, and Valdivia's guns were spread out, so that a surprise assault on one bastion could only serve to alert the others. It was that dispersion of enemy guns that worried Sharpe. 5 of Valdivia's forts were on the harbour's western shore, while the 6th, Fort Niebla, was on the eastern bank, and guarded the entrance to the river Valdivia. Cochrane, if he was to capture the town with its citadel and reputed treasure, had to capture Fort Niebla,
for with the river mouth in his hands, he could prevent the garrisons of the remaining fortresses from reinforcing the town's defenders. Cochrane's plan to capture Fort Niebla was unveiled at a council of war that he held in the high-arched room of Puerto Crichero's citadel. He spread a map on a table and weighted its corners with bottles of Chilean brandy. Then, in a calm voice, spoke of sailing the disguised ships past the silent guns of the Spanish forts. Sharpe, like the other dozen officers in the room, listened to Cochrane's confident voice, but saw on the map the terrible dangers that the Scotsman so blithely discounted. Most of the forts had been built high on the hills which surrounded the harbour, so high that while they could plunge a lethal fire down into Cochrane's ships, his own cannon could never elevate enough to return the fire. "But no one will open fire if they believe us to be the long-awaited transports with Colonel Reese's guns and men," Cochrane said confidently. He would keep his false ensigns flying until his two ships actually reached the quays in the river's mouth. There, sheltered from all the western fortresses, as well as from the guns on Manzanera Island, he would launch a sudden landward assault against Fort Niebla. "And when Niebla falls, the whole thing collapses," Cochrane said again. "Niebla controls the river controls the town controls what's left of Spanish Chile." "Brilliant! Genius! Superb!" Major Miller's eyes glowed with admiration for his hero's cleverness. "Superb, my lord! Quite magnificent! Worthy of Wellington! I applaud you, upon my soul I do." "I believe Major Miller trusts our plan," Cochrane said happily. "I don't," Sharpe said. "You don't believe it'll work?" Cochrane asked sarcastically. "I believe it will work, my lord, just so long as not one Spanish soldier can tell the difference between a transport ship and a warship. It'll work so long as the real transport ships haven't arrived yet. It'll work so long as those real transport ships weren't supplied with a password we don't know. It'll work so long as not one single officer of Colonel Reese's regiment isn't carried out to the arriving ships to check their cargoes. Good Lord, you think the Spaniards won't be suspicious of every ship that comes into sight? They know how you captured this fortress, my lord, so they'll surely suspect that you'll try the same trick again. How do we know that the Spanish aren't inspecting every ship before it's allowed to enter harbour?" Sharpe spoke in English, so that his pessimism would not be obvious to every man in the room, but his tone was more than enough. Even those who didn't understand his words could look at the map and imagine the hell of being caught in the harbour, at the centre of a ring of heavy guns that would be splintering the ships into floating charnel houses. "If we attack at night," Miller was surreptitiously trying to coax his precious watch into life, "the Spaniards will be asleep." No one responded. Miller tapped the watch on the table and was rewarded with a ticking sound. "How many defenders will there be?" The question was put by Captain Sims, who had skippered the O'Higgins during Cochrane's absence. 2,000, Cochrane suggested airily. Someone at the table took a deep, loud breath. "We have 300 men?" the man asked. "Close to." Cochrane smiled. Then, in Spanish, he challenged anyone to suggest a better scheme for capturing the harbour. "You, Sharpe, can you think of a way? My God, man, I'm not rigid. I'll listen to anyone's ideas." Sharpe, given a choice, would not have attacked at all. 300 men against 2,000 were not good odds, and the odds worsened appreciably when the 2,000 defenders were safely ensconced behind ditches, palisades, walls, embrasures, and the wickedest array of cannon fire assembled in all South America. But it was no use expressing such defeatism to Lord Cochrane, and so Sharpe tried to find some other weakness in the Spanish defences. "When I sailed into Valdivia, I seem to remember there was a beach here." He leant over the map and pointed to the very tip of the headland round which the attackers would have to sail. "The Aguada del Ingles." Fraser, Cochrane's elderly sailing master, offered the name of the beach. Aguada meant a watering place, and the old Scotsman explained that Bartholomew Sharpe, the 17th century English pirate, had landed on that same beach, right under the Spanish defences, to fill his barrels from a freshwater spring. "That's an omen, eh, Sharpe?" Miller said happily. "Your namesake, eh?" "It rather depends on whether he got away with it," Sharpe said. "Hey, he did," Fraser said. "They called him a devil in his time, too." "Why don't we land there ourselves," Sharpe suggested, "and attack the forts one by one? These forts aren't designed to defend themselves against a landward attack, and if we take the English fort, then the very size of the defeat may demoralize the other garrisons." There was a few seconds' silence as the men about the table stared at the map. Part of Sharpe's solution made sense. Most of the westernmost forts had not been built to defend against a landward attack, but merely to threaten any ship foolish enough to sail unwanted into Valdevia's harbour. But Coral Castle and Fort Niebla were both proper fortresses, built to resist ships, artillery, and infantry. And even if Cochrane's men could tumble the defenders out of the English fort and Fort San Carlos and Fort Amargos, they would still need to capture the far more formidable Coral Castle before they marched round the southern side of the harbour to lay siege to Fort Niebla. Cochrane rejected Sharpe's half-hearted ideas. "Good God, man, but think of the time you're taking, an hour to land our men. That's if we can land them at all, which we can't if the surf's high. Then another half hour to form up. What are the Spaniards going to be doing? You think they'll sit waiting for us? Christ, no. They'll meet us on the beach with a Hail Mary and musket balls. We'll be lucky if 10 men survive. No, we'll risk the gunfire, hoist the ensigns, and run straight for the defence's heart. If we make a land attack at night," Sharpe persisted in his less risky plan, "then the Spanish will be confused." "Have you ever tried landing men on an exposed beach at night?" Cochrane demanded. "We'll all be drowned." "No, Sharpe, to the devil with caution, we'll go for their heart." He spoke enthusiastically, but detected that others besides Sharpe doubted that the thing could be done. "Don't you understand?" Cochrane cried passionately, "that the only reason we'll succeed is because the Spanish know this can't be done. They know Valdivia is impregnable, so they don't expect anyone to be mad enough to attack. Our very chance of victory comes from their strength, because their strength is so great that they believe themselves to be unbeatable. And that belief is lulling them to sleep, gentlemen. We shall lance their pride and bring their great forts down to dust." He picked up one of the bottles of brandy and eased out its cork. "I give you Valdivia, gentlemen, and victory." Men raised the bottles and drank to the toast, but Sharpe alone could not bring himself to respond to Cochrane's toast. He was thinking of 300 men ranged against the greatest fortress complex on the Pacific coast. The result would be slaughter. "There was a time—" Harper had seen Sharpe's reluctance and now spoke very softly. "And you would have done the impossible, because nothing else would have worked." Sharpe heard the reproof, accepted it, and reached for a bottle. He pulled the cork and, like Harper, drank to the impossible victory. "Valdivia," he said, "and triumph." Fraser, Cochrane's sailing master, opined that the repaired Kitty might stay afloat long enough to reach Valdivia, but he did not sound optimistic. "Not that it matters," the old Scotsman told Cochrane. "We'll all be dead bones once the Dagoes start their guns on you." The two ships, both clumsily disguised as unloved transport hulks, had sailed 4 days after Cochrane's council of war. Cochrane had left just 30 men in Puerto Cochero, most of them walking wounded, and barely sufficient to guard the prisoners and hold the fort against a possible Spanish patrol. Every other man sailed on board the Kitty and the O'Higgins. The two warships stood well out to sea, travelling far from land, so that no stray Spanish vessel might spot them. The Kitty's pumps clattered ceaselessly. She was repaired, but the new wood in her hull had yet to swell and close her seams, and so from the moment the frigate was refloated, the pumps had been manned. Despite her repairs, she was proving a desperately slow ship. Some of the men in Cochrane's expedition had declared her an unlucky ship, and had been reluctant to sail in her, a superstition that Cochrane had lanced by choosing to sail in the fragile Kitty himself. Sharpe and Harper also sailed on the erstwhile Espiritu Santo, while Miller and his marines were on the O'Higgins. "I'll salute you as you sink," had been Miller's cheerful farewell to Sharpe. "If we don't sink, we'll die under the guns," Fraser opined, and the nearer the two ships came to Valdivia, the gloomier the old man became, though his gloom was always shot through with an affectionate admiration for Cochrane. "If any man can do the impossible, it's Cochrane," Fraser told Sharpe and Harper. They were 5 nights out of Puerto Cochero, on the last night before they reached Valdivia, and the ships were sailing without lights, except for one shielded lantern that burned on the faster O'Higgins' stern. If the O'Higgins looked like going too far ahead in the darkness, a signal gun would be fired from one of the Kitty's 2 stern guns, which was still the only heavy armament that the frigate possessed. "I was with Cochrane when he took the Gamel," Fraser, who was steering the Kitty, said proudly. "Did you ever hear how he did that?" "No." "It was an old one off Barcelona. His lordship had a brig called the Speedy. The smallest sea-going thing in the Royal Navy she was, with just 52 men aboard and 14 guns. 7 guns a side, and none of them more than 4-pounders, and the mad devil used her to capture the Gamo. She was a Spanish frigate of 32 guns and 300 men. You'd have said it couldn't be done, but he did it. He disguised us with an American flag, ran in close under his side, then held her up against the frigate as he blasted his 7 pop guns up through her decks. He held her there for an hour and a half, then boarded her. She surrendered. Fraser shrugged. The trouble with Cochrane is that every time he does something insane, he gets away with it. One day he'll lose, and that'll be the end of him. Mind you, whenever he tangles with the lawyers, he loses. His enemies accused him of defrauding the stock exchange, which he didn't do. But they hired the best lawyers in London, and his lordship was so sure of his own innocence that he didn't even bother to turn up in court, which made it much easier for the bastards to find him guilty and put him into prison. And they hauled me out of the most noble order of the Bath. Cochrane himself had crept up behind them, and now intervened in his own story. Do you know what they do when they expel a man from the order of the Bath, Sharpe? No, my lord. Cochrane, who clearly relished the story, chuckled. The ceremony happens at dead of night in Westminster Abbey, in the chapel of Henry VII. It's dark. At first you hear nothing but the rustle of robes and the scratching of shoes. It sounds like a convocation of rats, but it's merely the lawyers and lords and pimps and bumsuckers gathering together. Then, on the stroke of midnight, they tear the disgraced man's banner from above the choir stalls, and afterwards they take a nameless man who stands in for the villain, and they strap a pair of spurs on his heels, and then, with an axe, they chop the spurs off. At night, in the abbey. And all the rats and pimps applaud as they kick the man on the spurs and the banner down the steps, and down the choir, and down the nave, and out into the darkness of Westminster. Cochrane laughed. They did that to me, can you believe it? But in the 19th century, it's still the bastards are playing children's games at midnight. Oh, one day, by Christ, I'll go back to England and I'll sail up the Thames, and I'll make those bastards wish their mothers had never given birth. I'll hang those dry bastards from the roof beams of the Abbey, then play pell-mell with their balls in the nave. They're lawyers, Cochrane, Fraser said sourly. They don't have balls. Cochrane chuckled, then cocked his face to the night. The wind's piping up, Fraser. I'll have a blow before tomorrow night. We will. So, you still think we're doomed, Sharpe? Cochrane demanded fiercely. I think, my lord, that tomorrow we shall need a miracle. It'll be easy, Cochrane said dismissively. We'll arrive in Eye before nightfall, at the very moment when the garrisons will be wanting to go off duty and put their feet up. They'll think we're transports. They'll ignore us. And as soon as it's dark, we'll be swarming up the ramparts of Fort Niebla. By this time tomorrow night, Sharpe, you and I will have our feet under the commandant's table, drinking his wine, eating his supper, and choosing between his whores. And the day after that, we'll go down river and take Valdivia. 2 days, Sharpe, just 2 days, and all Chile is ours. We will have won. It all sounded so easy. 2 days, 6 forts, 200 guns, 2,000 men, and all Chile is the prize. In the darkness, a glimmer of light showed from the stern lantern of the O'Higgins. The sea hissed and roared, lifting the sluggish hull of the Kitty, then dropping her down into the cold heart of the wave troughs. Beyond the one small glimmer of light, there was no other sign of life in all the universe. Neither a star nor moon nor landward light. The ships were in an immensity of darkness, commanded by a devil, sailing under a night sky of thick cloud and travelling towards death. They sighted land an hour after dawn. By midday they could see the signal tower that stood atop Fort Chorocomayo, the highest strong point in Valdivia's defences. The signal tower held a vast semaphore mast that reported the presence of the 2 strange ships, then fell into stillness. 3 hours before sunset, Sharpe could see the Spanish flag atop the English fort, and he could hear the surf crashing on the rocks beside the English beach. No ships had come from the harbour to inquire their business. "You see," Cochrane crowed, "they're fools!" 2 hours later, in the light of the dying sun, the O'Higgins and the Kitty trimmed their sails as they turned east about the rocky peninsula that protected Valdivia's harbour. They had arrived at the killing place. The grey clouds had gone, torn ragged by a morning gale that had gentled throughout the day, until, in this evening of battle, the wind blew steady and firm, but without malice. The wind might have gentled, but the sea was still ferocious. The huge Pacific rollers, completing their great journey across an ocean, heaved the Kitty up and down in a giant swooping motion, while to Sharpe's right the great waves shattered in shredding explosions of foam off the black rocks. "You would not, I think, want to make a landing on the English beach in these conditions." Cochrane was searching the shore with his telescope and suddenly stiffened. "There." "My lord?" Sharpe asked. "See for yourself, Sharpe." Sharpe took the glass. Dim in the gauzy light, and through the shredding plumes of foam that obscured the sea's edge like a fog, he could just see the first of the harbour's forts. "That's Fort Ingles," Cochrane said. "The beach is just below it." Sharpe moved the glass down to where the massive waves thundered up the English beach. He edged the glass back to the fortress, which looked much as he remembered it from his earlier visit, a makeshift defence work with an earthen ditch and bank, wooden palisades and embrasures for cannon. "They're signalling us," he said to Cochrane, as a string of flags suddenly broke above the fort's silhouette. "Reply, Mr. Almonte!" Cochrane snapped, and a Chilean midshipman ran a string of flags up to the Kitty's mizzen-yard. The flags which Cochrane was showing formed no coherent message, but were instead a nonsense combination. "In the first place," Cochrane explained, "the sun's behind us, so they can't see the flags well. And even if they could see the flags, they'd assume we're using a new Spanish code which hasn't reached them yet. That'll make the buggers nervous, and that, after all, is a good way to begin a battle." At the Kitty's stern, the Spanish ensign rippled in the wind, while below her decks the pumps sucked and spat, sucked and spat. The gaunt arms of the telegraph atop the English fort began to rise and fall. "They're telling the other forts where they are," Cochrane said. He glanced down at the waist of the ship, where a crowd of men lined the starboard gunwale. Cochrane had permitted such sightseeing, reckoning that if the Kitty were indeed a Spanish transport ship, then the men would be allowed on deck to catch this first glimpse of their new station. Also on deck were 4 9-pounder field guns that had been manhandled on board from Puerto Cristero Citadel. The guns were not there for their firepower, but rather to make it look as if the Kitty was indeed carrying artillery from Spain. Cochrane, unable to hide his excitement, beat a swift tattoo on the quarter-deck rail with his hands. "How long?" He snapped the question to Fraser. "We'll make the entrance in 1 more hour," Fraser spoke from the helm. "And an hour after that, we'll have moonlight." "And the tide?" Cochrane asked. "We're on the flood, my lord. Otherwise we'd never make it past the harbour entrance. Say, 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours to what?" Sharpe asked. 1 hour to clear the point, Cochrane explained, and another hour to work our way south across the harbour, then half an hour to beat in against the river's current. It'll be dark when we reach Fort Niebla, so we'll have to use a lantern to illuminate our ensign. A night's attack, eh?" He rubbed his big hands in anticipation. "Ladders by moonlight. It sounds like an elopement." Below the Kitty's decks was a score of newly made ladders, which would be taken ashore and used to assault Niebla's walls. "There's a new signal, my lord!" The midshipman called aloud in English, the language commonly used on the quarterdeck of Cochrane's ship. "In Spanish from now on, Mr. Almonte, in Spanish." If the Spaniards did send a guard ship, then Cochrane wanted no one using English by mistake. "Reply with a signal that urgently requests a whore for the captain." Cochrane gave the order in his execrable Spanish. "Then draw attention to the signal with a gun." The grinning midshipman Almonte began plucking signal flags from the locker. The new message, gaudily spelt out in a string of fluttering flags, ran quickly to the Kitty's mizzen-yard, and just a second later, one of the stern guns crashed a blank charge to echo across the sea. "We are spreading confusion," Cochrane happily explained to Sharpe. "You're pretending to be annoyed because they're not responding to the signal." "Another shot, my lord?" Midshipman Almonte, who was not a day over 13, asked eagerly. "We must not over-egg the pudding, Mr. Almonte. Let the enemy worry for a few moments." The smoke from the stern gun drifted across the wildly heaving swell. The two ships were close to land now, close enough for great drifting mats of rust-brown weed to be thick in the water. Gulls screamed about the rigging. 2 horsemen suddenly appeared on the headland skyline, evidently galloping to get a closer look at the 2 approaching boats. "Nelson was always seasick until battle was imminent," Cochrane said suddenly. "You knew Nelson?" Sharpe asked. "I met him several times, in the Mediterranean." Cochrane paused to train his telescope on the 2 riders. They're worried about us, but they can't be seeing much. The sun's almost dead behind us. Strange little man. Nelson. Go for them, he told me. Just go for them. Damn the niceties, Cochrane, just go and fight. And he was right. It always works. Oh, damn. The curse, spoken mildly, was provoked by the appearance of a small boat that was sailing out of the harbour and was clearly intending to intercept the Kitty and O'Higgins. Cochrane had half expected such a guard boat, but clearly his disguise would have been easier to preserve if no such boat had been dispatched. "They are nervous, aren't they?" he said to no one in particular, then walked to the quarterdeck's rail and picked up a speaking trumpet. "No one is to speak in any language but Spanish. You will not shout a greeting to the guard boat. You may wave at them, but that is all." He turned sharply. "Spanish naval dress, gentlemen." Blue coats, cocked hats, and long swords were fetched up from Cochrane's cabin and issued to every man on the quarterdeck. Harper, pleased to have a coat with epaulettes, strutted up and down. Fraser, dwarfed by his naval coat, scowled at the helm, while Cochrane, his cocked hat looking oddly piratical, lit a cigar and pretended to feel no qualms about the imminent confrontation. The third lieutenant, a man called Cabral, who, though a fierce Chilean patriot, had been born in Spain, was deputed to be the Kitty's spokesman. "Though remember, Lieutenant," Cochrane admonished him, "we're called the Nino, and the O'Higgins is now the Cristoforo." Cochrane glowered at the approaching boat, which, under a bellying red sail, contained a dozen uniformed men. "They'll all be buggered," he muttered to Sharpe in his first betrayal of nerves, "if those two transport ships arrived last week." The guard boat hove to under the Kitty's quarter, presumably because she was the ship showing the signal flags, and was therefore deemed to be the ship in command of the small convoy. A man with a speaking trumpet demanded to know the Kitty's identity. "We're the Nino and Cristoforo out of Cadiz," Cabral called back. "We're bringing Colonel Ruiz's guns and men." "Where's your escort?" "What escort?" Cochrane asked under his breath. Then almost at once he hissed an answer to Cabral. "Battered company off Cape Horn." We lost them off Cape Horn." "What ship was escorting you?" "Christ almighty," Cochrane blasphemed. "The San Isidro." He plucked the name at random. "The San Isidro, senor." Cabral obediently parroted the answer. "Did you meet the Espiritu Santo?" the guard-boat asked. "No." The interrogating officer, a black-bearded man in a naval captain's uniform, stared at the solemn faces which lined the Nino's rails. The man was clearly unhappy, but also nervous. "I'm coming aboard," he shouted. "We've got sickness!" Cabral, prepared for the demand, had his answer ready, and as if on cue, Midshipman Almanti hoisted the yellow fever flag. "Then you're ordered to anchor off the harbour entrance," the bearded man shouted up. "We'll send doctors to you in the morning. You understand?" "Tell them we don't trust the holding here. We want to anchor inside the harbour," Cochrane hissed. Cabral repeated the demand, but the bearded man shook his head. "You've got your orders. The holding's good enough for this wind. Anchor a half-mile off the beach. Use 2 anchors on 15 fathom of chain apiece, and sleep well. We'll have doctors on board at first light." He signalled to his helmsman, who bore away from the Kitty's side and turned towards the harbour. "God damn it," Cochrane said. "Why don't you just ignore the bugger?" Sharpe asked. "Because if we try to run the entrance without permission, they'll open fire." "So we wait for dark." Sharpe, who until now had been dead set against any such attack, was now the one trying to force Cochrane past the obstacle. "There'll be a gibbous moon," Fraser said pessimistically, "and that will serve to light their gunners' aim as well as broad sunlight." "Damn, damn, damn!" Cochrane, usually so voluble, was suddenly enervated. He stared at the retreating guard-boat and seemed bereft of ideas. Fraser and the other officers waited for his orders, but Cochrane had none to give. Sharpe felt a sudden pang of sympathy for the tall Scotsman. All plans were nothing but predictions, and like all predictions, they were likely to be transformed by their first collision with reality. But the art of war was to prepare for such collisions, and have a second, or a third, or a fourth option ready. Cochrane suddenly had no such options to hand. He'd pinned his hopes on the Spanish supinely accepting his ruse, then feebly collapsing before his attack. Was this how Napoleon had been on the day of Waterloo, Sharpe wondered? He watched Cochrane and saw a man in emptiness. A clever man drained of invention, who seemed helpless to stop the tide of disaster flooding across him. "We've 2 hours of fair water, my lord." Fraser, recognizing the moment of crisis, had adopted a respectful formality. Cochrane did not respond. He was staring towards the harbour entrance. Was he thinking of making a dash for it? But how could 2 slow ships dash? Their speed, even with the tide's help, was scarcely above that of a man walking. "We'll not get through, my lord." Fraser growled the warning, reading his lordship's mind. "No," Cochrane said, but said nothing more. Fraser shot a beseeching look at Sharpe. Sharpe, more than any other man in the expedition, had counselled against this attack. And now, Fraser's look seemed to be saying, was the time for Sharpe to urge withdrawal. There was just one chance of avoiding disaster, and that was for the 2 ships to turn and slip away southward. Sharpe said nothing. Fraser, desperate to end the indecision, challenged Sharpe directly. "So what will you do, Sharpe?" Cochrane frowned at Sharpe, but did not countermand Fraser's invitation. "Well?" Fraser insisted. The ship was still creeping towards the harbour mouth. In another half-mile she would open the entrance and be under the guns of Fort San Carlos. Cochrane was a devil, Sharpe thought, and suddenly he felt a smaller imp rise in himself. Good damn it, but a man did not come this far just to be challenged by a toy boat and then turn back. "If we anchor off the beach," Sharpe said, "they'll think we're obeying their orders. We wait till it's dark, then we send a boat or 2 ashore. We can say we're looking for fresh water if anyone questions us. Then we'll attack the nearest fort. We may only capture a few kegs of powder, but at least we'll have let the bastards know that we're still dangerous." "Magnificent!" Cochrane, released from his torpor, shouted the word. He slapped Sharpe's back. "God damn it, man, magnificent, I like it! Mr. Almonte, a signal to the O'Higgins, if you please, ordering them to ready anchors." Cochrane was suddenly seething with energy and enthusiasm. "But bugger snatching a few kegs of powder, let's go for the whole port. We'll capture the western fort and use their guns to bombard Niebla while our ships work their way inside. And that'll be at dawn, Mr. Fraser, so perhaps you'll work out the time of the morning's flood tide for me. I don't know, I didn't think to do it this way from the very start. Mr. Cabral, order a meal served below decks. Tell them they've got 2 hours rest before we begin landing troops." "Now you've done it," Fraser grumbled to Sharpe. "You spoke, Mr. Fraser?" Cochrane demanded. Nothing, my lord." "As soon as we're at anchor," Cochrane went on, "you'll lower boats, but do it on the side facing away from the land. We don't want the enemy to see we're launching boats, do we?" "A hole in each end, my lord?" Fraser asked. "Then set the damned egg dry." Cochrane, knowing he had given Fraser an unnecessary order, gave a brief guffaw of laughter. Behind the Kitty, the sky was a glorious blaze of gold, touched scarlet, in which a few ragged clouds floated silver-grey. The sea had turned molten, slashed with shivering bands of black. The great Spanish ensign, given an even richer colour by the sun's flaming gold, slapped and floated in the fitful wind. The 2 ships crept towards the shore. Sharpe could hear the breakers now, and see where they foamed white as they hissed and roared towards the sand. Then, just when it seemed that the Kitty must inevitably be caught up in that rush of foam and be swept inexorably to her doom, Fraser ordered both anchors let go. A seaman swung a sledgehammer, knocking a peg loose from the cathead, and the starboard anchor crashed down through the golden sea. The port anchor followed a second after, the twin chains rattling loud in the dusk. Then, with a jerk, the Kitty rounded up and lay with her bows pointing towards the setting sun, and her stern towards the mainland. The headland on which the English fort stood was now on her port side. The O'Higgins anchored 100 yards further out. Both ships jerked and snubbed angrily, but Fraser reported that the anchors were holding. "Not that it'll help us," he added to Sharpe, "but the boats will never land on that beach." He jerked an unshaven chin towards the Aguada del Ingles, where in the last slanting light the foam was shredding spray like smoke. Cochrane might believe a landing to be possible, but Sharpe suspected that Fraser was right, and that any boat which tried to land through that boiling surf would be swamped. Cochrane stared up to where his topmen were efficiently gathering in the Kitty's sails. "The wind's backing, Fraser." "Aye, my lord, it is." Cochrane fidgeted a second. "We might leave the spunker rigged for mending, Mr. Fraser. It'll hide your boats as they're launched." Fraser did not like the idea. "Well, the wind could veer, my lord." "Let's do it. Hurry now." The orders were given. Fraser offered Sharpe an explanation. The wind, he said, had been southerly all day, but had now gone into the west. By leaving the aftermost sail half-hoisted, he turned the ship into a giant weather vane. The wind would then keep the ship parallel to the beach, leaving the starboard side safely hidden from the fort. Cochrane could then launch his boats in the last of the daylight, safe from enemy gaze. "And why not rig the sail full?" Sharpe asked. The sail was only half raised. "Because that would look unnatural when you're at anchor. But half rig is how you'd hoist her for mending, and a half-collapsed sail hides the far side of the quarter-deck a deal better than a fully hoisted sail. Not that I suppose anyone up there understands seamanship." Fraser had jerked a derisive thumb towards the English fort above the beach. From Sharpe's position on the quarter-deck, the fort's ramparts formed the skyline, clearly showing 6 embrasures in its grim silhouette. The guns were less than half a mile from the Kitty. If the Spanish did suddenly discover that the 2 anchored ships were hostile, then the guns would wreak havoc in the crowded lower decks. Sharpe shuddered and turned away. Harper, seeing the shudder, surreptitiously crossed himself. The sun was now a bloated ball of fire on the horizon. Ashore, the shadows were lengthening and coalescing into a grey darkness. On the Kitty's quarterdeck, behind the concealing folds of heavy canvas, the ship's 4 longboats and 2 jolly boats were being lowered overboard. The captain's barge was the last boat to be launched. Each boat held a single seaman whose job was to keep his craft from being crushed as the frigate heaved up and down on the swells. "Another hour," Cochrane spoke to Sharpe and Harper, "and it'll be dark enough to land troops. Why don't you get something to eat?" Harper brightened at the thought and went below to the gun deck where the cooks were serving a stew of goat meat to the waiting men. Sharpe wanted to stay on deck. "Bring me something," he called as Harper swung off the quarterdeck. Sharpe, left alone, leant on the rail and gazed at the fort. A sudden gust of wind came off the land, ruffling the sea and forcing Sharpe to snatch at his old-fashioned tricorn hat. The wind gust billowed the loosely rigged spanker, driving the canvas across the deck and occasioning a shout of alarm from Lieutenant Cabral, who was almost thrown overboard by the gusting sail. "Stow that sail now," Fraser ordered. The longboats were safe overboard, and the spanker no longer hid any suspicious activity. A dozen topmen scrambled up the ratlines and edged out on the mizzen-yard to haul in the spanker. The wind was still pushing the sail, driving the stern of the Kitty away from the beach. The wind gusted again, sighing in the rigging and making the boat lean seawards. Some of the men in the longboats feared being trapped under the hull and pushed off from the threatening Kitty with their long oars. The boats were all tethered to the frigate with lines, but now, as the heavy warship with its clanking pumps continued to blow towards them, the boatminders pushed themselves as far from her tarred hull as their tethers would allow. The Kitty kept turning, so that her bows were pointing almost directly at the English fort. Fraser knew that the fort's garrison must be able to see the longboats, and even the dullest Spanish officer would realize what such a sight portended. Innocent ships waiting for medical attention did not launch a fleet of longboats. "Close up, damn you! Close up!" Fraser shouted at the boatminders. The topmen had furled the sail, and the Kitty was swinging back again. Cochrane came running up from his cabin, where he'd been eating an early supper. "What the hell is happening?" "Wind veered." Fraser decently did not add that he'd warned of just such a danger. "It drove us round. Sweet Jesus!" Cochrane, a leg of chicken in his hand, stared at the fort. The longboats were hidden again. "Did they see?" He asked the question of no one, merely articulating a worry. The fort's silhouette betrayed nothing. No one moved there. No one waved from the ramparts. The gaunt semaphore gallows stayed unmoving. Cochrane bit into the chicken. "Oh, buggers are asleep." "Thank God for that," Fraser said. "Thank God indeed," Cochrane said fervently. For the only thing that had kept the Kitty safe from a murderous bombardment was the Spaniards' inattention. Cochrane bit the last meat off the chicken leg. "No harm done, eh? The silly buggers are all dozing." He hurled the chicken bone towards the high fortress as a derisory gesture. And the fortress replied. For the sentries on the ramparts of the English fort had seen the longboats after all. The garrison had not been dozing, and now the gunners opened fire. Sharpe saw the smoke, heard the scream of a cannonball, then felt the shuddering crashes as the first 2 shots slammed into the Kitty's weakened hull. For the Spaniards had been ready, and Cochrane's men were trapped. End of Side 13.
Side 14. Chapter 10. Screams sounded from the gun deck. The Spanish shots had hit with a wicked exactness, slicing through the Kitty's disguised gun ports and into the crowded deck where Cochrane's assault force had been snatching its hasty meal. 2 more guns fired. One cannonball smacked into the sea, then bounced up into the frigate. The other slammed into the hull, lodging in a main timber. "The boats! Into the boats!" Cochrane was shouting. "Assault force! Into the boats!" The sun was a flattened bar of melting light on the horizon, the moon a pale semicircle in the cloud-ridden sky above. Powder smoke drifted from the fort with the land wind. A signal rocket suddenly flared up from the fort's ramparts, its feather of flame shivering up into the darkling sky before a white light burst to drown the first pale stars. "Onto the boats! We're going to attack! Onto the boats!" More shots, more screams. Sharpe left off the quarterdeck just as a cannonball screeched across the poop deck, gouging a splintered trench in the scrubbed wood. He twisted aside from the round shot's impact, scrambled for the officer's companionway, where, disdaining to use the ladder with his rope handles, he slithered down to the gun deck. "Patrick! Patrick!" It was dark below. The lanterns had been extinguished as soon as the first shot struck the Kitty, and the only illumination was the day's dying light that seeped into the carnage through the ragged holes ripped by the incoming round shot. Those round shot had ripped across the deck, flinging men aside like bloody rags. The wounded screamed, while the living trampled over the bodies in their desperate attempts to reach the open air. "Patrick!" Another round shot banged into the deck. It cannoned off the ship's timber to slash slantwise through the struggling men. Splinters felled 3 men close to where the shot struck, while the shot itself sliced down a half-dozen more. A spray of blood drops fogged the light for a foul instant. Then the terrible screams began. Another ball cracked into the tier below. The pumps had stopped, and Sharpe could hear the gurgle of water slopping into the bilges. "Patrick! I'm here!" The voice shouted from the deck's far end. "I'll see you ashore!" There was no chance of struggling through the demented pack of panicking men. Harper and Sharpe must get themselves ashore as best they could, and hope that in the sudden chaos they would meet on land. Sharpe turned and hauled himself up to the poop deck. Men were scrambling down the starboard side into the longboats. The O'Higgins was returning the fort's fire, but Sharpe could see the warship's round shot was falling short. Gouts of black earth were erupting from the slope in front of the English fort, and though some of the balls were ricocheting up towards the defenders, Sharpe doubted that the naval gunnery was doing the slightest good. The O'Higgins herself was wreathed in cannon smoke, so that in the day's deathlight she looked like a set of black, spidery masts protruding from a yellow-white, red-tinged bank of churning smoke. The fort had turned 2 guns onto the O'Higgins. A great splash of water showed where a shot fell short inside the bank of smoke. Then Sharpe was at the rail, rope in hands, and he shimmied desperately down to a longboat already crammed with sailors. The sailors had cutlasses, muskets, swords, pikes, and clubs. "Bastards!" one man said again and again, as if somehow the Spanish defenders had broken the rule of war by opening fire on the 2 anchored ships. "Fast as you can! Fast as you can!" Cochrane was in another longboat, and shouting at his oarsmen to make the journey to land as swiftly as possible. For the moment, shielded by the great bulk of the Kitty, the longboats were safe from the fort's gunfire, but the moment they appeared on the open sea, the cannon would surely change their aim. "Let's go!" Lieutenant Cabral had taken charge of Sharpe's boat. "Row!" The oarsmen strained at the long oars. Sharpe could see Harper in another boat. A cannonball whipped overhead, making a sizzling noise as it slanted down to slam into a green wave. "Row!" Cabral shouted, and the longboat shot out from behind the Kitty's protection. The coxswain turned the rudder so the boat was aimed for the shore. "Row!" Cabral screamed again, and the men bent the long oar shafts in their desperate urgency to close on the beach. A shot slapped the sea 10 yards to the left, bounced once, then hammered into the Kitty's stern, where it sprang a 6-foot splinter of bright wood. Sharpe glanced back at the frigate to see a bloody body dripping intestines heaved out of a half-open gunport. Gulls screamed and slashed down to feed. Then Sharpe looked back to the beach because a new sound had caught his ear. Muskets. The Spaniards had sent a company of infantry down to the beach, where the blue-coated soldiers were now drawn up at the high tide line. Sharpe saw the ramrods flicker, then the muskets came up into the company's shoulders, and he instinctively ducked. The splintering sound of the volley came clear above the greater sounds of guns and booming surf. Sharpe saw a flicker of small splashes on the face of a wave, and knew that the volley had gone wide. "Row!" Cabral shouted, but the portside oars had become entangled in a mat of floating weed, and the boat broached. Behind Sharpe, the O'Higgins fired a broadside, and one of the balls whipped through the Spanish company, slinging 2 men aside and fountaining blood and sand up from the beach behind the company. Sharpe stood, his balance precarious as he aimed his pistol. He fired. Muskets flamed bright from the beach. He heard the whistle of a ball near his head as he sat down hard. "Row, row, row!" Cabral, standing beside Sharpe in the stern sheets, shouted at his oarsmen. "Row!" The oars were free of the weed again. There were a dozen men rowing and a score of men crouching between the thwarts. The oarsmen, their backs to the land and the muskets and the surf and the cannon, had wide, frightened eyes. One man was gabbling a prayer as he tugged at his oar. "Bayonets!" Sharpe shouted at the men crouched on the bottom boards. "Fix bayonets!" He said it again in Spanish, and watched as a dozen men twisted their blades onto their muskets. "When we land," he called to the crouching men, "we don't wait to give the bastards a volley, we just charge." Off to the left were a dozen other longboats. Some had come from the O'Higgins and were carrying marines. The attacking boats were scattered across the sea. Sharpe flinched as he saw a great gout of exploding water betray where a cannonball had slapped home beside one of the labouring longboats, and he was certain that the round-shot strike had been close enough to swamp the fragile-looking boat. But when the spray fell away, he saw the boat was still afloat, and its oarsmen still rowing. The Spanish infantrymen fired again. But just like the fort's gunners, their own powder smoke was now obscuring their aim. Nor were they being intelligently led, for their officer was telling the men just to fire at any of the boats. If they concentrated their fire on one boat at a time, they could have reduced each longboat into a screaming horror of blood and splinters. But instead their musketry was flying wild and wide. Yet the Spaniards held the advantage, for the longboats still had to negotiate the murderous tumbling of the breaking surf. If a boat broached in the breaking waves and spilt its cargo, then the waiting infantrymen would be presented with a bout of twilight bayonet practice. The sun was gone, but there was still light in the sky. Sharpe crouched in the stern sheets and made sure his borrowed sword was loose in its scabbard. A broadside from the O'Higgins crashed overhead, twitching a skein of powder smoke as it slammed above the Spanish infantry to shatter the further slope into gouts of soil and grass. A gull screeched in protest. Another signal rocket whooshed into the sky to splinter into a fountain of light. It was too dark to use the semaphore arms, so the English fort's defenders were rousing Valdivia Harbour's garrisons with the bright rockets. "Row!" Cabral shouted, and the oarsmen grunted as they laid their full weight into the oars. But another great mat of floating weed impeded the boat, slewing it round. A man in the bows leant overboard and hacked at the weed with a cutlass. "Back your horse!" Cabral screamed. "Back!" A bullet smacked into the gunwale, while another shattered an oar blade. Cochrane was shouting off to Sharpe's left, screaming at his men to be the first ashore. Cabral beat at the side of the boat in his frustration. One of the oarsmen shouted that it was too dangerous, that they'd all drown in the surf, and Cabral drew his sword and threatened to skewer the man's guts if he did not row, and row hard. Then the longboat was again free of the clinging weed, and the oars could pull again. One or two of the rowers looked nervous, but any thoughts of mutiny were quelled by the sight of Cabral's drawn sword. "Row!" he shouted, and the crest of a wave lifted the boat, driving it fast, and one of the rowers jerked forward and collapsed as blood slopped out of his mouth. "Overboard!" Cabral shouted. "Heave him over! Schwan, take his place! Row!" They rowed. Another wave took them, hissing them forward, driving them up to its white crest. Then the wave was past, and they slid down into a scummy, weedy trough, and the oarsmen pulled again, and the sky echoed with the thunder of guns and the crackle of musketry. The beach was close now, close enough for Sharpe to hear the sucking roar as the waves slid back towards the foam. Then another breaker plucked them, bubbled them about with surf, and hurled them fast towards the beach. And suddenly Sharpe could see the whole expanse of sand, and the dark, smoke-fogged shapes of the waiting Spaniards at the top of the beach. Those dark shapes blossomed with pink flames as the muskets flared. But the strike of the musket balls was drowned in the sound and fury of the shattering surf's maelstrom that was now all around the shivering boat. Cabral was screaming orders, and somehow the coxswain was holding the bows straight onto the beach as the oarsman gave a last desperate pull. Then the bows dropped, bounced on sand, drove on up, and Cabral was shouting at the men to jump out and kill the bastard sons of poxed whores. Yet still the longboat was sliding up the beach, driven by the wave, while 10 yards to the left another boat had turned sideways and rolled so that the welter of white water was littered with men, weapons, and oars. Cabral's boat jarred to a halt. Sharpe leapt off the gunwale and found himself up to his knees in freezing water and churning sand. He drew the borrowed sword. "Charge!" He knew he must not give his enemy infantrymen a chance. The Spaniards, if they did but know it, could have calmly shot each landing boat to hell, then advanced in good order with outstretched bayonets to finish off the poor wet devils at the sea's edge. But Sharpe guessed the infantrymen were scared witless. The devil Cochrane was coming from the sea to kill them, and now was the time to add blood to their fears. "Charge!" he shouted. His boots were full of water and heavy with sand. He floundered up the beach, screaming at the men to follow him. The rest of Cochrane's assault force scrambled ashore. The boats landed within seconds of each other, and the men shook themselves free of the sucking breakers to charge the enemy in the maddened rush of men who wanted to revenge themselves for the terrors of the recent moments. The last of the light gleamed dully on the steel of swords and cutlasses and bayonets and boarding pikes. One man carried a great axe that was designed to cut away the wreckage of fallen rigging, but which now, like some ancient Viking berserker, he whirled over his head as he ran towards the Spanish company. Which company, seeing Cochrane's devils erupt from the sea like avenging fiends, turned and fled. God, Sharpe thought, but this was how pirates had assaulted the Spanish dominions for centuries. Desperate men, armed with steel and stripped of scruples, erupting from small ships to shatter the perilous crust of civilized discipline that Madrid had imposed on the New World's golden lands. "Fall here! Fall here!" Cochrane, tall and huge in the dusk, stood at the edge of the sand dunes behind the beach. "Let them go! Let them go!" Sharpe would have kept pursuing the fleeing Spaniards, but Cochrane wanted to make order out of the chaos. "Storm here, Major Miller! You'll make the left of the line, if you please!" As if in answer, one of Miller's drummers gave a rattle, and then a flute sounded feebly in the twilight. Harper, safely ashore and carrying a cutlass, ran behind the attackers to join Sharpe. "What is that, business orders?" But the big Irishman seemed pleased, as though all the uncertainties of the last few weeks had dropped away. Cannons roared from the fortress above them. Sharpe saw the flames stab pale across the sandy slope, then writhe and shrivel away inside the smoke. The round shot crashed past Cochrane's men to spew sand up from the beach. The abandoned longboats and their clumsy oars rolled and jerked to the surf's edge, while out to sea the skeleton crews left aboard the two warships had abandoned the boat's anchors, and, with just their foresails set, were taking the two boats out of range of the fort's guns. "Down!" Cochrane would shelter his men behind the dunes while he organized his assault. "Get down!" He paced along the front of his ragged attackers. "Did anyone bring ladders? Did anyone bring ladders?" No one had brought ladders. 300 wet and frightened men clung to a beach beneath the fort, and all they had to fight with were their hand weapons: muskets, pistols, swords, pikes, and cutlasses. "Did you bring a ladder?" Cochrane asked Sharpe. "No." Cochrane slashed his sword at Junegrass. "But rather bullet! Damn!" The gunfire from the fort changed sound. Instead of the short percussive crack that denoted round shot, there was suddenly the more muffled sound which betrayed that the defenders were loaded with canister, or grape. Now each of the fort's cannon was like a giant shotgun, spraying a lethal and expanding fan of musket balls towards the attackers. Cochrane, as the rain of shot whistled overhead, ducked down. "Shit!" He peered over the sand dune. Even through the smoke and in the last of the daylight, it was plain that the earthen and wooden facade of the English fort could not be assaulted without ladders, and even with ladders it would be suicidal for men to rise and walk into that gale of grape shot. "Shit!" Cochrane said again, even more angrily. "They'll only have guns on this face of the fort," Sharpe shouted. Cochrane nodded confirmation. "It's facing the sea, yes." "We'll flank them. Give me some men." "Take the starboard kitties," Cochrane ordered. The kitties were the men from the Kitty who were divided into two companies, port and starboard. "We keep them busy here," Sharpe told Cochrane. "Fire at them and make a noise. Let them see you here, and when I shout for you, charge like hell." Sharpe called for the starboard kitties, then ran right along the beach under cover of the dunes. 50 men followed him. Harper was there, Lieutenant Cabral was there. The rest of Cochrane's attackers fired a volley up towards the fort, as Sharpe, safely out of the cannon's line of fire, turned uphill. The moon was bright on the sand, bleaching it to look like heaped snow. The sea was crashing loud behind. "Jesus, we're mad," Harper said. Sharpe saved his breath. The hillside was steep and the tough grass stems slippery. He was working his way to his right, trying to stay well out of sight of the fort's defenders. With any luck, the Spaniards would be mesmerized by the shrieking crowd of men crammed with Cochrane on the beach. Why had the Spaniards not charged down with more infantry? That question made Sharpe wonder whether the signal rockets were intended to summon infantry from the other forts. Behind him, the defenders' cannon crashed their loads of canister, and the attackers' muskets cracked a feeble reply. More muskets fired from the fort, and Sharpe tried to gauge how many infantrymen were defending its ramparts from the noise of those muskets. He reckoned 200 men, say 3 thin companies. That was more than enough to finish Cochrane's 250 invaders, many of whom had damp powder, and whose muskets were therefore useless for anything except clubbing men to death. One good bayonet charge by 3 companies of Spanish infantry would finish Cochrane. The whole affair could be over in 15 minutes, and the Chilean rebels would be bereft of their admiral, and probably of their navy. Valdivia would be safe. Cochrane could be carried back to Madrid for a humiliating trial and a public execution. The royalist provinces in Chile could be reinforced. The Spanish navy would blockade the northern ports to starve out O'Higgins, and in 2 years, maybe less, the whole of Chile, and probably Peru as well, would be Spanish again. For Captain General Batista, it would be total triumph. A vindication of all his theories of defensive warfare. And for Blas Vivar, if indeed he still lived and was a prisoner in the Angel Tower, it would mean death. For no one in Madrid would dare punish Batista for a mere murder if in exchange he gave them back their God-given empire. And all it would take for all those things to happen, for Vivar to die, for Batista to triumph, for Cochrane to be humiliated, for Spain to win this war, and for the whole history of the world to be nudged into a new course, was 3 companies of infantry. Just 3. And surely, Sharpe thought, those 3 companies and more were being assembled for the charge at this very minute. Jesus, look at that! Harper, panting beside Sharpe, was staring at a wooden fence that had been built across the headland, and which now lay between Sharpe's small force and the English fort. The fence was as tall as a man, and made of split palings that formed a solid barrier. For what purpose such a fence served, Sharpe couldn't understand. It hardly seemed defensive. He could see no loopholes and no embrasures. "Go on," Sharpe said. There was nothing to be gained by gaping at the fence. It had to be approached, and a reconnaissance made of the ground beyond. The strange fence lay on the far side of a crude ditch. It seemed to have been built to stop a flanking attack like the one Sharpe was making, but as no defenders manned the fence, it had been a waste of effort constructing it. Sharpe's men rested at the bottom of the ditch, while he peered through a chink between 2 palings. The fort lay 200 yards away across open ground. There were no cannon embrasures on this western wall of the fort, though there was a deep ditch, and the wall itself was steep enough to require ladders. A sentry was clear in the moonlight, standing on the wall's flat top. Sharpe slid down to the ditch's bottom and stared up at the fence. It seemed to have been prefabricated in sections 20 feet long, which had been fastened to thick posts sunk into the turf. Each section of fence would make, if not a ladder, at least a ramp. "Patrick, when I give the word, I want you to knock out 2 sections of fence. They'll be our assault ladders." Sharpe was speaking in Spanish, loud enough for all the 50 men to hear him. "There's just 1 sentry on this side. Everyone else is looking at the beach. The Spanish are scared. They're terrified of Cochrane, and terrified of you because you're Cochrane's men. They think you're demons from hell. If we attack them hard and fast, they're going to crumple. They're going to run. We could take this fort, and your war cry is Cochrane, Cochrane. Now get your breath, make sure your guns are loaded, and be ready." The men whose powder had been soaked when their boats overturned at the sea's edge were denoted to carry the fence sections. Those men would lead the charge. The rest would follow behind, and once the twin makeshift bridges were in place, stream across to bring terror to the fort. It would be a desperate throw, but better than being trapped on the beach by 3 companies of infantry. And despite Cochrane's avowed intention to carry every fort tonight, Sharpe knew that just this single strongpoint would save the expedition. If Cochrane possessed just 1 fort, then he'd have guns and walls with which to defeat a Spanish counterattack, and so make a stand till the men left on the ships could arrange a rescue. Lord Cochrane might yet live, if this 1 fort could fall. The fence sections had been nailed to their posts, and each nail needed nothing more than a strong wrench with a bayonet to be wrested free. Sharpe experimented on a couple of nails. Then, satisfied, he slid down into the ditch's bottom where he reloaded the pistol he had fired from the boat. He checked that his other pistol was primed, then nodded at the men standing by the posts. "Go!" he said. The men ripped the fence nails free.
There was a splintering sound, the wavering of two great sections of wood. Then the fence was falling. "Take hold of it!" Harper shouted. "Together now! Lift it! Turn! Now go!" "Charge!" Sharpe shouted, and he stumbled up the ditch side into the moonlight. Behind him the sea was a flicker of silver and black, while ahead of him the fortress walls were shadowed dark. The two pistols were in his belt, the sword in his hand. "Cochrane!" he shouted. "Cochrane!" The men carrying the fence sections were lumbering across the tangle of ferns and grasses. The charge was slow, much slower than Sharpe had anticipated, made so by the weight of the cumbersome timber ramps. The carrying parties were advancing at scarcely more than a walking pace, but without the ramps the attack must fail, and so Sharpe knew he must hold his patience. The single sentry on the fort's western wall gaped for a second, unslung his musket, decided that there were too many attackers for his single cartridge to destroy, and so turned to shout for help. His cry was drowned as the cannons cracked the night apart, slitting the moonlit darkness with their sharp stabs of flame. The wind carried the smoke towards Cochrane, away from Sharpe. The sentry shouted again, and this time he was heard. "Cochrane!" Sharpe shouted. "Cochrane!" And suddenly men began to appear at the wall ahead. "Spread out!" Sharpe called. The first stabs of flame showed dark red on the ramparts. A ball fluttered near Sharpe, another flicked through the grass, a third cracked off one of the fence sections. The men carrying the makeshift rams were running faster now, but the other men, unencumbered with the heavy burdens, were outstripping them, sprinting across the headland as though there would be security in the deep black shadows of the fort's ditch. Sharpe ran with them. There were just 50 yards to go. The muskets crashed from the wall ahead. A man fell cursing to Sharpe's left, his hands clutching at his thigh. Sharpe could smell blood in the night. Blood and powder smoke, the old and too familiar smells. 30 yards, 20, and another volley whipped overhead. The Spanish were firing high, the error of all inexperienced troops. The first of Sharpe's men were at the ditch. "Take aim!" Sharpe shouted at them. "Aim for their bellies!" He put his sword into his left hand as he dragged one of his two pistols free. He cocked it, dropped to one knee beside the ditch, and took aim. The defenders were silhouetted against the moonlit sky, while the attackers were dark shapes against the darker ground. Sharpe found a target, lowered the muzzle to the man's belly, fired. Sparks jetted bright, and the recoil jarred up Sharpe's arm. The smoke blossomed, but when it was snatched away by the wind, the man was gone, plucked off the fort's ramparts. Those ramparts were 10 feet above Sharpe and 12 feet away. Then the first of the fence sections arrived, and Harper was yelling at the men to plant its leading edge at the side of the ditch, then to lever the whole thing up and over like a giant trapdoor that swung in the night to crash sickeningly against the sloping earth wall. The makeshift ramp lodged some 3 feet below the parapet, but that was close enough. "Come on!" Sharpe shouted. "Follow me!" He ran across the makeshift bridge. The wooden palings bounced under Sharpe's boots. A musket flamed ahead. There were men either side of him. Then he leapt for the rampart's top, and the Spaniards were backing away, terrified of this sudden assault. Sharpe was screaming like a wild thing, his sword chopping down hard, and the defender was at his feet, squirming and screaming. Harper swung his cutlass like a bullet killer, almost decapitating a man. The second bridge thumped into place, and yet more men swarmed up its palings. Sharpe was leading the assault towards the cannon. An infantryman lunged with his bayonet. Sharpe knocked it aside and rammed the hilt of his sword into the man's face. The rest of the defenders, terrified by this horror that had sprung from their flank, were running away, leaving the ramparts open for Sharpe and his assault party to reach the fort's northern bastions, where the guns faced out to sea. "Cochrane! Cochrane!" the attackers shouted, and to Sharpe their ragged chorus of voices sounded desperately thin. But they were enough to terrify the gunners, who turned and bolted from their embrasures. The defending infantry, swept off the wall's top, were milling uncertainly in the courtyard beneath, and now the gunners added to the panic. Sharpe dragged his second pistol free, aimed it down into the melee, and pulled the trigger. "Cochrane!" He turned and bellowed the name into the darkness, down towards the white-fretted beach where the abandoned longboat still rolled and crashed in the tumbling surf. "Cochrane!" "Sharpe!" Cochrane's voice sounded from the dark dunes. "It's ours! Come on!" Christ, Sharpe thought, but they'd done it. They had done it.
His men were flooding into the first embrasure, hitting the captured gun with their cutlasses so that its barrel rang like a bell. "Come on, Cochrane, we've won!" "Reload!" Harper was bellowing. "Reload!" He jumped down into the gun pit beside Sharpe. "Those bastards will counterattack." He nodded towards the fort's courtyard. "Let's go for the bastards," Sharpe said. Behind him, the slope was suddenly swarming with Cochrane's men. Sharpe didn't wait for them to reach the fort, but instead shouted at his men to attack the panicked Spaniards in the fort's courtyard. An officer was trying to rally the fugitives, and if that man succeeded, and if the gunners recaptured their weapons, then Cochrane's men would be cut down in swathes. Sharpe had fewer than 50 men, and there were at least 200 in the courtyard, but the latter were demoralized, and they must not be allowed to recover their wits. "Come on!" Sharpe screamed. "Finish them off!" He charged. Harper and a flood of maddened men came with him. Cutlasses chopped down, swords stabbed, pikes ripped at frightened men, but suddenly the enemy was melting away, running, because the panicked Spaniards had thrown open the fort's gate and were fleeing across the moonlit heath of the headland. They'd left the Spanish flag flying on its staff beside the semaphore gallows, had abandoned their guns, and were now running towards another fort that was visible from the ramparts of the captured English fort. "After them!" Sharpe screamed. "After them!" This was an added madness. One fort had fallen, and one captured fort was enough to guarantee Cochrane's survival. 100 determined men could hold this fort by manhandling the guns to the land-facing ramparts and blasting away the Spanish counterattacks, while Cochrane ferried his men off the beach to the waiting frigates. But suddenly Sharpe saw a chance to capture a second fortress, and so he took it. He took the mad chance because he remembered a horror from long ago. A horror he'd witnessed in Spain, when, riding with German horsemen, he had seen a French square broken. The survivors of that broken square had fled towards a second square, which, opening its ranks to let in their fellow Frenchmen, had also opened itself to the crazed horses and blood-spattered swords of the King's German Legion. The big horsemen had been riding among the fugitives, and had broken that second square. The survivors of the second square, together with the few men who still lived from the first, had run for a third square, which, rather than let itself be turned into a slaughterhouse, had opened fire on its own men. All of them had still gone down, ridden into hell by big horses and screaming cavalrymen. Now Sharpe reckoned he could work a similar effect. The demoralized men from the English fort were running towards the Fort San Carlos, which, not more than 400 yards away, was opening its gates to receive them. In the moonlight and in the confusion, he reckoned his men would be indistinguishable from the fleeing Spaniards. "On!" he shouted at his 50 men. "On!" They ran with him. A broad beaten track led from the English fort to the Fort San Carlos, which, unlike the north-facing English fort, looked east, across the neck of the harbour. Sharpe pushed a running Spaniard in the back, driving the man down into a ditch beside the road. He was among the Spaniards now, but they took no notice of him, nor of any of the other panting seamen who had infiltrated their ranks. The Spanish infantrymen cared only about reaching the safety of Fort San Carlos. The defenders of that second fort were standing on their ramparts, staring into the moonlight and trying to make sense of the confusion that had erupted on the headland's tip. Some of the fugitive Spaniards at last understood their danger. An officer shouted and lashed his sword at a seaman who calmly rammed his pike into the man's ribs. Some of the running infantrymen broke off the road, running south towards the headland's further fortresses. Cochrane had reached the first fort, and, understanding what was happening, had already launched his men along the path behind Sharpe. The defenders of the San Carlos fort, seeing that second wave of attackers, assumed them to be their only threat. Muskets stabbed flame into the gathering darkness, and the balls whipped over the heads of Sharpe's men. Sharpe reached the bridge over the ditch of the San Carlos fort. The gateway was crammed with desperate men. Some, trying to escape their pursuers, clambered up the sides of the ramparts, and Sharpe joined them, pulling himself up the steep earth slope. The defences facing inland were negligible, designed to deter rather than hold off any real assault, perhaps because the fort's builders had never really expected an enemy to attack from the land. These forts were designed to pour a destructive cannonade down onto attacking ships, not to repel a madcap assault from the land. Coral Castle, the southernmost fort on the headland, had been built to resist such an assault, and Fort Chorocomayo, high on the headland's spine, was equipped with field artillery designed to keep a land attack from reaching the headland's neck. But no one had expected a landing on the English beach, and then a crazy, shrieking assault in the blood-sodden darkness. Sharpe's boots flailed for a grip on the earth slope, and a Spanish defender, assuming him to be a refugee from the English fort, reached down to help. Sharpe let the man pull him to the summit, thanked him, then tipped him down into the ditch. He swung his sword back, slicing at another man who wriggled desperately away. Two sailors from the Kitty ran past Sharpe, driving forward with fixed bayonets, but the Spanish defenders didn't wait for the challenge, but just fled. "Cochrane!" Sharpe shouted. "Cochrane!" He drove his attackers towards the men firing at the English fort, who, nervous of being trapped, were already abandoning the ramparts and edging backwards. Harper was in the gate, slashing and screaming at the men who blocked the entrance. Then, with a suddenness that came from their desperately fragile morale, the defenders of the Fort San Carlos shattered, just as the garrison of the English fort had broken. The gunners, who were in their embrasures overlooking the moon-washed waters of the harbour, turned to see a turning mass of fighting men silhouetted against their western ramparts. They saw more men scramble onto the walls, and they feared that the flood of men would wash down to swamp the courtyard and bring bayonets to the gun pits, and so the gunners fled. They leapt from their embrasures, scrambled up the ditch's far side, and ran south towards the third fort, Amargos, that lay a half-mile away and which, like San Carlos, faced east onto the harbour. The Spanish infantry, seeing the gunners go and realizing that there was nothing left to defend, broke as well. Sharpe, still on the western ramparts, cupped his hands and screamed towards Cochrane's men, "They're running! Go south! South!" He shouted in English, "Do you hear me, Cochrane?" "I hear you," the voice came back. "They're running for the next fort! Tally-ho! Tally-ho!" And Cochrane, throwing all caution to the wind, turned his men off the track to charge south towards the Amargos fort. The headland echoed with the yelps of cheers of the hunting rebels. Miller's drummers were trying to beat a quick tattoo, but the pace of the advance was too swift for such formal encouragement. The defenders of the San Carlos fort, denied the use of their gate, spilled over their earth walls to flee towards safety. Now 2 sets of men were running for the Amargos fort, which, thinking they were both loyal Spanish forces, opened its wooden gates to receive them. Sharpe, his men disorganized and blown by their attacks on the first 2 forts, did not join the assault on Fort Amargos. Instead, he jumped down to the courtyard and crossed to the flagpole that was nothing but a thin tree trunk skinned of its bark. He sawed with his sword till the flag fluttered free. Lieutenant Cabral, foraging through the fort's buildings, found a thin horse shivering in a stable. He offered to ride after Cochrane and bring back news of the night, an offer Sharpe gratefully accepted. Then, when pickets had been set on the captured ramparts, and search parties sent to find the wounded, Sharpe sheathed his sword and walked to the gun embrasures. Harper joined him. Most of the Kitty sailors were ransacking the fort, hurling bedding out of the log huts and hunting for coins in abandoned valises and rucksacks. A midshipman, deputed by Sharpe to bring a butcher's bill, reported that he'd found just 3 dead Spaniards and 1 dead rebel. "God save Ireland," Harper said in amazement. "But that wasn't a battle. That was more like herding cattle." "They think we're devils," the midshipman said. "I spoke to a wounded man, and he said their bullets can't kill us. We're charmed, you see, we're protected by magic." "Well, no wonder the poor sods ran." Harper made the sign of the cross, then yawned hugely. Sharpe sent the midshipman to find Cochrane's surgeon, Macaulay. There were 6 men badly wounded, all Spaniards. Some of the Kitty's men had saw cuts, and one had a bullet in his thigh, but otherwise the injuries were paltry. Sharpe had never known a victory come so cheap. "Cochrane was right," he said to Harper. Or perhaps it had been the Spaniards who had defeated themselves, for men who believe in demons can be defeated easily. Sharpe leant on a gun embrasure and stared at the moon-glossed water of Valdivia harbour. A score of ships, their cabin lights like cottage windows bright in the night, lay in the great bay, while across the water, perhaps 1,000 yards away, a blaze of torches showed in the Niebla fort. Beside the fort was the entrance to the river Valdivia, leading to the town where Blas Vivar was supposedly a prisoner. "They could give those bastards a shot or 2. Harper nodded towards the lights of Fort Niebla. "They're out of musket range," Sharpe said idly. "Not with muskets for these boggers." Harper slapped the nearest cannon. It was a massive 36-pounder, a ship-killing lump of artillery that had a depressed barrel in expectation of enemy ships coming through the harbour's entrance channel. The gun's round shot would be held in place by a rope ring rammed against the ball to stop it rolling down the inclined barrel. A quill filled with a finely mealed powder stuck from the cannon's touch hole, and a port fire smoked and fizzed inside a protective barrel at the back of the gun pit. All the gun needed was to be re-aimed, then fired. "Why not?" Sharpe said, then turned the cannon's elevating screw until it pointed to a spot just above the far Niebla fort. Harper had already levered the trail round. Sharpe plucked the portfire from its barrel and blew on its burning tip till the fuse glowed a brilliant red. "Would you like to do the honours?" "You do this one," Harper said, "and I'll do the next." Sharpe stood to one side, reached over, and touched the glowing match to the quill in the touch-hole. The fire flashed down to the charge, the gun crashed back on its carriage, and a cloud of smoke billowed to hide the harbour. Men cheered as the balls screamed away across the water. Burning scraps of wad floated down the hillside and started small fires in the grass. Harper fired the next gun, and so they went down the embrasures, sending the heavy shots towards the distant fort. Sharpe doubted that the cannon fire would do any damage, for he had no training in aiming such big guns, yet the shots were an expression of relief, even of joy. Fort Niebla, doubtless confused by the noises and alarms of the night, did not fire back. As the sound of the last shot echoed round the confining hills of the harbour, Sharpe looked south and saw that Cochrane's men were swarming across the ramparts of Fort Amargos. The fort's Spanish defenders were a fleeing rabble. The gate gaped open, and its flag was captured. Others of Cochrane's men, diverted from the newly captured Fort Amargos, were scrambling up the head and central ridge to attack the gun emplacements of Fort Chorocomayo. Musket fire splintered the night as the attackers climbed. Cheers sounded from the ridge, a bugle called, while out in the harbour the nervous crews of neutral ships displayed bright lanterns in their rigging, advertising to any attackers that they had no part in this night's fighting. That fighting was ending. High on the ridge, under the bright sparks of the stars, musket flashes and cannon flames showed where Fort Chorocomayo briefly resisted Cochrane's assault. But Chorocomayo had been constructed to stop an attack from the south, not the north, and the firing flared for only a few minutes before there was a sudden silence, and through the moonlit mist of powder smoke, Sharpe saw the silhouetted flag drop. Chorocomayo, like Amargos and San Carlos and the English fort, had fallen. 300 wet and frightened men coming from the sea had ripped Valdevia's outer defences into tatters. "Bloody amazing is what it is," Harper said. "It surely is," Sharpe agreed, though he knew the worst was yet to come. For the most formidable of the Spanish defence works, Coral Castle, the Niebla Fort, Manzanera Island, and Valdevia Citadel, were still in enemy hands. And all those strongholds, save only the gun batteries on Manzanera Island, were stone-walled and properly supplied with glacis, ditches, and revetments. Yet those more taxing defences would have to wait for daylight. Lieutenant Cabral, coming back on his horse, confirmed that Cochrane had called a halt for the night. The attack would continue in the morning. Until then the rebel forces were to stay where they were, to eat, sleep, and rejoice. Sharpe washed his sword blade clean in a trough of water, then joined Harper by a brazier where they ate Spanish sausages and a great loaf of bread, all washed down by a skin of harsh red wine. Harper had also found a basket of apples, and their smell reminded Sharpe of Normandy. And, for an instant, the homesickness was acute as a bullet's strike. He shook it away. The smell of battle, of powder smoke and blood was already gone, blown southwards by the salt sea wind. Major Miller, excited and proud, brought a further message from Cochrane. In the morning, Cochrane said, they would bombard the stone forts, while the Kitty and the O'Higgins came into the harbour. Once Fort Niebla had surrendered, the rebels would make the 14-mile journey upriver to attack Valdevia itself. Cochrane clearly had no doubts that the forts would surrender. "They're rotten," Miller spoke of the defenders. "They've no heart, Sharpe, no belly for a fight." "They're badly led." Sharpe felt sorry for the Spaniards. In the French wars he had seen Spaniards fight with fantastic bravery and enviable skill. Yet here, with only a corrupted regime to defend, they'd collapsed. "They think we're devils," Sharpe said. "And if we can't be touched by bullets or blades, it isn't fair on a man to fight demons." Miller laughed and touched the spiky tips of his moustache. "Oh, I always wanted a forked tail. See well, Sharpe, tomorrow will bring victory." "So it will," Sharpe said. "So it will." And he hoped the morrow would bring so much more besides. For tomorrow he would reach Valdevia, where his sword and his money and his friend all lay captive. But all that must wait on the morning, and on the new day's battle, until which time Sharpe slept. End of side 14. Side 15. Chapter 11. The morning brought cloud and a thin mist through which, in an uncanny silence, Cochrane's 2 ships ghosted into Valdevere harbour. The wounded Kitty was low in the water, with a list to starboard, and her pumps spitting water. She kept close to the western shore, and to the protection of the captured guns of Fort San Carlos, while the O'Higgins, larger and more threatening, sailed boldly up the centre of the channel. The O'Higgins' gun ports were open, but the Niebla fort did not respond to the challenge. Cochrane had ordered the 50-gun ship to hold her fire, daring to hope that the Spanish would thereby be lulled into quiescence, and now, astonishingly, the harbour's remaining defenders simply stared as the enemy ships passed through the lethal entrance. It was almost as though the Spanish, stunned by the night's events, had become mere spectators to their empire's fall. It was falling with hardly a shot, collapsing like a rotten tree in a brisk wind. Coral Castle was the first strong point to surrender. Cochrane ordered 1 shot fired from Fort Choricamayo, and within seconds of the round shot thumping harmlessly into the fort's earthen glacis, the gates were dragged open, the flag was hurried down, and an artillery major rode out under a flag of truce. The castle's commander, the major told Cochrane, was drunk. The men were mutinous, and the castle belonged to the rebellion. The artillery major surrendered his sword with indecent haste. "Just send us home to Spain," he told Cochrane. With the fall of Coral Castle, every gun on the western side of the harbour was aimed at either Fort Niebla or at the batteries on Manzanera Island. The Kitty had been run aground to stop her from sinking, while the O'Higgins had anchored so that her formidable broadside was aimed at the guns on Manzanera. "What I plan to do," Cochrane had summoned Sharpe to Fort Amargos, the stronghold that was closest to Fort Niebla, and where his lordship was dividing his attention between a tripod-mounted telescope aimed at the enemy fort and Fort Amargos' drunken commander's collection of pornographic etchings, "is to man Niebla surrendered. Do you think it's possible for 2 women to do that? I wonder if you'd be willing to go to Fort Niebla and talk to the commander." "Oh, my word, that would give a man backache, would it not? Look at this, Miller. I'll bet your mother never did that with your father." Miller, who was shaving from a bowl set on a parapet, chuckled at the picture. "Very subtle, my lord. Good morning, Sharpe." "The commander's name is Herrera," Cochrane said to Sharpe. "I'm assuming he has command of Manzanera Island as well, but you'd better check when you see him. That's if you're willing to go." "Of course I'll go," Sharpe said, "but why me?" "Because Herrera's a proud man." "Good God! I think I'll keep these for the Kitty. Herrera hates me, and he'll find it demeaning to surrender to a Chilean, but he'll find nothing dishonourable in receiving an English soldier." Cochrane reluctantly abandoned the portfolio of pictures to pull an expensive watch from his waistcoat pocket. "Tell Herrera that his troops must leave their fortifications before 9 o'clock this morning. Officers can wear sidearms, but all other weapons must—" His lordship's voice tailed away to nothing. He was no longer looking at his watch, nor even at the salacious pictures, but was instead staring incredulously across the misted harbour. Then, recovering himself, he managed a feeble blasphemy. "Good God!" "Bloody hell," Sharpe said. "I don't believe it." Major Miller, his chin lathered, stared across the water. "Good God!" Cochrane said again. For the Spaniards, without waiting for an envoy, or for any kind of attack, were simply abandoning their remaining defences. 3 boats were rowing hard away from Manzanera Island, while the flag had rippled down over the Niebla fort, and Sharpe could see its garrison marching to the quay where a whole fleet of longboats waited. The Spanish were withdrawing up the river, going the 14 miles to the citadel itself. "Christ and a donkey!" Cochrane blasphemed obscurely. "But it rather looks like complete victory, does it not?" "Congratulations, my lord," Sharpe said. "I never thanked you for last night, did I? Allow me to, my dear Sharpe." Cochrane offered Sharpe a hand, but continued to gape in disbelief at the Spanish evacuation. "Good God Almighty!" "Well, we still have to take Valdevere," Sharpe said cautiously. So we do. Cochrane turned away. "Boats! I want boats. We're in a rowing race, my boys. We don't want those bastards adding their muskets to the town's defences. Let's have some boats here. Mr. Almonte, signal the O'Higgins. Tell them we need boats. Boats!" In the first pearly light of dawn, Sharpe had seen a Spanish longboat beach beneath the ramparts of the Fort San Carlos. He presumed the boat had served to provision the fort from the main Spanish commissary in the Niebla fort, but now it would help Cochrane complete his victory. Sharpe, knowing it would take time to fetch boats from the O'Higgins, ran back to the smaller Fort San Carlos, where, shouting at Harper and the seamen to bring their weapons, he scrambled down the steep cliff path which led to a small shingle beach. A dozen startled seals flopped into the water as his hurried progress triggered a score of small avalanches. Then his boots grated on the shingle, and he began heaving the boat towards the sea. The first 30 men to reach the shingle gained places in the boat. 16 seamen took the oars, the rest crouched between the thwarts. They carried muskets and cutlasses. Sharpe told them their task was to overtake the fleeing Spaniards and stop them from reinforcing Valdivia. Then he encouraged the oarsmen by saying that the fugitives were bound to be carrying Fort Niebla's valuables in their boats. The boat, fueled by greed, fairly leapt ahead. Cochrane, still waiting at Fort Amargos for his own boats to come from the O'Higgins, bellowed at Sharpe to pick him up, but Sharpe just waved, then urged his oarsmen on. They passed the O'Higgins. What was left of the warship's crew gave a cheer. The coxswain of Sharpe's boat, a grey-haired Spaniard, was muttering that the sequestered Spanish longboat was a pig, with a buckled keelson and sprung planks, and that Cochrane would soon catch them in his superior boats. "Row, you bastards, row!" The coxswain shouted at the oarsmen. It was a race now, a race to snatch the plunder from the demoralized enemy. Far off to Sharpe's right, a warship had raised the Royal Navy's white ensign. The name Charybdis was inscribed in gold at her stern. A nearby merchant ship flew the stars and stripes. The two crews watched the odd race, and some waved what Sharpe took to be encouragement. "Nice to see the Navy here," Harper shouted from the bows. "Maybe they can give us a ride home." The longboat reached the strait between Manzanera Island and Fort Niebla. The gun barrels that should have kept Valdivia safe now stared emptily from abandoned braziers. The gates of the Niebla fort hung open, while the remains of a cooking fire dribbled a trickle of smoke from a hut on Manzanera Island. A small rough-haired dog yelped at the passing boat from the beach beneath the earthworks that protected the island's guns, but there were no other signs of life. The Spanish had deserted a position as strong as any Sharpe had ever seen. A man could have died of old age before he would have needed to yield Niebla or Manzanera. Yet the Spanish had vanished into the morning mist without firing a shot. The oarsman grunted as the boat slammed into the turgid current of the outflowing Valdivia River. Harper, in the boat's bows, was watching for the fugitives, but Sharpe, in the stern, was looking for Cochrane. Some of the men in Sharpe's boat were bailing with their caps. The old boat had gaping seams and was leaking at an alarming rate, but the men were coping, and the oarsmen had found a good, steady rhythm. Sharpe could see Cochrane's boat striking out from the far shore, but they were still a long way behind. "What do we do if we catch up with the bastards?" the coxswain asked Sharpe. "Say boo to them. They'll surrender." The coxswain laughed. They were rowing past the quays at the river's mouth. A group of bemused families had come from the fishermen's cottages to stare at the morning's events. Sharpe wondered what difference any of this would make to such pitiably poor people. Batista's rule could not be easy, but would O'Higgins make life better? Sharpe doubted it. He talked once with an old man in the village of Seleglise, a man ancient enough to remember the old French king, and to remember all the other Paris governments that had come through bloody revolution or coup d'etat, and the old man had reckoned that not one of those governments had made the slightest difference to his life. His cows had still needed milking, his vegetables had needed weeding, his corn had needed cutting, his cherries needed picking, his tax had needed paying, the church had needed his money, and no one, neither priest, politician, taxman, or prefect, had ever given him a penny or a thank you for any of it. No doubt the Chilean peasantry would feel the same. All this morning's excitement meant was that a different set of politicians would become rich at the country's expense. The boat was in the river valley now. The hills either side were thick with trees. 2 herons flapped lazily down one bank. The oarsman had slowed down, settling to the long haul. A fisherman casting a hand net from a small leather boat abandoned his tackle and paddled furiously for the safety of land as a strange boat full of armed men appeared. Harper had cocked a musket in case the Spaniards had set an ambush beyond the river's first bend. The coxswain hugged the right-hand bank, cutting the corner and risking the shallows to make the bend swiftly. The oars brushed reeds, then the river straightened, and Sharpe, standing to get a clear view ahead, felt a pang, for there were no boats in sight. For a second he thought the Spaniards must have such superior boats that they'd somehow converted a 2-mile lead into 4 or 5 miles. But then he saw that the Spanish longboats had stopped altogether, and were huddled on the southern riverbank. There must have been 20 boats there, all crammed with men, and none of them moving. There!" He pointed for Harper. Then Sharpe saw horsemen on the river's bank. Cavalry? Had Batista sent reinforcements upriver? For a second, Sharpe was tempted to turn the boat and seize Fort Niebla before the Spaniards, realizing how hugely they outnumbered Cochrane's puny forces, made their counterattack. But Harper suddenly shouted that the Dagos on the riverbank were flying a white flag. "Bloody hell," Sharpe said, for there was indeed a white flag of truce or surrender. The oarsman, sensing Sharpe's momentary indecision and needing a rest, had stopped rowing, and the boat was beginning to drift back downstream. "A trap?" the coxswain asked. "God knows," Sharpe said. Cochrane was forever using flags as a trick to get himself close to the enemy, and were the Spaniards now learning to use the same ruse? "Put me ashore," he told the coxswain. The oars dipped again, took the strain and drove hard for the southern bank. The bow touched. Sharpe clambered over the thwarts, then jumped up onto tussocky grass. Harper followed him. Sharpe loosened the sword in its scabbard, checked that his pistols were primed, and walked slowly towards the horsemen who were half a mile away. There were not many horsemen, perhaps 20, and none was in uniform, suggesting that this was not a cavalry unit. The men carried two flags, one the white flag of truce, and the other a complicated ensign which bore a coat of arms. "They look like civilians," Harper commented. The horsemen were cantering towards Sharpe and Harper. One of the leading riders had a large black hat and a scarlet sash. That man stood in his stirrups and waved, as if to signify that he meant no harm. Sharpe checked that the longboat with its cargo of armed sailors was close enough to offer him support, then waited. "There's that bastard Blair!" Harpe exclaimed. "Where?" "White horse, 6 or 7 back." "So it is," Sharpe said grimly. George Blair, the merchant and British consul, was among the horsemen, who, like Blair, were mostly middle-aged and prosperous-looking. Their leader, the man wearing the scarlet sash, slowed as he neared Sharpe. "Are you Cochrane?" he called in Spanish. "Admiral Cochrane is following. He'll be here soon," Sharpe replied. "We've come to surrender the town to you." The man reined in his horse, took off his hat, and offered Sharpe a bow. "My name is Manuel Ferrara. I have the honor to be the alcalde of Valdivia, and these gentlemen are senior and respected citizens of our town. We want no trouble, senor. We are merely merchants who struggle to make a poor living. As you know, our sympathies have always been with the Republic, and we beg that you will treat us with the respect due to civilians who have taken no part in the fighting." "Shut up," Sharpe said. He pushed past the offenders and astonished mayor to reach Blair. "You bastard!" "Oh, Mr. Sharpe." Blair touched a nervous hand to his hat. "You're supposed to look after British interests, you bugger, not suck Batista's tits because you're frightened of him." "Oh, Mr. Sharpe, be careful what you say, you shit-faced son of a whore." Sharpe took hold of Blair's right boot and heaved up, chucking the consul bodily out of his saddle. Blair gave a yelp of astonishment, then collapsed into the mud on the far side of the horse. Sharpe steadied the beast, then mounted it himself. "You," he said to the mayor, who was still protesting his undying loyalty to the ideals of liberty and republicanism. "Me, senor? I told you to shut up. I don't give a fart for your republics. I'm a monarchist, and get off your damn horse. My friend needs it." "My horse? But this is a valuable beast, senor. Get off," Sharpe said, "or I'll blow you off it." He drew one of his 2 pistols and cocked it. The mayor hastily slid off his horse. Harper, grinning, heaved himself into the vacated saddle. "Where's Batista?" Sharpe asked the mayor. "The Captain General is in the citadel, but his men don't want to fight." "But Batista wants to fight?" "Yes, senor, but the men think you're devils. They say you can't be killed." The mayor crossed himself, then turned fearfully as a shout from the river announced the arrival of Lord Cochrane and his boats. "All of you!" Sharpe shouted at the mayor's nervous deputation. "Off your horses, all of you, now!" He kicked his heels to urge Blair's white horse forward. "What's this flag?" He gestured at the ornate coat of arms. "The flag of the town of Valdivia, senor," the mayor answered. "Hold on to it, Patrick." Cochrane jumped ashore, roaring with questions. What was happening? Who were these men? Why had Sharpe tried to race ahead? "Batista's holed up in the citadel," Sharpe explained. "Everyone else in Valdivia wants to surrender, but Batista doesn't. That means he's waiting for your boats and he'll fire on you. But if a small group of us goes ahead on horseback, we might just fool them into opening the gates." Cochrane seized a horse and shouted for others of his men to find themselves mounts. The remainder of his piratical force was to row upriver as fast as it could. The mayor tried to make another speech about liberty in the Republic, but Cochrane pushed him aside and dragged himself up into his saddle. He grinned at Sharpe. "Christ, but this is joy! What would we do for happiness if peace came?" He turned his horse clumsily, rammed his heels back, and whooped as the horse took off. "Let's go get the horse!" His men cheered. Hooves thumped mud into the faces of the mayor's delegation as Sharpe and Harper raced after Cochrane. The rebellion was down to a spearhead of just 20 men, but with the whole country as their prize. They rode hard, following the river road east towards the town. On the horsemen's left, the river flowed placidly towards the sea, while to their right were a succession of terraced vineyards, tobacco fields, and orchards. There were no military posts, no soldiers, and nothing untoward in the landscape. Batista had not put any pickets on the harbour road, and had set no ambushes in the trees. Cochrane and his men rode untroubled through 2 villages, and past white-painted churches and plump farmhouses. Cochrane waved at villagers, who, terrified of strangers, crouched inside their cottages till the armed horsemen had passed. Cochrane was in understandably high spirits. "It was impossible, you see! Impossible!" "What was?" Sharpe asked. "To capture the harbour with just 300 men. That's why it worked! They couldn't believe there were so few of us! My God!" Cochrane pounded the pommel of his saddle in his exuberant enthusiasm. "I'm going to capture the Spanish treasury, and those prickless legal bastards in Santiago will have to grovel at my feet to get the money." "You have to capture the citadel first," Sharpe reminded him. "Simplicity itself." In his present mood, Cochrane would have attacked the Rock of Gibraltar with just a boat's crew. He whooped with a delirious joy, making his horse prick its ears back. The horses were tired, breathing hard on the slopes and sweating beneath their saddlecloths, but Cochrane ruthlessly pressed them on. What did it matter if he lost horses, so long as he gained a country? Then, 2 hours after they'd encountered the mayor's delegation on the riverbank, the road breasted a low ridge, and there, hazed with the smoke of its fires, and dominated by the great citadel within the river's bend, lay Val de Via. Sharpe was about to ask just how Cochrane wanted to approach the citadel, but his lordship, seeing the prize so close, had already scraped back his heels and was shouting at Harper to hold the flag high. "We'll go straight for them! Straight for them! The devil take us if we fail! Go! 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 God save Ireland!" Harper shouted the words like a war cry. Then he, too, raked back his heels. "Jesus wept," Sharpe said, and followed. This was not war. It was madness, a race, an idiocy. An admiral, a Dublin publican, an English farmer, and 16 rebels were attacking the biggest fort in Chile, and doing it as though it were a child's game. Harper, his horse pounding alongside Cochrane, held the flag high so that its fringed symbols streamed in the wind. Cochrane had drawn his sword, and Sharpe now struggled to do the same, but pulling a long blade free when trying to stay aboard a galloping horse was not the easiest task. He managed it just as the horsemen funneled into the town itself, clattering into a narrow street which led to the main square. A woman carrying a tray of bread tripped in her frantic effort to get out of the way. Fresh loaves spilt across the roadway, sparks chipped off the cobbles from the horses' hooves, a priest shrank into a doorway, a child screamed, and then the horsemen were in the main square, and Cochrane was shouting at the fortress to open its gates. "Open! Open!" he shouted in Spanish. And maybe it was the sight of the flag, or perhaps the urgency of the horsemen that suggested they were fugitives from the disasters that were known to have occurred in the harbour. But magically, just as every other Spanish fortress had opened its gates, so this one threw open its entrance. The horses crashed across the bridge. Cochrane and Harper were in the lead. Cochrane had a drawn sword, and the sight of the bare blade made the officer in the gateway shout in alarm, but it was too late. Harper dropped the tip of the flag, and at full gallop, and with all his huge weight behind the flag's staff, he drove the tip of the pole into the officer's chest. There was an explosion of blood, a crunch of bone, then the officer went down with a shattered chest, and a blood-soaked flag impaled in his ribs, while Harper, letting the staff go, was through the archway and into the outer courtyard. "Surrender! Surrender!" Cochrane was screaming the words in a demented voice, flailing at panicked soldiers with the flat of his drawn sword. "Drop your musket! Surrender!" A musket fired from an upper window, and the bullet flattened itself on the cobbles, but no other resistance was offered. The gate to the inner courtyard, hard by the Angel Tower, was closed. All around Sharpe, the Spanish soldiers were throwing down their muskets. Cochrane was already out of his saddle, hurling men aside to reach a door into the main buildings, where he supposed the treasury of a defeated empire would be found. His sailors followed him, abandoning their horses in the yard and screaming their leader's name as a war shout. It was the sound of that name which did the most damage. The Spanish soldiers, hearing that the devil Cochrane was among them, decided to drop to their knees rather than fight. Sharpe threw himself out of the saddle. He knew the geography of the fort better than Cochrane, and with Harper beside him, he ran into the corridor which led to the inner guardroom. Footsteps thumped on floorboards above as men tried to escape the invaders. A pistol fired somewhere. A woman screamed. Sharpe pushed open the door which led to the inner courtyard. A 9-pounder cannon stood there facing the gate, and with it was a crew of 4 men who clearly had orders to fire the gun as soon as the gate was opened. "Leave it alone!" Sharpe shouted. The gun's crew turned, and Sharpe saw that Captain Marquinez was its commander. Marquinez, as exquisitely uniformed as ever, saw Sharpe and foolishly yelped that his men should slew the gun round to face Sharpe. There was no time to complete such a clumsy maneuver. Sharpe charged the gun. A second man turned. It was Dragara. The sergeant was holding a linstock to fire the cannon, but now dropped the burning match and fumbled to unsling the carbine from his shoulder. "Stop him!" Marquinez screamed, then fled to the door of the Angel Tower. Sergeant Dragara raised the carbine, but too late, for Sharpe was already on him. The cavalryman backed away, tripped on the gun's trail, and fell. Sharpe slashed down with a sword, driving the carbine aside. Dragara tried to seize the sword blade, but Sharpe whipped the steel hard away, ripping off 2 of the cavalryman's fingers. Dragara hissed with pain, then lashed up with his boot, trying to kick Sharpe's groin. Sharpe swatted the kick aside with his left hand, then drove the sword with his right. He plunged it into Dragara's belly, then sliced it upwards using all his strength, so that the blade tore through the muscles and cartilage to pierce into the cavalryman's chest cavity. The rips stopped the slashing cut, so Sharpe rammed the blade down, twisted it, then pulled it free. Dragara gave a weird, almost feminine scream. Blood welled to fill his belly's cavity, then spilt bright onto the cobbles of the yard where so many rebels had been executed. The other 2 men of the gun's makeshift crew had tried to flee, but Harper had caught them both. He felled one with a fist, the other with a cutlass stroke. The dying Dragara twitched like a landed fish. Sharpe stepped across the cannon's trail, around the puddling blood, then ran at the door of the Angel Tower. He hit the door with his shoulder, gasped in pain, and bounced off. Marquinez, safe inside the tower, had locked its door. Behind Sharpe, Dragara gave a last gasp and died. The inner courtyard gate scraped open, and Cochrane stood there, red-haired, victorious and triumphant. "It's ours! They surrendered! Batista? God knows where he is. Go and help yourselves to the plunder. We've got business in here." Harper had seized a spike, and now, with Sharpe's help, he turned the heavy cannon. It was a British gun, decorated with the British Royal cipher, evidently one of the many cannon given by Britain to help Spain defeat Napoleon. The trail scraped on the cobbles, and the ungreased axle protested, but finally they succeeded in swiveling the gun around until its bronze barrel, which Sharpe suspected was charged with canister, faced directly at the door of the Angel Tower. The door was only 10 paces away. According to Marcos, the soldier who had told Vivar's story at Puerto Crucero, this door was the only way into the mysterious Angel Tower, which, like a castle turret, was a fortress within a fortress. This ancient stone tower had withstood rebellion, war, earthquake, and fire. Now it would meet Sharpe. He plucked the fallen linstock from beside the disemboweled body of Sergeant Dragara, told Harper to stand aside, then touched the linstock to the quill. The gun's sound echoed in the courtyard like a clap of doom. The gun had been double-shotted. A canister had been rammed down on top of a round shot, and both projectiles now cracked in smoke and flame from the gun's barrel. The gun recoiled across the yard, crushing Dragara's body before it smacked brutally hard against the guardroom wall. The door to the Angel Tower, struck by the exploding load of canister, simply vanished. One moment there'd been a heavy wooden door reinforced with iron, and the next there were empty hinges and charred splinters of wood. The cannonball whipped through the smoke and wreckage to ricochet around the downstairs chamber of the tower. When the noise and smoke subsided, Sharpe stepped cautiously through the wreckage. He had the bloody sword blade in his hand. Expected to encounter the fetid stench of ancient dungeons and recent death, but there was only the acrid smell of the cannon smoke inside the tower. The lowest story of the tower was a single room that was disappointingly commonplace. No barred cells, no racks or whips or manacles, nothing but a round, whitewashed room that held a table, 2 chairs, and a stone staircase that circled round the wall to disappear through a hole in the ceiling. That ceiling was made of thick timber planks that had been laid across huge crossbeams. Harper had scooped up Dragara's carbine. He cocked the gun and edged up the stairs, keeping his broad back against the tower's outer wall. No noise came from the upper floors of the tower. Sharpe drew a pistol and followed. Halfway to the gaping hole in the ceiling, he reached out, held Harper back, and stepped past him. "My bird," he said softly. "Careful now," Harper whispered unnecessarily. Sharpe crept up the stair. He carried his sword in his left hand, the heavy pistol in his right. "Martinez?" he called. There was no answer. There was no sound at all from the upper floors. "Martinez!" Sharpe called again, but still no answer. Sharpe's boots grated on the stone stairs. Each step took an immense effort of will. The butt of the pistol was cold in his hand. He could hear himself breathing. Every second he expected to see the blaze of a gun from the trapdoor-like hole that gaped at the stair's head. He took another step, then another. "Martinez!" A gun fired. The sound was huge, like a small cannon. Sharpe swore and ducked. Harper held his breath. Then, slowly, both men realized that no bullet had come near either of them. It was the sound of the gun, huge and echoing, that had stunned them. "Martinez!" Sharpe called. There was a click, like a gun being cocked. "Oh, for God's sake," Sharpe said, "there are hundreds of us. You think you can fight us all?" "Oh, bay Jesus, look at that, will you?" Harper was staring at a patch of the timber ceiling not far from the stairway. Blood was oozing between the planks to form bright droplets which coalesced, quivered, then splashed down to the floor beneath. Sharpe ran up the stairs, no longer caring what noise he made. He pounded through the open trapdoor to find himself in another slightly smaller but perfectly circular room that took up all the rest of the space inside the tower. There had once been another floor, but it had long fallen in and its wreckage been removed, and all that was left was a truncated stair which stopped halfway round the wall. But the rest of the room was an astonishment. It was a sybaritic cell, a celebration of comfort. It was no prison, unless a prison would be warmed with a big stone fireplace and lit by candles that were mounted in a lantern which hung from the apex of the stone roof. The walls, which should have been of cheerless stone, were draped with rugs and scraps of tapestry to make a soft, warm chamber. The wooden floor was scattered with more rugs, some of them fur pelts, while another pelt was draped on the bed, which stood in the very center of the circular room, and on which lay the remains of Captain General Miguel Batista. Or rather, what Sharpe supposed had been Captain General Miguel Batista. For all that was left of him was a headless body, dressed in the simple black and white uniform that Sharpe remembered well. Batista's head had disappeared. It had been blown away by Harper's 7-barrel gun with which Batista had committed suicide. The gun lay on his trunk that had spilled so much blood onto the floorboards. Some blood had matted in the fur of the bed's coverlet, but most had puddled on the floor and run through the cracks between the ancient boards. All around the room's outer edge were boxes, plain wooden boxes. Between the boxes was a corridor which led to an open door. Sharpe had been told there was only the one entrance to the tower, but he had found a second. The stone around the second door had a raw, new appearance, as though it had only recently been laid. Sharpe, still holding his weapons, walked between the boxes and through the new doorway, and found himself in Captain Martinez's quarters, the very same rooms in which the handsome captain had received them on their first day in Valdivia. End of side 15. Side 16. Martinez was sitting on his bed and was holding a pistol to his head. He was shaking with fear. "Put the gun down," Sharpe said quietly. "He made me promise. He said he couldn't live without me." Sharpe opened his mouth, didn't know what to say, so closed it again. Harper, who'd stepped into the room behind Sharpe, said something under his breath. "I loved him." Martinez wailed the declaration. "Oh, Jesus," Sharpe said. Then he crossed the room and lifted the pistol from Martinez's nerveless fingers. "Where's Blas Vivar?" "I don't know, senor. I don't know."
Martinez was in tears now. He began to shake, then slid down to his knees so that he was at Sharpe's feet, where he wrapped his arms round Sharpe's legs like a slave pleading for life. "I don't know." Sharpe reached down and disengaged the arms, then gestured towards the tower. "What's in the boxes, Martinez?" "Gold, plate, pearls, coin. We're going to take it back to Spain. We were going to live in Madrid and be great men." He was weeping again. "It was all going to be so wonderful." Sharpe gripped Martinez's black hair and tipped the man's tearful face back. "Is Blas Vivar here?" "No, senor, I swear it." "Did your lover ambush Vivar?" "No, senor. So where is he?" "We don't know. No one knows." Sharpe twisted his grip, tugging Martinez's hair painfully. "But you were the one who took the dog to Puerto Cachero and buried it." "Yes, senor, yes. Why?" Because he ordered me to. Because it was embarrassing that we could not find the Captain General's body. Because Madrid was demanding to know what had happened to General Vivar. We didn't know, but we thought he must be dead. So I found a dead dog and put that in the box instead. At least the box would smell right." Martinez paused. "I don't know where he is. Please, we would have killed him if we could, because General Vivar had found out about us, and he was threatening to tell the church of our sin. But then he vanished. Miguel said it had to be the rebels, but we never found out. It wasn't our doing, it wasn't." Sharpe released Martinez's hair. "Bugger," Sharpe said. He released the flint on his pistol and pushed the weapon back into his belt. "Bugger." "But look, senor." Martinez had climbed to his feet, and, eager as a puppy for approval, edged into the tower room, which had been his secret tryst. "Look, senor, gold, and we have your sword, see?" He ran to a box, opened it, and drew out Sharpe's sword. Harper was opening other boxes and whistling with astonishment, though he was not so astonished to forget to fill his pockets with coins. "Here, senor." Martinez held out Sharpe's sword. Sharpe took it, unbuckled the borrowed scabbard, and strapped his own sword in its place. He drew the familiar blade. It looked very dull in the dim lantern light. "No, senor." Martinez thought Sharpe was going to kill him. "I'm not going to kill you, Martinez. I might kill someone else, but not you. Tell me where Batista's quarters are." Sharpe left Harper in his Aladdin's cave, went through Martinez's rooms, across a landing, down a long corridor, and so into a stark, severe chamber. The walls were white, the furniture functional, the bed nothing but a campaign cot covered with thin blankets. This was how Batista wanted the world to see him, while the tower had been his secret and his fantasy. Now Lord Cochrane sat at Batista's playing table with 2 pieces of paper in front of him. 3 of Cochrane's sailors were searching the room's cupboards, but were evidently finding nothing of great value. Cochrane grinned as Sharpe came through the door. "You found me? Well done. Any news of Batista?" "He's dead. Blew his own head off." "Ah, cowardly way out. Found any treasure?" "A whole room full of it. Top of the tower." "Splendid. Go fetch, lads." Cochrane snapped his fingers, and his 3 men ran out into the corridor. Sharpe walked to the table and leant over Cochrane's 2 pieces of paper. One he had never seen before, but he recognized the other as the coded message that had been concealed in Bonaparte's portrait. Batista must have kept the coded message, and Cochrane had found it. Sharpe suspected that the message was the most important thing in all the citadel for Cochrane. The Scotsman talked of whores and gold, but really he'd come for this scrap of paper that he was now translating by using the code which was written on the other sheet of paper. "Is there a Colonel Charles?" Sharpe asked. "Oh, yes. But it wouldn't have done for anyone to think that Boney was writing to me, would it? So, Charles was our go-between." Cochrane smiled happily, then copied another letter from the code's key. "Where's Vivar?" Sharpe asked. "He's safe. He's not a happy man, but he's safe." "You made a bloody fool of me, didn't you?" Cochrane heard the dangerous bite in Sharpe's voice and leant back. "No, I didn't. I don't think anyone could make a fool of you, Sharpe. I deceived you, yes, but I had to. I've deceived most people here. That doesn't make them fools." "And Marcos? The soldier who told the story of Vivar being a prisoner in the Angel Tower, you put him up to it?" Cochrane grinned. "Yes. Sorry, but it worked. I rather wanted your help during the assault." Sharpe turned the coded message round so that it faced him. "So this was meant for you, then?" "Yes." Cochrane had only unlocked the first sentence of the Emperor's message. The words were in French,
but Sharpe translated them into English as he read them aloud. I agree to your proposal and urge haste. What proposal? Cochrane stood. An excited Major Miller had come to the door, but Cochrane waved him away. His lordship lit a cigar, then walked to a window which looked down into the main courtyard where 200 Spaniards had surrendered to a handful of rebels. It was all the Emperor's fault, Cochrane said. He thought Captain General Vivar was the same Count de Morimoto who had fought him at the war's beginning. We didn't know Morimoto had a brother. We? Sharpe asked. Cochrane made a dismissive gesture with a cigar. A handful of Sharpe. Men who believe the war should not be handed over to dull lawyers and avaricious politicians and fat merchants. Men who believe that glory should be undimmed and brilliant. He smiled. Men like you. Just go on. Sharpe shrugged the compliment away, if it was a compliment. Cochrane smiled. The Emperor doesn't like being cooped up on St. Helena. Why should he? He's looking for allies, Sharpe, so he ordered me to arrange a meeting with the Count of Morimoto, which I did. But the weather was shit terrible, and Morimoto couldn't get to Talcahuana. So we made a second rendezvous, and of course he arrived and he had me out, and then he told me I was thinking of his brother, not him. And one way or another, it turned out that I was fumbling up the wrong set of skirts. So, of course, I had to take him prisoner. It was a pity, because we'd met under a flag of truce. Cochrane laughed ruefully. It would have been easier to kill Vivar, but not under a flag of truce. So I took him to sea, and we stranded him with a score of guards, 6 pigs and a tribe of goats on one of the Juan Fernandez Islands. Cochrane drew on the cigar and watched its smoke drift out of the window. The islands are 350 miles off the coast in the middle of nothing, and where Robinson Crusoe was marooned, or rather where Alexander Selkirk, who was the original of Crusoe, spent 4 not uncomfortable years. I last saw Vivar 8 weeks ago, and he was well and as comfortable as a man could be. He tried to escape a couple of times in this last year, but it's very hard to get off an island if you're not a seaman. Sharpe tried to make sense of all the information. And what did Napoleon want of Don Blas, for God's sake? Valdivia, of course, but not just Valdivia. Once it was secure, we'd have marched north and taken over Chile. But the Emperor insisted that we provide him with a secure fortress before he'd join us, and this place is as fine a stronghold as any in the Americas. The Emperor thought Vivar was his man and would have just handed the fortress over. To Napoleon? Yes, Cochrane said, as though that was the most normal thing in all the world. And why not? Do you think I fought these last months to watch more goddamn lawyers form a government? For Christ's sake, Sharpe, the world needs Napoleon. It needs a man with his vision. Cochrane was suddenly enthusiastic, full of the contagious vigour that made him such a formidable leader of men. South America is rotten, Sharpe. You've seen that for yourself. It's an old empire full of decay. But there's gold here, and silver, and iron, and copper, and fields as rich as any in Scotland's lowlands, and orchards, and vines, and cattle. There are riches here. If we can make a new country here, a United States of South America, we can make a power like the world has never seen. We just need a place to start, and a genius to make it work. I'm not that genius. I'm a good admiral, but I don't have the patience for government. But there is a man who does, and that man's willing. Cochrane strode back to the table and snatched up the coded letter. And Bonaparte can make this whole continent into a magical country, a place of gold and liberty and opportunity. All that the Emperor demanded of us was that we provided him with a secure base and the beginnings of an army. Cochrane swept an arm round in a lavish gesture that encompassed all of Valdivia's citadel, its town and its far harbour. And this is it. This is the kernel of Napoleon's new empire, and it'll be a greater and a better empire than any he's ever had before. You're mad, Sharpe said without rancour. Well, it's a glorious madness, Cochrane laughed. You want to be dull? You want to live under the rule of pin-pushers? You want the world to lose its fire? You want old jealous men to be cutting off your spurs with a butcher's axe at midnight just because you dare to live? Napoleon's only 50. He's got 20 years to make this new world great. We'll bring his guardsmen from Louisiana and ship volunteers from France. We'll bring together the best fighters of the European wars from both sides, and we'll give them a cause worth the sharpening of any man's sword. Cochrane stabbed a finger towards Sharpe. Join us, Sharpe. My God, you're the kind of man we need. We're going to fight our way north. Chile first, then Peru, then up to the Portuguese territories, and right up to Mexico. And God knows why we need to stop there. He'll be a general, no? A marshal. Marshal Richard Sharpe, Duke of Valdivia, whatever you want. Name your award, take whatever title you want, but join us.
If you want your family here, tell me. I'll send a ship for them. My God, Sharpe, it could be such joy. You and I, one on land, one on sea, making a new country, a new world. Sharpe let the madness flow round him. What about O'Higgins? Oh, Bernardo will have to make up his mind. Cochrane was pacing the room restlessly. If he doesn't want to join us, then he'll go down with his precious lawyers, but you, Sharpe, you'll join us. I'm going home, Sharpe said. Home? Normandy, to my woman and children. I've fought long enough, Cochrane, but I want more. Cochrane stared at Sharpe as though testing the words he'd just heard. Then he abruptly nodded his acceptance of Sharpe's decision. I'm sending the O'Higgins for Bonaparte. If you won't join me, then I'll have to keep you from betraying me, at least till he gets here, or until I can find you another ship to take you home. I'll bring Vivar here, and you and he can sail back to Europe together. There's nothing you or he can do to stop us now. It's too late. We have our fortress, and we just have to fetch Bonaparte from his prison, then march to glory. You'll never get Bonaparte out of St. Helena, Sharpe said. If I could take Valdevire's harbour and citadel with 300 men, Cochrane said, I can get Bonaparte off an island. It won't be difficult. Colonel Charles has found a man who looks something like the Emperor. He'll pay a courtesy visit just like you did, and leave the wrong man inside Longwood. Simple. The simple things always work best. Lord Cochrane mused for a moment, then barked a joyous yelp of laughter. What joy you're going to miss, he said to Sharpe. What joy you'll miss. For Cochrane was unchaining Bonaparte. The devil, bored with peace, would open the vials of war. The Corsican ogre was to be let loose to make mischief, to conquest and to battle without end. Bonaparte, who had drenched Europe in blood, would now soak the Americas. And Sharpe, who was trapped in Valdevire, could do nothing about it, except watch as the horror started all over again. Epilogue. Blas Vivar arrived in Valdevire harbour 3 weeks after the fall of the citadel, 3 weeks after the collapse of Spanish Chile. He refused to step ashore. It was bad enough being on board one of Cochrane's ships without riding Cochrane's roads or sleeping in Cochrane's citadel or taking Cochrane's hospitality. Sharpe went to the harbour and found his friend full of an understandable bitterness. The man broke his word, Vivar said of Cochrane. He betrayed a truce. You called him a devil, remember, so why be surprised when he behaves like one? But he gave his word, Vivar protested painfully. He had become a pale grey figure, shrunken from the man Sharpe remembered, beaten down by a year's imprisonment and saddened by his failure. That failure, Vivar now knew, had done more than lose Spain's divinely ordained empire. It had released the horror of war across a whole continent, perhaps a whole world. I thought when Cochrane wanted to meet me that he would talk terms of surrender. I thought I'd won. I thought they would offer me the southern half of Chile and plead to keep the north. I was not going to accept, but I wanted to hear their terms. Instead, they asked me to surrender Valdevire for Bonaparte. On the eve of their departure, Cochrane entertained Sharpe and Harper in the captured Niebla fort, where he laughingly recounted how the government in Santiago was begging him to send Valdevire's captured treasury north, but Cochrane was pleading time to count the coins before he released them. The truth was that he was holding the treasury against the arrival of his new master. Bonaparte knows you can't fight wars without cash. How long before he gets here? Sharpe asked. A month. No more than 6 weeks. And, my dear Sharpe, we shall set this world ablaze. Cochrane had already returned Louise's money to Vivar. Now he insisted on Sharpe and Harper taking a share of the plunder. He filled 2 sea chests with coins that he ordered carried down to the wharf. It was cold. Snow flurries whirled over the blazing torches that lit the quay and a strip of black water. Cochrane, caped in a naval cloak, shivered. Why don't you stay here, Sharpe? March north with me. We'll become rich. I'm a farmer, not a soldier. At least you're not a lawyer. Cochrane gave Sharpe a bear hug of farewell. No hard feelings. You're a devil, my lord. Cochrane laughed at the compliment. Give General Vivar my apologies. I suppose he'll never forgive me. I fear not, my lord. So be it. Cochrane hugged Harper. Go safe home. Fair winds to you both. They sailed in the dawn, beating south against the cold sea and the freezing wind. They were travelling in a brig that was carrying hides to London. She made heavy weather of Cape Horn, but at last began to beat her way north. Vivar brooded.
He was a wise man, yet his understanding could not encompass a man who would break his word. "Is the world changing so much?" he asked Sharpe. "Yes," Sharpe said bleakly. "A war changed it." So that results justify methods?" "Yes." Vivar, cloaked and scarved against the bitter sea wind, paced the brig's small poop. "Then it's not the world I want a part of." Sharpe feared his friend was contemplating suicide. "You have a wife and children." Vivar smiled and shook his head. "Not that, Sharpe. I mean that I shall retire from service. I shall go to Orense and look after my estates. I at least shall be honorable. I will read, work, pray, and watch the war from a distance." And there would be war. Sharpe was certain of that. Europe would not stand idle while the ogre ravaged the Americas. Sharpe imagined the troops sailing from Portsmouth and Plymouth, travelling across the world to catch Bonaparte one last time. Only this time he supposed they would hang the Emperor, because Bonaparte would have caused one mischief too many. The weather was becoming warmer as the ship sailed north, but just when Sharpe was beginning to count the days until they reached home, a series of vicious westerly gales beat the brig hard towards the east. She shortened sail, battened her hatches, and clawed against the weather's spitefulness. For 6 days and nights the gales came, one after the other, until Sharpe began to believe that some malevolent spirit was intentionally keeping him from ever seeing Lucille again. Then, after a 6th night of storm, the weather gentled, and the ship wore onto a new tack. Clothes and bedding were brought up to dry on lines rigged between the masts. The captain of the brig, an elderly and courteous Chilean, came to Sharpe. "I don't know if any of you gentlemen are interested, sir, but we'll not be far from St. Helena. We don't need to put in there. Our supplies are plentiful, but if you want to see the place, sir..." Sharpe suspected that the Chilean wanted to see St. Helena for himself, or rather he wanted to discover whether Lord Cochrane's conspiracy had worked. And so Sharpe sought out Vivar and tentatively suggested the visit. He half expected Vivar to be adamantly opposed to any such exploration, but to Sharpe's surprise Vivar was as eager as the brig's captain. "I'd like to know what happened." Vivar explained his interest. "The worst thing about being on board a ship is that you never know what's happening in the world. Maybe Cochrane failed. That's something worth praying for." "He's not used to failure," Sharpe observed. "Maybe no one has prayed hard enough." "My God, Sharpe, but I've been praying these past few weeks." The brig put into the harbour at Jamestown 3 days later. It was a hot day. The captain ordered a boat lowered, then accompanied Vivar, Sharpe, and Harper towards the small town that was hardly more than a row of houses above a stone quay. The hills, green and lush, climbed to the cloudy summits. A semaphore station stood with drooping arms at the foot of the road where Sharpe had climbed to meet a defeated emperor. The brig's longboat landed them at the water steps, where a very young lieutenant waited to receive them. It was the same young officer who greeted Sharpe's first arrival on the island. "Oh, it's Colonel Sharpe, isn't it, sir?" The lieutenant seemed pleased to see Sharpe again. "Yes." Sharpe couldn't remember this boy's name, and he felt guilty. Napoleon never forgot a soldier's name. Soon, no doubt, the Emperor would be welcoming his veterans to Chile by name, but for the life of him Sharpe could not recall this one soldier's name. "I'm sorry," Sharpe said. I don't remember it. Lieutenant Roland Hardacre, sir. The same name as my father." "Of course," Sharpe said. "You remember Mr. Harper, and this is General Vivar of the Spanish Army." "Sir." Hardacre offered Vivar a smart salute. "We came here, Lieutenant," Vivar said, "to discover what happened when the O'Higgins called here." "The O'Higgins?" Hardacre frowned as he tried to recall the particular ship. Then his face cleared. "Ah, yes, our first visitor from the Chilean Navy. She called here a month ago." He shrugged as though he could recall nothing significant in the O'Higgins visit. "She read provisions, sir, then sailed away. To be honest, none of us were very sure why she came this far. There can hardly be any Chilean interests in this part of the world." Sharpe felt an immense relief. Hardacre had treated the query very casually, which suggested to Sharpe that nothing important could have occurred during the Chilean's visit. "So Bonaparte's at Longwood still?" Sharpe asked. "At Longwood, sir?" Hardacre repeated the question, but very hesitantly, and this time Sharpe knew something was wrong. The lieutenant blushed, then frowned. "You haven't heard, sir?" "Heard? Heard what?" "The Emperor's dead, sir. He died last month. He's buried in the hills. The grave isn't far from the house. I'm sure if you'd like to visit the grave, you can find some mules. Not that there's much to see there. Some people like to visit the house and take a keepsake." Sharpe could say nothing. He wasn't sure he'd heard right, or if he had, that such news could be true. Napoleon dead. He touched the locket about his neck, suddenly glad that he possessed it. Harper crossed himself. Vivar, whose prayer had come true, also crossed himself. How did he die, Lieutenant? The doctors said it was a cancerous ulcer, sir. It sounds painful, Vivar said. He gazed up into the hills to where a mist clung to the high green slopes. All man, to die so far from home. Would you like to visit the grave, sir? Hardacre asked. I would, Vivar said. On me, Harper added. But not me, Sharpe said. Not me. Vivar, Harper, and the brig's captain rode mules up into the hills to see the plain grave where an emperor lay buried. Sharpe waited on the quay. The wind blew fresh from the south, and an emperor was dead, his mischief stilled forever. Sharpe wanted to laugh, for it had all been for nothing, for absolutely nothing. And nothing had changed, despite the banging of guns and the clangor of swords. But even that didn't matter, for he was full of happiness, and he was at peace, and he was going home. For good and forever, he was going home. Historical note. Thomas, Lord Cochrane, 10th Earl of Dundonald, was an extraordinary and eccentric figure, a radical politician as well as one of the greatest naval commanders of the early 19th century. After a brilliant career in the Royal Navy, and an ignominious one in the House of Commons, he was expelled from both institutions after being convicted of a stock fraud in 1814. There's some evidence that the case against him was rigged, but Cochrane was never a man to behave sensibly when lawyers were arrayed against him, and so he went down to defeat and imprisonment. He escaped from prison, of course, and after a series of adventures became Admiral of the Chilean Navy in that country's war of independence against Spain. He eventually fell out with Bernardo O'Higgins, but not before he had scarred the Spanish Navy from the Pacific coast of South America, effectively making independence a reality for both Chile and Peru. Probably the most astonishing victory of the many he gained in that war was his attack on Valdivia, which occurred much as described in these pages. It was a stunning victory which destroyed the last vestige of Spanish power in Chile. After Valdivia, Cochrane took himself off to become an admiral in the Brazilian Navy's struggle against the Portuguese, before transferring his flag to the Greek Navy in that country's fight for independence against the Turks. Restored to grace in his homeland, he was reinstated in the Royal Navy in the 1830s, and was bitterly disappointed not to be given command of the fleet in the Crimean War, by which time he was over 80 years old. Cochrane by Donald Thomas, Andre Deutsch, 1978, is the most readable biography of this extraordinary man, and I'm indebted to Donald Thomas's book for the delicious account of how Cochrane was vicariously ejected from the Order of the Bath in a sinister midnight ceremony in Westminster Abbey. I'm also indebted to Donald Thomas for the extraordinary story of how Cochrane plotted to bring Napoleon to Valdivia and thus begin a campaign for the United States of South America. The plot was so far advanced that, following the capture of Valdivia, Cochrane did indeed send a rescue ship to St. Helena. When Lieutenant Colonel Charles reached the island, he found Napoleon in his last illness, and so abandoned the attempt to free the Emperor. What might have occurred had Bonaparte lived, and had Cochrane rescued him, remains one of the great tantalizations of history. But Bonaparte was dead, probably poisoned by French royalists who feared his return to France. He remained in his grave on St. Helena until 1840, when his body was returned to France to be interred in the Dome Church of Les Invalides in Paris. Sharpe also returned to France, and Harper to Ireland, where, so far as I know, they lived happily ever after.
That was Sharpe's Devil by Bernard Cornwell, read by William Gaminara. We do hope you've enjoyed listening to this Chivers audiobook. If you'd like to listen to further titles, please ask your local librarian or write to us at the appropriate address on the box cover, and we will send you a catalogue listing all our recordings.